Think what? That had been her last chance, the last sliver of hope, and now the terror was feeding itself on that too. Ravi sat with her back to back, but he was actually the heavy vat of weed killer leaning against her, pushing down on the loose corner of the shelf. The metal groaned, bending out of shape. Pip tried to take Ravi's hand behind her and felt the drooping corner of the shelf instead. Felt the tiniest gap between the lopsided shelf and the pole it was supposed to be attached to. Tiny. But enough to slide her fingernail through. And if it was big enough for that, then it was big enough for the width of the duct tape wrapped around her wrists. Pip held her breath as she tried, lowering her hands, forcing that empty side of tape through the gap. It caught on the shelf, so she shifted and jerked, and it came free. She slipped her binds below the shelf, and now she was attached only to the lowest part of the shelving unit. Just this small length of pole and the ground it rested on, that was all that was keeping her here now. If she could somehow raise the leg of the pole, she could slip her restraints down over the end and off. She shuffled her bound feet, feeling around the area, careful to keep blocking the vat so it didn't fall. Her legs dipped down into the lowered channel running through the concrete floor. That was an idea. If she could drag the shelf forward to that gutter, there would be space beneath the pole leg for her to slip out. But how was she going to drag it? She was attached to it by the wrists, arms locked behind her. If she hadn't been able to fight off Jason Bell with her arms, there was no way she could lift this heavy shelving unit with them. She wasn't that strong, and if she was going to survive, she had to understand her limits. That wasn't her way out of here. So, what is? Ravi prompted. One idea. The duct tape had snagged against the uneven shelf as she'd lowered her hands. If she kept passing the tape through that small gap, kept snagging, maybe it would start to tear small holes in her binds. But that would take a while she'd already spent loosening the nut and removing the screw. DT could be on his way back at any time. Pip must have been alone for over an hour now, maybe more. Alone even though Ravi was right here. Her thoughts in his voice. Her lifeline, her cornerstone. Time was a limitation. The strength of her arms another. What was left? Her legs. Her legs were free, and unlike her arms, they were strong. She'd been running from monsters for months. If she was too weak to drag or lift the shelves, maybe she was strong enough to push them. Pip explored the unknown with her legs again, stretching out to the back pole of the shelving unit. Through the fabric of her trainers, she could feel that the back side of the shelves wasn't against the wall. It stood a few inches in front of it, at least the width of her foot. Not a lot of room, but it was enough. If she could push the shelves back, they would overtip, landing against the wall, and the front legs would stick up like an insect on its back. That was the plan. A good plan, and maybe she really would live to see everyone again. Pip swung her legs forward and dug in her heels, using the lip of the gutter to push against. She propped up her shoulders against the front of the shelf, still blocking the nearest vat from sliding off. She pushed down into her heels and raised herself from the floor. Come on, she told herself, and she didn't need to hear it in Ravi's voice anymore. Hers was enough. Come on. Pip screeched with the effort of it, the muffled sound filling up her death mask. She threw her head back against the pole and pushed with it too. Movement. She felt movement, or hope was only tricking her. She shuffled one foot closer and the other, and she drove them into the gutter, shoulders ramming against the shelves. The muscles up the back of her legs shuddered, and it felt like her stomach was tearing open. But she knew it was this or death, and she pushed and she pushed. The shelves gave way. They tipped back. The sound of metal meeting brick. A crash as the vat of weed killer finally slid free, cracking open against the concrete. Others sliding, thumping against the back wall. A sharp chemical smell and something soaking into her leggings. But none of that mattered. Pip lowered her binds down the metal pole. And there, at its end, was freedom. It stood up only about an inch from the concrete, that's what it felt like, and that was more than enough. She slipped the tape over the end and she was free. Free. But not all the way. Pip shuffled away from the shelves, from the liquid pooling around her. She lay on her side, tucked her knees into her chest, and slipped her bound hands over her feet, arms now in front of her. The tape came off easily, one hand slipping out of the space left by the pole, then freeing the other. Her face next. Blindly she felt around her duct tape mask, searching for the end DT had left. There it was by her temple. She pulled it, the tape undoing with a loud rip. It pulled at her skin, pulled out eyelashes and eyebrows, but Pip tore it off hard and quick, and she opened her eyes, blinked in the cold storeroom and the destruction of the shelves behind her. She kept going, pulling and tearing, and the pain was agonizing, her skin raw, but it was a good pain because she was going to live. She held onto her hair to try to stop it pulling out from the root, but small clumps of it came away with the tape, unwinding and unwinding, up her head and down her nose. Her mouth came free and she breathed through it and breathed hard, her chin, one ear, then the other. Pip dropped her unraveled mask to the floor. The duct tape, long and meandering, scattered with hair and small spots of blood it had claimed from her. DT had taken her face, but she had taken it back. Pip leaned over and unraveled the tape still binding her ankles. Then she stood up, her legs shaking, almost buckling under her weight. Now the room. Now she just had to get out of the room and she would be alive, as good as. She skittered over to the door, treading on something on the way. She glanced down. It was the screw she'd dropped. It had rolled almost all the way to the door through the unknown. Pip rammed the door handle down, knowing it was useless. She'd heard Jason lock her in. But there was a door at the other end of the storeroom. It wouldn't lead outside, but it would lead somewhere. Pip sprinted to it. She lost control as her trainers scuffed on the concrete, skidding into a workbench beside the door. The workbench jumped, with a sound of colliding metal from a large toolbox on top. Pip righted herself and tried the door handle. It was also locked. Fuck. Okay. She returned to the other side, to her vat of weed killer, the dark liquid draining into the gutter like a cursed river. A bright line was reflected in the liquid, but it wasn't from the overhead lights. It was from the window, high up in front of her, letting in the last of the evening light, or the first of it. Pip didn't know the time. And her tip-back shelves, they reached right up to the window, almost like a ladder. The window was small, and it didn't look like it opened. But Pip could fit through it, she was sure she could. And if she couldn't, she would make herself fit. Climb through and drop down on the outside. She just needed something to break it with. She checked around. Jason had left the roll of duct tape on the floor by the door. Beside it was a coiled length of blue rope. The blue rope, she realized with a shiver. The rope DT was going to use to kill her. But would still if he came back right now. What else was in the room? Just her and lots of weed killer and fertilizer. Oh wait, her mind jumped back to the other side of the storeroom. There was a toolbox down there. She ran to the other side again, an ache in her ribs and a pain in her chest. There was a post-it note stuck to the top of the toolbox. In slanting scribbles it said, J, red team keep taking tools assigned to blue team. So I'm leaving this in here for Rob to find. Pip undid the clips and pulled open the lid. Inside was a jumble of screwdrivers and screws, a tape measure, pliers, a small drill, some kind of wrench. Pip dug her hand inside, and underneath it all was a hammer, a large one. Sorry, blue team, she muttered, tightening her grip around the hammer, pulling it out. Pip stood before the tipped-over shelves, and looked back once more at the room where she'd known she would die. Where the others had died, all 5 of them. And then she climbed, balancing her feet on the lowest shelf like a rung, pulling herself up to the next level. There was still strength left in her legs, moving adrenaline fast. Feet planted on the top shelf, she crouched, balancing herself in front of the window. A hammer in her hand and an unbroken window in front of her. Pip had been here before. Her arm knew what to do, it remembered, arching back to pick up momentum. Pip swung at the window and it cracked, a spiderweb splintering through the reinforced glass. She swung again and the hammer went through, glass shattering around it. Shards still clung to the frame, but she knocked them out one by one so she wouldn't cut herself open. How far was it to the ground? Pip dropped the hammer through and watched it tumble to the gravel below. Not far. She should be fine if she bent her legs. And now it was just her and a hole in the wall, and something was waiting on the other side. Not something, everything. Life, normal life, and Team Ravi and Pip and her parents and Josh and Kara and everyone. They might even be looking for her now, though she hadn't disappeared for long. Some parts of her might be gone, parts she might never get back, but she was still here. And she was coming home. Pip gripped the window frame and pulled herself forward, sliding her legs out ahead of her. She held on as she dipped her shoulders and head and maneuvered them out too. She stared down at the gravel, at the hammer, and she let go. Landed, hard on her feet, the force ricocheting up her legs, a pain in her left knee. But she was free, she was alive. A breath came out too hard that it was almost a laugh. She'd done it. She'd survived. Pip listened. The only sound was the wind in the trees, some of it finding the new holes in her too, blowing through her ribcage. Pip bent down and picked up her hammer, holding it at her side just in case. But as she rounded the corner of the building, she could see that the complex was empty. Jason's car wasn't here, and the gate was locked again. The metal fence at the front was high, too high, she'd never be able to climb it. But the back of the yard was bordered by woods, and the fence was unlikely to encircle those two. New plan, she just had to follow the trees. Follow the trees, find a road, find a house, find someone, call the police. That was all. The easy parts left, just 1 foot in front of the other. 1 foot in front of the other, the crunch of gravel. She walked past the parked vans and large bins and machines, trailers with ride-on mowers and a small forklift over there. 1 foot in front of the other. Gravel became dirt, became the crunch of leaves. The last of the daylight was gone, but the moon was out early, watching over Pip. She was surviving. 1 foot in front of the other, that's all it took. Her trainers and the leaves crunching beneath them. She dropped the hammer and carried on through the trees. A new sound stopped her in her tracks. The distant drone of a car engine, the slam of a car door far behind her, the shrieking of a gate. Pip darted behind a tree and stared back into the complex. 2 yellow headlights winking at her through the branches as they pulled forward. Wheels on gravel, it was DT. Jason Bell. He'd returned. He was back to kill her, but he wouldn't find her there, only the parts she'd left behind. Pip was out, she'd escaped. All she had to do was find a house, find a person, call the police. The easy parts, she could do that. She turned, leaving the headlights in the unknown behind her, moving on, picking up her pace. She just had to call the police and tell them everything, that DT had just tried to kill her and she knew who he was. She could even call D. Hawkins directly, he'd understand. She faltered, 1 foot hovering above the ground. Wait, would he understand? He never understood, not any of it. And it wasn't even a question of understanding, it was a question of believing. He'd come right out and said it to her face, said gently but said all the same, that she was imagining it. She didn't have a stalker, she was just seeing things, seeing danger around every corner because of the trauma she'd lived through. Even though he'd been part of that trauma because he hadn't believed her when she went to him about Jamie. It was a repeating pattern. No, not a pattern, it was a circle. That's what this all was, everything winding up, coming full circle. The end was the beginning. Hawkins hadn't believed her before twice, so why did she think he'd believe her now? And the voice in her head wasn't Ravi anymore, it was Hawkins. Said gently, but said all the same. The DT killer is already in prison. He's been there for years. He confessed. That's what he'd say. Billy Kara's isn't the DT killer, Pip would counter. It's Jason Bell. Hawkins shook his head inside hers. Jason Bell is a respectable man. A husband, a father. He's already been through so much because of Andy. I've known him for years, we play tennis sometimes. He's a friend. Don't you think I'd know? He's not the DT killer and he's not a danger to you, Pip. Are you still talking to someone? Are you getting help? I'm asking you for help. Asking him again and again, and when would she finally learn? Break the circle. And if her worst fears were right, if the police didn't believe her, didn't arrest Jason, then what? DT would still be out there. Jason might take her again or someone else. Take someone she cared about to punish her because she was too loud and had to be silenced some way. He'd get away with it. They always got away with it, him. Max Hastings. Above the law because the law was wrong. A legion of dead girls and dead-eyed girls left behind them. They won't believe me, Pip told herself in her own voice now. They never believe us. Out loud so she would truly listen this time, understand. She was on her own. Charlie Green wasn't the one with all the answers, she was. She didn't need to hear it from him to know what to do this time. Break the circle. It was hers to break here and now, and there was only one way to do that. Pip turned, leaves bunching, clinging to the white soles of her shoes, and she walked back, returned through the darkening trees. A glint of young moonlight across the surface of the dropped hammer showing her the way. She bent to pick it up, testing out her grip. Dried out leaves to grass, to dirt, to gravel, easing her steps, pressing her feet down with no sound. Maybe she was too loud for him, but he'd never hear her coming now. Ahead, Jason was out of his car, walking up to the metal door he dragged her through, his steps disguising hers. Closer and closer. He stopped and she did too, waiting. Jason slid his hand down into his pocket, returning with the ring of keys. A rustle of tinkling metal and Pip took a few slow steps, hiding beneath the sound. Jason found the right key, long and jagged. He pushed it into the lock, metal scraping metal, and Pip moved closer. Break the circle. The end was the beginning, and this was both the origin. Finish it where it had all begun. He twisted the key, and the door unlocked with a dark click, the sound echoing in Pip's chest. Jason pushed open the door into the yellow-lit storeroom. He took one step over the threshold, looked up, then took one back, staring ahead. Taking in the scene, tipped over shelves, smashed open window, a river of spilled weed killer, lengths of unwound duct tape. Pip was right behind him. What the he said. Her arm knew what to do. Pip pulled it back and swung the hammer. It found the base of his skull. A sickening crunch of metal on bone. He staggered. He even dared to gasp. Pip swung again. A crack. Jason dropped, falling forward onto the concrete, catching himself with one hand. "Please," he began. Pip pulled her elbow back, a spray of blood hitting her in the face. She leaned over him and swung again. Again, until nothing moved, not a twitch in his fingers or a jerk in his legs, only a new river, a red one, slowly leaking out of his undone head. He was dead. Jason Bell, the DT killer, one and the same, and he was dead. Pip didn't need to check the swell of his chest or feel for a pulse to know that. It was clear just looking at him, at what was left of his head. She'd killed him, broken the circle. He'd never hurt her, and he'd never hurt anyone. It wasn't real, and she wasn't real, tucked against the wall by her overturned shelves, hugging her legs to her chest. Her warped reflection in the discarded hammer as she rocked back and forth. It was real. He was right there in front of her, and she was here. He was dead, and she'd killed him. How long had she been sat there now, going backward and forward over this? What was she doing, waiting to see if he'd take a breath and stand back up? She didn't want that. It had been her or him. Not self-defense, but a choice she made. He was dead, and that was good. Right. Supposed to be. So what was supposed to happen now? There hadn't been a plan. Nothing beyond breaking the circle, beyond surviving, and killing him was how she survived. So now that it was done, how did she keep on surviving? She repeated the question, asking the Ravi who lived in her head, asking him for help because he was the only person she knew how to ask. But he'd gone quiet. No other people in there, just a ringing in her ears. Why had he left her? She still needed him. But he wasn't the real Ravi, only her thoughts wrapped up in his voice, her lifeline at the very brink. She wasn't at the brink anymore. She had lived, and she would see him again. And she needed to right now. This was too much for her alone. Pip picked herself up from the ground, trying not to look at the flecks of blood up her sleeves, and on her hands too. Real this time. Earned. She wiped them off on her dark leggings. She'd spotted it from across the room, a rectangular shape in Jason's back pocket, his iPhone protruding out from the fabric. Pip approached carefully, avoiding the red river reflecting the overhead lights. She didn't want to get any closer, scared that her proximity might somehow drag him back from death. But she had to. She needed his phone to call Ravi so he could come and tell her that everything would be okay, would be normal again because they were a team. She reached out for the phone. "Wait, Pip, hold on a second. Think about this." She paused. If she used Jason's phone to call Ravi, that would leave a trace, irrevocably tying Ravi to the scene. DT was a murderer, but he was also a murdered man, and it didn't matter that he deserved it. The law didn't care about that. Someone would have to pay for his broken open head. No, Pip couldn't have Ravi tied to the scene, to Jason, not in any way. That was unthinkable, but she couldn't do this on her own without him. That was unthinkable too. A loneliness too dark and deep. Her legs felt weak as she stepped over Jason's body and stumbled outside onto the gravel. Fresh air. She breathed in the fresh twilight air, but it was tainted somehow by the metallic smell of blood. She walked 6-7 steps away towards his car, but that smell, it followed her, held on to her. Pip turned to look at herself, her dark reflection in the window of the car. Her hair was matted and torn, her face raw and inflamed from the tape, her eyes far away and yet also right here. And those freckles there, they were new, cast-offs of Jason's blood. Pip felt her vision dip in and out, knees buckling underneath her. She looked at herself and then looked into herself, through the dark of her eyes, and then past herself. There was something beyond the window drawing her eye, a moonlit glint on its surface, showing her the way again. It was her bag, her bronze-colored rucksack, sitting in the back seat of Jason's car. He'd taken it when he'd taken her. It wasn't much, but it was hers, and it felt like an old friend. Pip scrabbled for the door handle and pulled. It opened. Jason must have left the car unlocked, his keys still waiting there in the ignition. He had meant to finish it quickly, but Pip had finished it first. She reached in and pulled out her bag, and she wanted to hug it to her chest, this part of her old self before she'd almost died, to borrow some of its life. But she couldn't do that, she'd get his blood on it. She lowered it to the gravel and undid the zip. Everything was still here. Everything she'd packed when she'd left the house that afternoon. Clothes for staying at Ravi's, her toothbrush, a water bottle, her purse. She reached in and took a long draw from the water bottle, her mouth dried out from all those taped-up screams. But if she drank any more, she'd be sick. She replaced the bottle and stared at the bag's contents. Her phone wasn't here. She'd already known that, but hope had partially hidden the memory from her. Her phone was smashed, dropped and abandoned in the road down Cross Lane. There was no way Jason had brought it with him for that very same reason, an irrevocable link to the victim. He'd got away with this for a long time. He knew things like that just as she knew them. Pip almost sank to her knees, but a new thought caught her in time, and the moon again, glinting on something in the front passenger seat. Yes, the DT killer did know things like that. That's why they'd never caught him. And that's why he must have used a burner phone to call his victims. Otherwise, his connection to the case would have been discovered right after the first victim. Pip knew this now because she could see it right there, discarded in the front passenger seat. A small, boxy Nokia like hers, the screen reflecting the moonlight to catch her eye, showing her the way. Pip opened the car door and stared down at it. Jason Bell had a burner phone, paid in cash, untraceable to her or Ravi unless someone found the phone. But they wouldn't find it, she would destroy it after. Pip reached down, her fingers alighting on its cold plastic edge. She pressed the middle button and the green backlit screen glared up at her. It still had battery. Pip glanced up and thanked the moon, almost crying with relief. The numbers on the screen told her it was 6:47 p.m. That was it, that was all. She'd been in the boot of that car for days, in that storeroom for months, trapped inside the tape for years, and yet it had all happened in under 3 hours. 6:47 p.m., a normal early evening in September with a pink-tinged twilight and a chill in the breeze and a dead body behind her. Pip navigated through the menu to check the recent call list. At 3, 51 p.m. This phone had received a call from no caller ID from her. And right before that, it had called Pip's number. She would have to destroy the phone anyway because of that connection between her and the dead man on the floor over there. But this was it, her path to Ravi to help. Pip typed Ravi's number in the keypad, but her thumb hesitated over the call button. She backspaced and deleted it, replacing it with the landline for his house. That was better, less of a direct link to him if they ever found the burner phone. They won't find the burner phone. Pip clicked the green button and held the small phone to her ear. It rang, only through the phone this time, 3 chimes and then a click, rustling. "Hello, Singh residence," said a bright, high voice. It was Ravi's mum. "Hi, Nisha, it's Pip," she said, her voice rasping at the edges. "Oh, there you are, Pip. Ravi's been looking for you, over-worrying as usual, my little sensitive boy," she laughed. "I hear you're coming over for dinner tonight. Mohan's insisting we play articulate. He's already bagsied you for his team, apparently." Pip cleared her throat. "I'm actually not sure I'm going to be able to make it tonight. Something's come up. I'm so sorry." "Oh no, that's a shame. Are you okay, Pip? You sound a little strange." Yeah, no, I'm fine. Just have a bit of a cold, that's all," she sniffed. Is he there, Ravi?" Yes, he is. 2 seconds." Pip heard her calling his name, and in the background she heard the distant sound of his voice. Pip sank down into the gravel, her eyes glazing. It wasn't so long ago she thought she'd never hear his voice again. "It's Pip," she heard Nisha shout, and Ravi's voice grew nearer, nearer and frantic, rustling as the phone changed hands. "Pip," he said down the line like he didn't believe it, and Pip hesitated a moment, refilling herself with his voice, welcoming it home. She'd never take it for granted, never again. "Pip," he said louder. "Why, yes, it's me. I'm here." It was hard to push the words out, around the lump in her throat. "Oh my God," Ravi said, and she could hear him thundering up the stairs to his room. "Where the fuck have you been? I've been calling you for hours. Your phone's been going straight to voicemail. You were supposed to keep checking in." He sounded angry. "I called Nat and she said you didn't even go round there. I've just got back from yours, seeing if you were at home, and your car was at home but you weren't. So your parents are probably worried now because they thought you were with me." "I was literally minutes from calling the police, Pip. Where the fuck have you been?" He was angry, but Pip couldn't help smiling, holding the phone tighter to her ear to bring him closer. She had disappeared and he had. He had looked for her. "Pip," she could imagine the look on his face, stern eyes and a cocked eyebrow, waiting for her to explain herself. I love you," she said, because she never said it enough and it was important. She didn't know when she'd last said it, and if she said it again, that wouldn't be the last time either. "I love you, I'm sorry." Ravi hesitated and his breath changed. "Pip," he said, the hard edge gone from his voice. "Are you okay? What is it? Something's wrong, I can tell. What's wrong?" "I just didn't know when I last told you." She wiped her eyes. "It's important." "Pip," he said, steadying her. "Where are you? Tell me where you are right now." "Can you come here?" she asked. "I need you. I need help." "Yes," he said firmly. "I will come right now. Just tell me where you are. What's happened? Is it something to do with DT? Do you know who he is?" Pip stared back at Jason's feet hanging out the doorway. She sniffed and she focused, turning back. I'm at Green Scene. Jason Bell's company in Naughty Green. Do you know where it is?" "Why are you there?" His voice higher now, confused. "Just Ravi, I don't know how long the battery lasts on this phone. Do you know where it is?" "What phone are you using?" "Ravi." Yes, he said, shouting now too, though he didn't know why. "I know where it is. I can look it up." No, Pip said quickly. She needed him to understand without her saying it, not on the phone. "No, Ravi, you can't use your phone to get here. You need to leave your phone at home, okay? Do not bring it with you. Do not bring it." "Pip, you have to leave your phone at home. Look at the way on Google Maps now, but do not type Green Scene into your search browser. Whatever you do, just search on the map." "Pip, what's going?" She interrupted him, something else occurring to her. "No, wait, Ravi, you can't drive on any big roads. No A roads, not any. You have to take the back roads, small roads only." Big roads have traffic cams. You can't be seen on any traffic cams. Back roads only. Ravi, do you understand? Her voice was urgent now, the shock gone, left behind in that room with the dead body. She heard the click of his trackpad in the background. Yes, he said. I'm just looking now. Yep, that way, down Watchet Lane into Haslemere, he muttered under his breath. Down those residential roads, take a right down that B road. Yeah, he said to her again. Yeah, I can find it. I'll write this down. Back roads only, leave phone at home. I've got it. Good, she said, exhaling, and even the effort of that made her feel weak, sinking further into the gravel. Are you okay? He said, taking charge again because that's what teams did. Are you in danger? No, she said quietly. Not anymore, not really. Did he know? Could he hear it in her voice, raw and scratchy, marked forever by the last 3 hours? Okay, hold tight. I'm on my way, Pip. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Wait, don't speed, you can't get, but he was already gone, 3 loud beeps in her ear. He was gone, but he was on his way. I love you, she said to the empty phone because she never wanted there to be a last time again. Another crunch of gravel, step after step after step, pacing up and down, counting her steps, to count the seconds, to count the minutes. And though she told herself not to look, her eyes always found their way back to the body, convincing herself that he had shifted each time. He hadn't, he was dead. Pacing up and down, the early stirrings of a plan seeding in her brain now that the shock had passed. But it was missing something. It was missing Ravi. She needed him, the team, their back and forth that always showed her the right way, the middle road between her and him. Headlights broke open the deepening sky, a car pulling into the drive just before the green scene gate, hanging wide open. Pip held up her hand to shield her eyes from the glare, and then she waved for Ravi to stop. The car stopped in front of the gate and the headlights blinked out. The car door opened and a Ravi-shaped silhouette stepped out. He didn't even wait to shut the door, running over to her, scattering gravel. Pip stopped and studied him like it was the very first time again. Something tightened in her gut, another thing loosening in her chest, releasing, breaking open. He'd promised she would see him again, and here he was, getting closer and closer. Pip held up her hand again to keep him back from her. Did you leave your phone at home? She said, voice quavering. Yes, Ravi said, his eyes wide with fear, widening further as he studied her back. You're hurt, he said, moving forward. What happened? Pip stepped away from him. Don't touch me, she said. I'm fine. It's not my blood, not most of it. She forgot what she was trying to say. Ravi steadied his face, held up his hands to steady her too. Pip, look at me, he said calmly, though she could tell he was anything but. Tell me what happened. What are you doing here? Pip glanced behind her at Jason's feet hanging out the doorway. Ravi must have followed her eyes. Fuck, are they okay? He's dead, Pip said, turning back. It's Jason Bell. It was Jason Bell. He was the DT killer. Ravi blinked for a moment, shuffling through her words, trying to find the sense in them. What? How did he? Ravi shook his head. How do you know? Pip couldn't tell which answer he needed to hear first. How do I know he was the DT killer? Because he took me, abducted me from Cross Lane, tied me up in the boot of his car, brought me here, wrapped my face up in duct tape, bound me to a shelf, exactly like he did to the rest of them. They died here, and he was going to kill me. It didn't sound real now that she was saying it out loud, like all of that had happened to a different person, separate from her. He was going to kill me, Ravi. Her voice snagged in her worn-out throat. I thought I was dead, and I didn't know if I'd ever see you again, see anyone. And I thought about you finding out I was dead, and hey, he said quickly, taking one careful step towards her. You're okay, Pip. I'm here, okay? I'm here now. He glanced back over at Jason's body, eyes lingering too long. Fuck, he hissed. Fuck. I can't believe it. You shouldn't have been out on your own. I shouldn't have let you be out on your own. Fuck, he said again, hitting his palm against his forehead. Fuck, are you okay? Did he hurt you? No, I'm fine, she said, that small, cavernous word again, hiding all sorts of dark things. Just from the tape, I'm fine. So how did? Ravi began, his eyes abandoning her again, slipping back over to the dead man 12 feet away. He left me tied up, Pip sniffed. I don't know where he went or for how long, but I managed to push over the shelves, get free and take off the tape. There's a window, I broke out of it. And okay, he cut her off. Okay, that's okay, Pip, it's going to be okay. Fuck, he said again, more to himself than her. Whatever you did, it was in self-defense, okay? Self-defense. He was going to kill you, so you had to kill him, that's what this is. Self-defense, and that's okay, Pip. We just need to call the police, okay? Tell them what happened, what he did to you, and that it was self-defense. Pip shook her head. No, Ravi lowered his eyebrows. What do you mean no, Pip? We have to call the police. There's a dead man on the ground over there. It wasn't self-defense, she said quietly. I had escaped. I was free. I could have walked away, but I saw him return and I went back. I killed him, Ravi, snuck up behind him and hit him with a hammer. I chose to kill him. It wasn't self-defense. I had a choice. Ravi was shaking his head now. He still couldn't see it, the full picture. No. He was going to kill you, that's why you killed him. That's self-defense, Pip, it's okay. I killed him. Because he was going to kill you, Ravi said, his voice rising. How do you know that? Pip said. She had to make him see that self-defense wasn't an option here, as she'd already realized, pacing up and down. How do I know that? Ravi asked, incredulous. Because he took you, because he's the DT killer. The DT killer has been in prison for more than 6 years, Pip said, not in her own voice. He confessed, there have been no killings since. What, but he pleaded guilty in court, there was evidence, forensic and circumstantial. The DT killer is already in prison, so why did I kill this man? Ravi's eyes narrowed, confused. Because he was the real DT killer. The DT killer is already in prison, Pip repeated, watching his eyes, waiting for him to understand. Jason Bell was a respectable man, a managing director of a mid-size company, and no one has a bad word to say about him. Acquaintances, friends even with D. Richard Hawkins. Jason has already been through a tragedy you might argue that I made much worse. So why did I have a fixation on Jason Bell? Why was I trespassing on his private property on a Saturday evening? Why did I sneak up behind him and hit him with a hammer? Not just once. I don't know how many times. Go look at him, Ravi, go look. I didn't just kill him. Overkill, that's the term, isn't it? And that is incompatible with self-defense. So why did I kill this nice, respectable man? Because he was the DT killer, Ravi said, less certain now. The DT killer is already in prison, he confessed, she said, and she saw the shift in Ravi's eyes as he understood what she was telling him. That's what you think the police will say. It doesn't matter what the truth is, Pip said. What matters is a narrative they will find acceptable, believable, and they won't believe my narrative. What evidence do I have other than my word? Jason got away with this for years. There might not be any evidence that he was DT, she deflated. I don't trust them, Ravi. I trusted the police before and they've let me down every single time. If we call them, the most likely outcome is that I'm going away for the rest of my life for murder. Hawkins already thinks I'm unhinged. And maybe I am. I killed him, Ravi. I knew what I was doing, and I don't even think I regret it. Because he was going to kill you. Because he's a monster, Ravi said, reaching for her hand before remembering the blood and letting his arm fall to his side. The world is better off without him, safer. It is, she agreed, looking back again, checking Jason hadn't moved, wasn't listening in. But no one else will understand that. Well, what the fuck are we going to do? Ravi asked, shifting his weight from foot to foot, a quiver in his lip. You can't go down for murder, that's not fair, that's not what this was, I don't know if we can say it was the right thing, but it wasn't wrong. It's not like what he did to those women, he deserved it, and I don't want to lose you, I can't lose you, that's your whole life, Pip, our whole life. I know, she said, a new kind of terror making its home in her head, but there was something else there too, keeping it back. A plan. They just needed a plan. Can't we go to the police and explain? Ravi drew off, chewing his lip, another glance at those disembodied feet. He was silent for a moment and another, eyes flickering, his mind busy behind them. "We can't go to the police. They got it wrong with Sal, didn't they, and Jamie Reynolds? And do I trust a jury of 12 peers with your life? Like the jury that decided Max Hastings was innocent? No, no way. Not you, you're too important." Pip wished she could take his hand, feel his warmth on her skin as their fingers intertwined in the way that they did. Team Ravi and Pip. Home. They looked into each other's eyes, a silent conversation in their shifting glances. Ravi finally blinked. "So what do we, how would we get away with this?" he said, the question almost ridiculous enough for a smile. How to get away with murder? "Just theoretically, do we? I don't know, bury him somewhere so no one ever finds him." Pip shook her head. "No, they always find them eventually, like Andy." She took a deep breath. "I've studied a lot of murder cases, as have you, listened to hundreds of true crime podcasts. There's only one way to get away with it, which is to not leave any evidence and to not be here at the time of death, to have an ironclad alibi somewhere far away during the time of death window. But you were here." Ravi stared at her. "What time did it? What time did you?" Pip checked the time on Jason's burner phone. "I think it was around 6:30 that it happened, so coming up to an hour ago now." "Whose phone is that?" Ravi nodded to it. "You didn't call me from his phone, did you?" "No, no, it's a burner phone, not mine, it's his, Jason's, but it—" Her voice escaped from her as she saw the question forming in Ravi's eyes, and Pip knew she'd finally have to tell him. They had bigger secrets now, no room for this anymore. "I have a burner phone I never told you about. At home." There was movement in Ravi's lips, almost close to a smile. "I always said you'd end up with your own burner phone," he said. "Why do you have one?" "I have 6 actually," Pip sighed, and somehow this felt harder to say than telling him that she'd killed a man. "It's, I haven't been coping well with what happened to Stanley. I said I was fine, but I wasn't fine. I'm sorry. I've been buying Xanax from Luke Eaton after the doctor wouldn't prescribe me anymore. I just wanted to be able to sleep. I'm sorry." She dropped his gaze, staring down at her trainers. There were flecks of blood on those as well. Ravi looked hurt, taken aback. "I'm sorry too," he said quietly. "I knew you weren't fine, but I didn't know what to do about it. I thought you just needed time, change of scenery." He sighed. "You should have told me, Pip. I don't care what it is, whatever it is." He glanced quickly over at Jason's body. "But no secrets between us, okay? We're a team. We're a team, you and me, and we will fix this, together. I promise we're going to get through this." Pip wanted to fall into him, let him wrap her up in his arms and disappear down into them. But she couldn't. Her body, her clothes, were a crime scene, and she couldn't contaminate him. It was like he knew somehow, had read it in her eyes. He stepped forward and reached out, carefully stroking one finger under her chin, in a place without blood, and it was just the same. "So if he died at 6:30 p.m., Ravi said, locking back onto her eyes. "How do we give you an ironclad alibi for 6:30 p.m. when you were here?" "We can't, not that way," she said, looking inside into that growing idea in her head. "It should be impossible, but maybe it wasn't. But I was thinking, when I was waiting for you, I was thinking about it. Time of death is an estimate, and the medical examiner uses 3 main factors in that estimation. Rigor mortis, that's how the muscles stiffen after death. Livor mortis, that's when the blood pools inside the body, and body temperature. Those are the 3 factors they use to narrow down the time of death. And so I was thinking, if we can manipulate those 3 factors, if we can delay them, we can make the medical examiner think he died hours after he did. And in that time window, you and I can have solid alibis, separately, with people and cameras and an undeniable evidence trail." Ravi considered for a moment, chewing on his bottom lip. "How would we manipulate those factors?" he said, eyes ahead, skimming over dead Jason and back. "Temperature," Pip said. "Temperature is the main one. Colder temperatures slow the onset of rigor mortis and lividity, that's the blood pooling. But also with lividity, if you turn the body before the blood has settled, it will resettle again. And if you could turn the body a few times, you could buy yourself hours there, alongside cooling the body. Ravi nodded, turning his head, studying their surroundings. How could we cool his body, though? I suppose it was too much to ask for Jason Bell to have owned a fridge-freezer company instead. The problem is body temperature, though. If we keep him cool to delay rigor and lividity, his body temperature will also drop. He will be too cold and the plan won't work. So we would have to cool him down and then be able to warm him up again. Right, Ravi said, with a disbelieving sniff. So we've just got to put him in a freezer and then pop him in a microwave. Fuck, I can't believe we are even talking about this. This is crazy. This is crazy, Pip. Not a freezer, Pip said, following Ravi's lead, looking at the green scene complex with new eyes. That's too cold. More like a fridge temperature. And then, of course, after we've warmed him up again, we will have to make sure his body is found only a few hours later by the police and the medical examiner. Otherwise, none of this will work. We need him to be warm and stiff when they find him, and his skin still blanchable. That means the pooled blood moves when you press the skin. If that's the early morning, then they should think he died 6 to 8 hours before then. Will it work? Pip shrugged, a near laugh in her throat. Ravi was right, this was crazy. But she was alive, and she was very nearly not. At least this was better than that. I don't know, I've never killed someone and got away with murder before, she sniffed. But it should work, the science works. I did a lot of research when I was looking at that Jane Doe case. If we can do all that, cool him down, turn him a couple of times, and then heat him back up, it should work. It will look like he died more like, I don't know, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And we will both be somewhere else by then. Ironclad. Okay, Ravi nodded. Okay, that sounds, well, it sounds crazy, but I think we can do it. I think we might actually be able to do this. It's a good thing you're such an expert in murder. Pip pulled a face at him. No, I mean like from studying it, not killing people. I hope this is the first and last time. Ravi tried and failed at a smile, shifting on his feet. One thing though, say we're actually going to try to pull this off, and we want them to find his body so this time of death manipulation works. Well, they're going to know that someone killed him, and they will look for a killer until they find one. That's what the police do, Pip. They'll have to have a killer. Pip tilted her head, studied Ravi's eyes, her reflection captured inside them. This was why she needed him. He pushed her forward or reined her back when she didn't know she needed it. He was right. This would never work. They could shift the time of death and make sure they were far away from here in that time frame, but the police would still need a killer. They would look until they found one, and if she and Ravi made even one mistake, then... You're right, she nodded, her hand moving out to take his before she remembered. It won't work. They need a killer. Someone has to have killed Jason Bell. Someone else. Okay, so... Ravi began, talking them back to square one, but Pip's mind wandered away from him, flipped over to show her all those things at the very back. The things she hid away, the terror, the shame, the blood on her hands, the red, violent red thoughts, and one face hanging there, angular and pale. I know, Pip said, cutting Ravi off. I know who the killer is. I know who's going to have killed Jason Bell. What? Ravi stared at her. Who? It was inevitable, full circle. The end was the beginning, and the beginning was the end. Back to the very start, to the origin, to set it all right. Max Hastings, she said, 12 minutes. 12 minutes was all it took. Pip knew because she'd checked the time on the burner phone as she and Ravi talked it through. She thought it would have taken much longer, it should have taken much longer, a plan to set someone up for murder. Agonizing hours and a cascade of details, tiny yet critical. That's what you'd think, what Pip would have thought. But 12 minutes and they were done. Ideas back and forth, picking holes in them and plugging the gaps when they found them. Who and where and when. Pip didn't want to involve anyone else, but Ravi made her see it couldn't be done, not without help. The entire thing almost unraveled until Ravi came up with the mobile phone tower idea from a case he was working on at the firm, and Pip knew exactly what call to make. 12 minutes, and there the plan was, like a physical thing between them. Precious and solid and clear and binding. They could never go back from this, go back to who they were before. It would be difficult and it would be tight. They could make no wrong turns, no delays, no room for error, but the plan worked in theory, how to get away with murder. Jason Bell was dead, but he wasn't dead yet. He would be in a few hours. And Max Hastings would be the one who killed him, finally locked away where he belonged. They deserve it, Pip said, standing back. They both deserve it, don't they? It was too late for Jason, but Max. She hated him down to the very core of who she was, but was that blinding her, leading her? Yes, he reassured her, though she knew he hated him just as much. They've hurt people. Jason killed 5 women, he would have killed you. He started everything that led to Andy and Sal dying. So did Max. Max will carry on hurting people if we do nothing. We know that. They deserve this, both of them. He gently tapped his finger in that safe space under her chin, pulling her face up to look at him. It's a choice between you or Max, and I choose you. I'm not losing you. And Pip didn't say, but she couldn't help thinking of Elliot Ward, who'd made a choice exactly like this, making Sal a killer to save himself and his daughters. And there Pip was too, in that messy, confusing gray area, dragging Ravi in with her. The end and the beginning. Okay, she nodded, talking herself back into it. The plan was binding and they were in it now, and time was not on their side. A few things still left to work out, but the most important is the refrigerating and heating up the dead body. Ravi finished the sentence for her, glancing again at those abandoned feet. He still hadn't seen the body up close, seen what Pip had done to Jason. Pip hoped Ravi wouldn't change his mind when he did, wouldn't look at her any different. He pointed to the brick building behind them, separate to the corrugated iron building with the chemical storeroom off its side. That building there looks more like an office building where the office staff work. There's probably a kitchen in there, right, with a fridge and a freezer. Yeah, there probably is, Pip nodded, but not human-sized. Ravi blew out a mouthful of air, his face tight and tense. Again, why couldn't Jason Bell have owned a meat processing factory with giant fridges? Let's go have a look around, Pip said, turning back to the open metal door and Jason's feet lying across the threshold. We have his keys. She nodded at them, still in the lock where Jason had left them. He's the owner, he must have a key to every door here. And he told me the security alarms were disabled everywhere, and the CCTV cameras. He told me he had all weekend if he wanted it, so we should be fine. Yeah, good idea, Ravi said, but he didn't take a step forward because stepping towards that door also meant stepping towards the dead body. Pip went first, holding her breath as she walked over, eyes stalling on Jason's broken open head. She blinked, dragging her gaze away, and pulled the heavy ring of keys out the door. We need to make sure we remember everything I've touched so we can wipe it down later, she said, cradling the keys in her hand. Come on this way. Pip stepped over Jason, avoiding the halo of blood around his head. Ravi followed close behind, and Pip saw his eyes lingering, blinking hard as though he might wish it all away. A small cough as he picked up his pace behind her. They didn't say anything. What was there to say? It took a few attempts for Pip to find the right key for the door at the end of the storeroom, by the workbench. She pushed it open into a dark and cavernous room. Ravi pulled his sleeve up over his fingers and flicked on the light switch. The room came into view in flickers, as the overhead lights settled into their buzzy glow. This building must have once been a barn, Pip realized, staring up into its impossibly high ceiling. And laid out before them were rows and rows and rows of machines. Lawnmowers, strimmers, leaf blowers, machines she didn't even understand, and tables with smaller tools like hedge cutters. Over on the right were large machines Pip assumed must be ride-on mowers, covered over with black tarp. There were shelves with more metal tools glinting in the light and red jerry cans and bags of soil. Pip turned to Ravi, his eyes taking in the room, feverish and fast. What's that? He pointed to a bright orange machine, tall, with a funnel-shaped top. I think that's a shredder, she said, or a wood chipper, whatever it's called. Branches go in and it shreds them to tiny little pieces. Ravi pursed his lips to one side like he was considering something. No, Pip said firmly, knowing exactly what it was. I didn't say anything, he countered. But there are clearly no giant fridges in here, are there? But Pip's gaze alighted on the rows and rows of mowers. Lawnmowers run on petrol, don't they? Ravi's eyes picked up hers, widened in recognition. Ah, for the fire, he said. Even better, Pip added. Petrol doesn't just burn, it explodes. Good, that's good, Ravi nodded. But that's the very last step, and we have a long night ahead of us before then. All of it's pointless if we can't work out how to cool him down. And warm him up, Pip said, and she felt it catching from the look in Ravi's eyes, despair. The plan might be over before it began. Her life in the balance and the scales were tipping away from them. Come on, think. What could they use? There had to be something. Let's check the office building, Ravi said, taking charge, leading Pip away from the regimented lines of mowers, back through the chemical storeroom, picking their way through the spilled weed killer and the spilled blood. Around the dead body, more dead each time, treading around him on feather-light steps, like this was just a childhood game. Pip glanced back at the storeroom, at the coils of duct tape with tufts of her hair and spots of her blood. My DNA is all over this room, she said. I'll take the duct tape with me, dispose of it with my clothes, but we're going to have to clean those shelves too, clean it all before we burn it. Yes, Ravi said, taking the ring of keys from her. And these, he jangled them. There should be cleaning supplies in the office, I'd say. Pip caught sight of herself again, reflected in the window of Jason's car as they passed. Her eyes too dark, the pupils overgrown, eating away at the thinning border of hazel green. She shouldn't stare too long in case her reflection stayed in Jason's window, forever leaving a mark of her there. That's when she remembered. Fuck, she said, and Ravi's footsteps crunched to a halt. What? He said, joining her reflection in the window, his eyes too big and too dark as well. My DNA. It's all over the boot of his car. That's okay, we can deal with that as well, Ravi's reflection said, and Pip saw the mirror version of him reach for her hand before he remembered and pulled back. No, I mean it's all over the boot, she said, panic rising again. Hair, skin, my fingerprints which the police already have on file. I left as much as I could. I thought I was going to die and I was trying to help. Leave a trail of evidence so you could find him, catch him. A new look in Ravi's eyes, desolate and quiet, and a quiver in his lip like he was trying not to cry. You must have been so scared, he said quietly. I was, she said. And as scary as this was, the plan and what would happen if they failed, nothing came close to the terror she'd felt in that boot or in that storeroom, taped up in her death mask. Its traces still there, all over her skin, in the craters of her eyes. We will sort it, okay? He said loudly, speaking over the tremor in his voice. We will deal with the car later when we're back. First we need to find something to cool him down. Pip sounded out the words, staring beyond herself into the inside of Jason's car. Cool him down and then heat him up, she said, her eyes circling the control panel beside the steering wheel. The idea started small, as a simple what-if, growing and growing, gorging itself on Pip's attention until it was all she could think. Oh my God, she hissed, and again louder, oh my God. What? Ravi asked, instinctively checking over his shoulders. Car, Pip turned to him. The car is our fridge. This is a newish car, fancy SUV. How cold do you think the aircon gets? The idea pulled in Ravi too. She could see it in his eyes, something close to excitement. Pretty cold, he said. On the coldest setting, full blast from all the vents, enclosed space. Yeah, pretty fucking cold, he said with a near smile. A standard fridge is about 4 degrees Celsius. You think we can get it to that? How do you know what a standard fridge temperature is? He asked. Ravi, I know things. How do you not know by now that I know things? Well, Ravi glanced up at the sky. It's kinda chilly out tonight. Can't be more than 15 degrees outside. So if we just need the car to cool 10 degrees or so, yeah, I'd say that's feasible. A shift in Pip's ribcage, a feeling like relief that opened out her chest, gave her a little more space to breathe. They could do this. They might actually do this. Play God. Bring a man back to life for a few hours so another could kill him. And, she said, when we get back here later, turn on the heaters to the hottest setting, full blast. Ravi took over the sentence for her, speaking fast. Bring his body temperature back up, Pip finished it. Ravi nodded, eyes darting left to right as he ran it through his head again. Yes, this is going to work, Pip. You're going to be okay. She just might. But they hadn't even started yet, and time was ticking away from them. Remember the last time we did this? Ravi asked her, pulling on the pair of work gloves he'd found in the office building, in a cupboard full of spare uniform parts bearing the company logo. Moved a dead body? Pip asked, clapping her gloves together, small clumps of mud disintegrating into dust before her eyes. No, we haven't actually done that before, Ravi sniffed. I meant the last time we wore gardening gloves to commit a crime, breaking and entering into the Bell's house, his house. He nodded back in the direction of the chemical storeroom. He drew off. Don't, Pip told him, giving him a stern look. What? You were going to make of that escalated quickly joke, Ravi. I can always tell. Ah, I forgot, he said. You know things, she did. And she knew that humor was Ravi's tick, his way of coping. Okay, let's do this, she said. She crouched and pulled up one edge of the tarp covering the overgrown mower. The black plastic crinkled as she threw it up and over the machine, Ravi dragging it off from the other side. It came free, and Ravi folded it up roughly in his arms. Pip guided him out of the large room, back into the chemical storeroom, the weed-killer fumes still strong, a headache starting to make itself known. Ravi laid the tarp out over the concrete, beside Jason's body, avoiding the blood. Pip could read the tension in the way he held his mouth, that faraway look she was sure she had too. Don't look at him, Ravi, she said. You don't have to look at him. Ravi stepped towards her as though to help her with the next part. No, she said, sending him away. You don't touch him. You don't touch anything unless you have to. I don't want any traces of you here. That would be far worse than the unthinkable, if she went down for murder, but if Ravi went down with her. No, this could not touch him, and so he could not touch the scene. If they failed, it would all be on her, that was the deal. Ravi knew nothing, saw nothing, did nothing. Pip bent to her knees on the other side of Jason, and slowly she reached out, gripping onto his shoulder and his arm. He wasn't stiff yet, but rigor would start to set in soon. She leaned forward and pushed, rolling Jason and his broken open head onto his front. His face was untouched. Pale and slack, but he almost looked like he could be sleeping. Pip reset her grip and rolled him again, face down on the edge of the tarp and again, face up in the middle. Okay, she said, pulling up one side of the tarp and wrapping it over him. Ravi did the same on the other side. Jason was gone, tidied away. The remnants of the DT killer, just a dark red puddle and a rolled-up tarp. He needs to be lying on his back in the car for the lividity, Pip said, positioning herself where Jason's shoulders should be. And then when we come back, we turn him on his front. The blood will resettle, make it look like those hours never happened. Yeah, okay, Ravi nodded, bending down and gripping Jason's ankles through the tarp. 1, 2, 3, lift. He was heavy, too heavy, Pip's grip under his shoulders awkward through the sheet of plastic. But together they had him, walking slowly out the metal door, Ravi moving backwards, glancing down to check he wasn't trekking through the blood. The gentle hum of an engine greeted them outside. They already had Jason's car up and running, the aircon on the coldest setting, every vent in the car opened up fully. Doors closed to keep in the chill. Ravi had found some ice packs in the freezer in the office building, presumably for workplace accidents. But now they were dotted around the inside of the car, close to the vents, cooling it even more. I'll get the door, Ravi said, leaning down to place Jason's feet gently on the gravel. Pip stuck her leg forward, buttressed against Jason's back to take some of the weight. Ravi opened the door to the back seat. Already pretty cold in there, he said, returning to the other end of Jason and picking him up with a grunt. Carefully, half steps at a time, they maneuvered the rolled-up tarp through the car door, dropping Jason onto the back seat and sliding him through. It was already cold in here, like leaning inside a fridge, and Pip could see the foggy billows of her breath in front of her as she tried to push Jason further in. His head, his undone head, wouldn't fit inside. "Hold on," Pip said, running round the back of the car to open the other door. She reached through the opening at the end of the tarp, gripped Jason's ankles and pushed them up to bend his knees, using the extra room to drag him all the way in. Holding him in position as she slowly closed the door, the sound of his feet knocking against it, like he was trying to kick his way free. Ravi closed the door on the other side and stepped back, clapped his hands together with a tense outward breath. "And it will keep running for hours while we're gone," Pip checked again. "Yeah, he has almost a full tank. It will keep going long as we need it to," Ravi replied. "Good, that's good," she said, another word she knew to be meaningless. "So now we go back home, the plan." "The plan," Ravi parroted her. "Feels scary leaving it like this, invisible traces of you all over it." "I know," she said, "but it's secure, no one is coming here. Jason said so himself. He planned to kill me here and he had all night, all weekend. No cameras or alarms, so we have the same. Everything will be the same when we get back. And then we remove those traces, plant new ones." She glanced through the car window at the rolled-up black tarp and the dead man inside who wasn't dead yet. Not if everything worked out. Ravi removed his gloves. "You taking your rucksack?" "Yes," Pip said, pulling her gloves off too, placing them in Ravi's pair inside her unzipped bag. Her duct tape binds were in here too, removed from the storeroom. Ankles, wrists, unwound mask with her ripped-out hair. "And you have everything in there, everything you came with?" "Yes, it's all in here," she said, zipping it up. "Everything I packed in it this afternoon. Now the gloves, the used duct tape, Jason's burner phone, I've left nothing behind." "And the hammer?" Ravi asked. "That can stay here." She straightened up, shouldering the bag. "We can clean my prints off it later. Max will need a murder weapon too." "Okay," Ravi said, taking the lead, heading towards his car abandoned by the open green scene gate. "Let's go home." One last check. Ravi leaned in close across the handbrake, studying her, his breath sweet but sharp on her face. "There's still some on your face that's dried, and on your hands." He glanced down. "And there's spots on your jumper. You'll have to get upstairs quickly before they see you." Pip nodded. "Yeah, I can do that," she said. She'd laid her spare t-shirt out on the seat so no blood would transfer on to Ravi's car. And she'd used her spare pair of underwear, pouring a little water from her bottle to try to wipe the blood from her face and her hands while Ravi drove the back roads. It would have to do. Pip opened the car door with her elbow and stepped out, leaning back in to stuff the t-shirt she'd sat on in her bag too, zipping it up. House keys in the other hand. "Are you sure?" Ravi asked her again. "Yes," she told him. They'd been over the plan again, over and over in the car. "I can do this part on my own." "Well, you know what I mean." "I can help," Ravi said, a hint of desperation in his voice. Pip looked at him, took in every inch and left none behind. "You've already helped, Ravi, more than you know. You helped me stay alive in there, you came to get me. I can do this part alone. What will help me is you being safe, that's what I want. I don't want any of this to come back on you if it goes wrong." "I know, but," Pip cut him off. "So you're going to go establish your alibi now for the whole evening, in case our timings don't work out and we don't delay the time of death by enough. What are you going to do?" She wanted to hear him say it again, airtight, ironclad. "I'm going home to grab my phone, then driving to Amersham to pick up my cousin Rahul," Ravi said, staring ahead. "Use the roads so the traffic cams pick me up. Going to take out some cash from an ATM so the camera there also gets me. Then we're going to go to Pizza Express or another chain and order food, pay with my card. Be loud, draw attention to us so people remember us being there. Take photos and videos on my phone showing us there. Make a call too, probably to Mum to tell her what time I'll be home. I'm going to text you and ask you how your evening is going because I don't know you lost your phone yet and we haven't seen each other all day." He took a quick breather. "Then we'll go to the pub where all my cousin's friends hang out, lots of witnesses. Stay until 11:30. Then I drop Rahul home and I drive back, fill up with petrol on the way so another CCTV camera gets me. Go home, pretend to go to bed." "Good, yes," Pip said, glancing at the clock on the car's dashboard. It had just gone 8:10. "Meet me at midnight." "Meet you at midnight and you'll call me?" he asked. "From your burner phone if anything goes wrong." "It won't go wrong," Pip answered, trying to convince him with her eyes. "Be careful," he said, tightening his grip on the wheel, a substitute for her hand. "I love you." "I love you," she said, another last time. But it wouldn't be the last. She'd see him in a few hours. Pip closed the door and waved to Ravi as he indicated and peeled off down the road. She took one deep breath to prepare herself, and then she turned and walked down her driveway to the front door. She saw her family through the front window, the frames of the TV dancing across their faces. She watched them for a moment, out here in the dark. Josh was folded up on the rug in his pajamas, awkward and small, playing with his Lego. Her dad was laughing at something on the TV, and Pip could feel its vibrations even out here. Her mum tutted, slapped a hand against his chest, and Pip heard her saying, "Oh, Victor, that's not funny." "It's always funny when people fall over," came his booming reply. Pip felt her eyes prickling, a catch in her throat. She thought she'd never see them again. Never smile with them or cry or laugh, never grow old as her parents grew older, their traditions becoming hers, like the way her dad made mashed potato or the way her mum decorated the tree at Christmas. Never see Josh grow into a man or know what his forever voice sounded like or what made him happy. All those moments, a lifetime of them, big and small. Pip had lost them, and now she hadn't. Not if she could pull this off. Pip cleared her throat, dislodging the lump, and unlocked the front door as quietly as she could. She crept inside, shutting the door behind her with a barely audible click, hoping the noise of an audience clapping from the TV would cover it. Keys gripped too hard in her fist so they wouldn't make a sound. Slowly, carefully, holding her breath, she passed the living room door, glancing at the backs of their heads against the sofa. Her dad moved and Pip's heart dropped, freezing her to the spot. No, it was okay. He was just shifting his position, placing his arm around her mum's shoulders. Up the stairs, quieter. The third stair creaked under her weight. "Pip, is that you?" her mum called, shuffling on the sofa to turn around. "Yeah," Pip called back, bounding up the stairs quickly before her mum got a good look. "It's me. Sorry, I'm just desperate for a wee." "We have a toilet downstairs, you know," her dad shouted as she rounded the top of the stairs into the hallway. "Unless by we you really mean a pee, thought you were staying at Ravi's." Her mum now. "2 minutes," Pip shouted in response, running straight for the bathroom, closing the door behind her, locking it. She'd have to clean that door handle too. That was close. But they were acting normally. They hadn't seen anything, not the flecks of blood or her ripped-up hair or the raw skin on her face. And those were Pip's first tasks. She pulled her hoodie off over her head, shutting her mouth and shutting her eyes, so none of the drying blood would stray inside. She dropped it carefully, inside out on the tiles. She kicked off her trainers and her socks, then peeled off her dark leggings. She couldn't see any blood against the material, but she knew it was there, hiding somewhere in the fibers. And then her sports bra, a small, rusted stain near the middle where some of the blood had transferred through her hoodie. She left the clothes in a pile and turned on the shower. Warm, hot, hotter. So hot that it hurt to step inside under the stream. But it needed to be hot to feel like it was scouring away the top layer of her skin. How else would she ever feel clean of DT? She scrubbed at herself with shower gel, watching as the pinky blood-dyed water ran off her legs, between her toes and down the drain. She scrubbed and scrubbed again, finishing off the half-full shower gel, cleaning under her fingernails too. She washed her hair 3 separate times, the strands feeling thinner, more brittle now. shampoo stinging the graze on her cheekbone. When she finally felt clean enough, Pip stepped out into a towel, leaving the water running for a while longer to wash away any residue of blood on the shower tray. She'd clean that later too. With the towel tucked under her armpits, she grabbed the flip-lid bathroom bin nestled beside the toilet and pulled out the plastic bucket liner from inside. There were just 2 empty toilet rolls in it, and Pip removed these, stacking them on the windowsill instead. In the cabinet under the sink she found the toilet bleach, unscrewed the lid and poured some into the plastic bucket. More, all of it. She straightened up and filled the bucket halfway with warm water from the tap, diluting the bleach, the smell strong and noxious. She'd have to make 2 journeys to her bedroom, but her family were all downstairs, it should be clear. Pip hoisted up the bucket, heavy now, holding it with one arm against her chest as she unlocked the bathroom door. She staggered out across the landing and into her bedroom, placing the bucket down in the middle, water sloshing dangerously close to the upper rim. More eerie sounds of a TV audience applauding her as Pip returned to the bathroom, grabbing the pile of bloodied clothes and her rucksack. "Pip," came her mum's voice from the stairs. "Fuck. Just showered. I'll be down in a minute." Pip called back, hurrying into her room and closing the door behind her. She dropped the pile of clothes beside the bucket, and then on her knees she turned to the discarded pile and gently, one by one, lowered them into the bleach mixture, stuffing them down. Her trainers, too, bobbing half in at the top. From her rucksack she added the lengths of duct tape that had bound her face and her hands and her ankles, pushing them down into the diluted bleach. She pulled out Jason's burner phone, sliding the back off to remove the SIM card. She snapped the little card in half and dropped the disassembled phone into the water. Then the underwear she'd used to wipe the blood from her face, and the spare t-shirt she'd sat on. Finally, the branded green scene gloves she and Ravi had used, perhaps most incriminating. She pushed them right to the bottom. The bleach would deal with the visible bloodstains, and probably the dye of the fabrics too, but it was just a precaution. Everything in here would be gone forever by this time tomorrow. Another job for later. For now, Pip dragged the bucket across the carpet and hid it inside her wardrobe, poking her trainers back in. The smell of bleach was strong, but no one would be coming into her bedroom. Pip dried herself and dressed in a black hoodie and black leggings, and then turned to the mirror to deal with her face. Her hair hung down in feeble, wet strands, her scalp too sore to run a brush through. She could see a small bald patch on the crown of her head, where she'd ripped out her hair with the tape. She'd have to cover it. Pip dragged her fingers through and secured her hair into a high ponytail, tight and uncomfortable. She layered 2 more hair ties on her wrist for later when she and Ravi returned to green scene. Her face still looked raw and blotchy, and then slightly sickly as she piled foundation over to cover it. Concealer on the worst parts. She looked pale and the texture of her skin looked rough, peeling in places, but it would do. She emptied out her rucksack to repack it, ticking off items from the mental list she and Ravi had assembled, seared into her brain like a mantra. 2 beanie hats, 5 pairs of socks. 3 of the burner phones from her desk drawer, turning them all on. The small pile of cash she kept in that secret compartment too, taking it all, just in case. In the pocket of her smartest jacket, hanging in her wardrobe over the bucket of bleach, she found the embossed card she hadn't touched since that mediation meeting and placed it carefully in the front pocket of her bag. Darting quietly into her mum and dad's ensuite, she grabbed a handful of the latex gloves her mum used to dye her hair, at least 3 pairs each. She repacked her purse on top of everything, checking her debit card was inside. She would need it for her alibi. And her car keys. That was it, everything from upstairs. She ran it through again, double-checking she had everything needed for the plan. There were a few more items to get from downstairs, somehow avoiding the watchful gaze of her family and a younger brother who made everyone's business his own. "Hey," she said breathlessly, skipping down the stairs. "Just had to shower because I'm heading out and went on a run earlier." The lie came out too fast. She needed to slow it down, remember to breathe. Her mum turned her head against the backrest of the sofa, looking at her. "I thought you were going to Ravi's for dinner and staying over." "A sleepover," Joshua's voice added, though Pip couldn't see him beyond the couch. "Change of plans," she said with a shrug. "Ravi had to go see his cousin, so I'm hanging out with Kara instead." "No one asked me about any sleepover," added her dad. Pip's mum narrowed her eyes, studying her face. Could she tell what was hiding just beneath the makeup? Or was there something different in Pip's eyes, that haunted faraway look? She'd left the house still her mum's little girl, and she'd returned as someone who knew what it was to die violently, to cross over that line and somehow come back from it. And not only that, she was a killer now. Had that changed her in her mother's eyes, in her own, reshaped her? "You haven't had an argument, have you?" she asked. "What?" Pip said, confused. "Me and Ravi, no, we're fine." She attempted a light-hearted sniff, dismissing the idea. How she wished for anything as normal, as quiet as an argument with her boyfriend. "I'm just grabbing a snack from the kitchen, then heading out." "Okay, sweetie," her mum said, like she didn't believe her. But that was fine. If her mum wanted to believe she and Ravi had had an argument, that was fine. Good, even. Far better than anything near the truth. That Pip had murdered a serial killer and was now, at this very moment, heading out to frame a rapist for the crime she'd committed. In the kitchen, Pip opened the wide drawer at the top of the island, the drawer where her mum kept the foil and baking paper, and the plastic sandwich bags. Pip grabbed 4 of the resealable sandwich bags, and 2 of the larger plastic freezer bags, stuffing them on top of her rucksack. From the bits and bobs drawer on the other side of the kitchen, Pip retrieved the candle lighter and packed it in too. And now for the last item on the list, which wasn't really a specific item, more a problem to be dealt with. Pip thought inspiration would have struck her by now, but she was coming up empty. The Hastings family had fitted 2 security cameras either side of their front door since Pip vandalized their house months ago, after the verdict. She needed something to deal with those cameras, but what? Pip opened the door into the garage, the air cold in here, almost nice against her skin, still adrenaline hot. She surveyed the room, her eyes flicking over her parents' bikes, to her dad's toolkit, to the mirrored dresser that her mum kept insisting they'd find room for. What could Pip use to disable those cameras? Her eyes lingered over her dad's toolkit, pulling her over across the room. She opened the lid and looked inside. There was a small hammer lying on top. She supposed she could sneak up and break the cameras, but that would make a sound, might alert Max inside. Or those wire cutters if the cameras had exposed wiring. But she'd been hoping for something less permanent, something that better fitted the narrative. Her eyes caught on something else, head height on the shelf above the toolbox, staring at her in that way inanimate objects sometimes did. Pip's breath caught in her throat, and she sighed because it was perfect. A near-full roll of gray duct tape. That was exactly what she needed. Fucking duct tape, Pip muttered to herself, grabbing it and shoving it inside her bag. She left the garage and froze in the doorway. Her dad was in the kitchen, half inside the fridge, picking at the leftovers and watching her. "What are you doing in there?" he asked, lines crisscrossing his forehead. "Oh, looking for my blue Converse," Pip said, thinking on her feet. "What are you doing in there?" "They're in the rack by the door," he said, indicating down the hall with his head. "I'm just getting your mother a glass of wine." "Oh, and the wine's kept under that plate of chicken," Pip said, walking past, shouldering her bag. "Yes, I'll have to heroically eat my way to it," he replied. "What time will you be home?" 11:30-ish, Pip said, calling bye to her mum and Josh. Her mum telling her not to stay out too late because they were heading to Legoland in the morning, and there was a small whoop of excitement from Josh. Pip said she wouldn't, the normalness of the scene like a punch in her gut, doubling her over, making it hard to even look at her family. Would she ever belong in a scene like this again after what she did? Normal was all she'd wanted, what all of this was for, but was it now out of reach forever? It definitely would be if she went down for Jason's murder. Pip closed the front door behind her and exhaled. She didn't have time for these questions. She needed to focus. There was a body 10 miles away, and she was in a race against it. It was 8:27 p.m. now, already behind schedule. Pip unlocked her car and climbed inside, placing the rucksack on the passenger seat. She turned the key in the ignition and pulled away, her legs shaking against the pedal, stage one complete behind her. On to the next. The dark red door peeled open in front of Pip, the shadow of a face in the small crack. "I told you already," said the shadow, registering who it was at the door. "I don't have them yet." Luke Eaton pulled the door fully open, dark hallway behind him, the street lamps outside lighting up the tattoos that climbed his neck like a net, holding his flesh together. "Doesn't matter how many times you text from how many different phones, I don't have it," he said, a hint of impatience in his voice. "And you aren't supposed to just show up like, 'Give me the stronger stuff,'" Pip said, cutting him off. "What?" He stared at her, one hand running through his close-shaved head. "The stronger stuff," Pip repeated. "The Rohypnol, I need it. Now." Her face was blank like a shield or a mask, the girl back from the dead hiding behind it. But her hands might give her away, fidgeting nervously in the pocket of her hoodie. If he didn't have it, if he'd already sold his whole stash to Max Hastings himself, then it was all over. Not one part of the plan could fail, or it all did, a stack of cards precariously balanced on her back. And her whole life was right there in Luke's gray-tattooed hands. "Huh," he said, studying her, but he wouldn't get through the mask. "You sure?" Pip's shoulders relaxed, the cards still balanced. "He must have it, then." "Yes," she said, harder than she meant, the word hissing against her teeth. "Yes, I need it, I have to sleep tonight, I have to be able to sleep." She sniffed, wiped her nose on her sleeve. "Yeah," Luke eyed her. "You don't look great, it's more expensive than your usual, though." "I don't care however much it is. I need it." Pip pulled out the small stack of notes from her hoodie pocket. She had 80 pounds here, and she folded all of them into Luke's outstretched hand. "Whatever this will get me," she said. "As much." Luke looked down at the money folded into his hand, a muscle twitching in his cheek as he chewed on some unknown thought. Pip watched him, urging him on, planting invisible marionette strings inside his head, pulling on them like her life depended on it. "Okay, stay there," he said, pushing the door almost closed, his bare footsteps carrying him away down the dark hallway. The relief was bright but short-lived. Pip still had a long night ahead of her, and 1,000 chances for something to go wrong. She might be alive, but tonight she was fighting for her life all the same, just as hard as she had wrapped up in that tape. "Here," Luke said, returning, opening the door to only a sliver again, eyes glinting behind it. He held out a paper bag through the gap, and Pip took it from him. She opened it and glanced inside. 2 small, clear baggies with 4 of those moss-green pills inside. "Thank you," Pip said, scrunching up the bag and stuffing it into her pocket. "Yeah, all right," Luke said, stepping away. But before the door closed, he came back, face hanging in the gap. "Sorry about the other day, didn't see you on the crossing there." Pip nodded at him, arranging her mouth in a closed-lip smile to give none of herself away. "That's okay, I'm sure you didn't mean to." "Yeah," Luke nodded, sucking on his teeth. Listen, don't take too much of that, okay? It's a lot stronger than what you're used to. One will be enough to knock you out." "Got it, thanks," she said, catching the look on his face, almost like he was concerned about her. The most unlikely of places for it, the most unlikely of people. She really must look terrible. Pip heard the door closing gently behind her as she made her way back to her car, walking past Luke's bright white BMW, her reflection following her in its dark windows. Inside the car, she removed the paper bag from her pocket, pulled out the clear plastic bags and looked at them in the glow from the street lamps. 8 pills, inscribed with 1 mg on one side. Luke said one would be enough to knock her out, but she wasn't the one who needed to be unconscious. And she had to make sure it worked, quickly, but not enough to cause an overdose. That would make her a two-time killer in the same day. Pip opened both of the small bags and pulled out 2 of the pills from one of them. She dropped 1 pill into the other bag, 5 in there now. Then she snapped the last pill in 2, dropping 1/2 into each bag, 2.5 milligrams. She didn't know what she was doing, but that seemed like it would do it. Pip replaced the baggie with more pills into the paper bag and stuffed it into her rucksack. She'd get rid of them later, along with everything else. Didn't trust herself to keep them. But the other bag, with 2.5, she made sure the top was sealed up tight, and then she dropped the bag into the footwell just in front of the pedals. Pip guided her foot over the bag and pressed down against the pills with her heel, hearing them crack. She ground her heel down hard, working at every lump, pushing and grinding until they were crushed. She picked up the bag and held it out in front of her eyes. The pills were gone, replaced by a fine green dust. Pip shook it to make sure there were no remaining chunks. "Good," she said under her breath, tucking the bag of powder into her pocket and patting it to know it was still there. Pip started the car, her headlights scaring away the darkness outside, but not the other kind that lived in her head. It was 8:33 p.m., now 8:34, and still 3 more houses in Colton to visit tonight. The Reynoldses' house on Cedar Way looked like a face. Pip had always thought so, ever since she was little. It still did now, as she walked up the path towards its toothy front door, windows staring down at her, the steadfast guardian of the family inside. The house shouldn't let her in, it should turn her away. But the people inside wouldn't. Pip knew it in her gut. She knocked hard, watching the outline of someone approach through the stained glass of the door. "Hello, hi Pip," Jamie said, a wide smile stretching into his face as he pulled the door open. "Didn't know you were coming round. The 3 of us were just going to order pizza if you want to join." Pip's voice stalled in her throat. She didn't know how to begin, but she didn't have to, because Nat appeared in the hallway behind Jamie, the ceiling lights gliding off her white blonde hair, making it glow. "Pip," she said, walking over, slotting in beside Jamie. "Are you okay? Ravi called me a while ago and said he couldn't get hold of you. He said you were coming round to my house to talk to me about something, but you never showed." Her eyes narrowed, flicking across Pip's face. Nat might see behind the mask. She'd had to learn to wear one herself. "Are you okay?" she asked again, confusion making way for concern. Pip said, her voice still gravelly and raw in her throat. "Oh, hey, Pip," said a new voice, one she knew well. Connor had emerged from the kitchen, eyes flicking from the gathering at the door and down to his phone. "We were just going to order pizza if—" "Connor, shush," Jamie cut him off, and Pip could see the same look in his eyes as Nat's. They knew, they could tell, they could read it on her face. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "Are you okay?" Connor sidled in behind, staring at her too. Pip took a breath to steady herself. No, I'm not okay." "What's—" Nat began. "Something's happened. Something bad," Pip said, glancing down and noticing that her fingers were shaking. They were clean, but blood was leaking out the ends, and she didn't know if it was Stanley's or Jason Bell's or her own. She hid them inside her pocket, alongside the bag of powder and 1 burner phone. "And I need to ask you for help, all of you. And you can say no to me, and I promise I will understand." "Yeah, anything," Connor said, his eyes picking up on her fear, darkening with it. "No, Connor, wait," Pip said, glancing between the 3 of them. 3 of the people she'd thought would look for her if she disappeared. 3 people she'd been with through the fire and back. And she realized then that those same people, the ones who would look for you when you disappeared, they were the same people you could turn to if you needed to get away with murder. "You can't say yes yet because you don't. You don't," she paused. "I need to ask you for your help, but you can never ask me why or what happened, and I can never tell you." They all stared at her. "Never," Pip reiterated. "You have to have plausible deniability. You can never know why, but it's something I think we all want. Make someone pay, get what they deserved all along, but you can never know, you can never. Nat stepped forward over the threshold and placed her hand on Pip's shoulder, her grip tight and warm and quieting. "Pip," she said gently, eyes hooking on. "Do you need us to call the police?" "No," Pip sniffed. "Not the police, ever." "What do you mean make someone pay?" Connor asked. "Do you mean Max Hastings?" Nat stiffened, passing it down through the bone in Pip's shoulder. Pip lifted her head and nodded ever so slightly. "Put him away forever," she whispered, pulling out one hand and resting it on top of Nat's, stealing its warmth. "If it works. But you can never know, I can't tell you, and you can never tell anyone." "I'll do it," Jamie said, his face hardening, a determined set to his jaw. "I'll do it, whatever it is. You saved me, Pip. You saved me, so I'll save you. I don't need to know why, only that you need my help, and you have it. Anything to put him away." His gaze softened as his eyes moved from Pip to the back of Nat's head. "Yes," Connor nodded, dark blonde hair falling into his freckled face. A face she'd watched grow up, shifting with the years, just as he had with her. "Me too. You were there when I needed you." He stretched out his angular arms in an awkward shrug. "Of course I'll help." Pip felt her eyes filling up as she glanced between the Reynolds brothers. Two faces she'd known as far as memory would take her, two players in the history of who she was. Part of her wished they'd said no for their own sake, but she'd make sure they were safe. The plan would work, and if it didn't, she would be the only one to pay. Her silent promise to them all. This never happened. Pip never stood at their door and asked them for help. None of them were here right now. Pip's gaze trailed over to Nat, seeing her own face reflected in the brilliant blue orbs of Nat's eyes. Nat was the one who truly mattered. They hadn't believed her as many times as they hadn't believed Pip, that unthinkable violence of not believing. They shared that darkness, and Pip had taken on Nat's scream that day, the day of the verdict, as though it were hers, binding them together. They looked at each other, past the masks. "Will this get you into trouble?" Nat asked. "I'm already in trouble," Pip replied quietly. Nat breathed in slowly. She let go of Pip's shoulder and took her hand instead, gripping hard, fingers interlocked in hers. "What do you need us to do?" she said. "Tudor Lane." One of those roads in Little Kiltan Pip couldn't extricate from herself, from who she'd become, mapped inside her in place of an artery. Back here once more, like it was something inevitable, this very journey inscribed within her too. Pip glanced up, the Hastings house coming into view ahead on the right. Here it had all started, a branch of beginnings all those years ago. 5 teenagers one night, Sal Singh, Naomi Ward and Max Hastings among them. An alibi Sal always had, snatched away from him by his friends because of Elliot Ward. And here Pip would end it all. She checked back over her shoulder at the 3 of them, sitting inside Jamie's car parked further down the street. Her car was nestled behind it. She saw Nat nodding to her from the darkness of the passenger seat, and that gave her the courage to carry on. Pip held on to the straps of her rucksack and crossed the street. She stopped at the outer fence around Max's front drive, peeking through the branches of a tree. Max's car was the only one in the drive, as she'd known it would be. His parents were at their second house in Italy, because of the emotional distress Pip had caused them. And if she was right, Max should have returned from his evening run at around 8 if he'd been on one. Turned out all those months of running into each other wasn't for nothing at all. Max was alone inside, and he had no idea she was coming for him, but she'd told him. She'd warned him all those months ago. "Rapist. I will get you." Pip focused her eyes on the front door, picking out the security cameras mounted on the walls either side. They were small, pointed diagonally down to face the garden path up to the front door. They might not be real cameras, might just be for show, but Pip had to assume they were. And that was okay because they had a clear blind side, up against the house approaching from the other end. A blind side she would disappear right into. Pip patted her pocket, checked the duct tape was there, as well as the burner phone, the bag of powder, and one set of latex gloves. Then she placed her hands over the rail of the outer fence, waist-high, and swung her legs over the top. She landed silently in the grass on the other side, just another shadow among the branches. Keeping to the right-hand perimeter of the garden up against a hedgerow, she skirted over to the house, towards the corner, and one of the windows she'd smashed open months ago. The room beyond was dark, some kind of office, but she could see through an open door into the hallway where the lights were on. Keeping herself flat against the wall of the house, Pip sidled up behind the unsuspecting camera. She glanced up, positioned almost underneath it. Reaching into her pocket, she removed the duct tape and found its ragged end. She pulled a length of tape from the roll and ripped it free. Pip stretched to full height on her toes, arms snaking up beneath the camera, the tape ready and poised against her fingers. She pressed it over and around the glass, fully covering the lens. Another piece of tape to be sure it was all blocked. One down, one to go. But she couldn't walk over to it, right into its view. She left the same way she'd come, back along the house and the hedgerow, vaulting the fence where it hid beneath the tree. Walked along the pavement with her head down, hood up, to the other side of the house. An opening in the fence between two shrubs. Pip climbed over and in, creeping up the outer edge of the other side of the house, sidled in across the front. Ripped more tape free, leaned up and covered the camera. She exhaled. Okay, the cameras were disabled and they wouldn't have caught a trace of the one disabling them, because it was Max, not her. Max was the one who covered the cameras. Pip returned to the outer corner of the house and carried on around its side, walking carefully up to a glowing window near the back. She ducked and peered inside. The room was bright, lit up by yellow spotlights on the ceiling. But there was another light, flickering blue, clashing against the yellow. Pip's eyes found the source. The huge TV mounted against the back wall. And in front of the TV, his messy blonde hair visible over the arm of the sofa, was Max Hastings. A controller in his raised hands as he thumbed one button over and over, a gun firing on screen. Feet up on the oak coffee table, beside the obnoxious blue water bottle he took with him everywhere. Max shuffled and Pip dropped to the grass, her head below the window. She took 2 deep breaths, leaning against the bricks, crushing her bag between them. This was the part Ravi had been most worried about, that any number of small factors could send the plan spinning off course out of her control, that he should be there to help. But Max was here and so was his blue water bottle. And if Pip could get inside, that's all she needed. He'd never even know. Pip wouldn't have long to work out how to break in. Minutes, if that. She told Nat to buy her as much time as she could, but even 2 minutes was optimistic. Jamie had volunteered for the distraction at first, said he'd be able to keep Max at the door long enough. They'd been at school together, Jamie could find something to say, but Nat had shaken her head at them both, stepped forward. "Put him away forever, you said," Nat had asked her. 30 to life, Pip replied. "Well then, this is my last chance to say goodbye." "I'll do the distraction," she'd said, teeth gritted and determined. The same look was on Pip's face now as she reached into her pocket, fingers closing around the slippery latex gloves. She pulled them out and pulled them on, stretching her fingers down to the very ends. The burner phone next, with a new number saved. The number of the other burner phone she'd just given to Jamie and Connor. "Ready," she typed slowly, the gloves tripping up her fingers. It was only a few seconds until she heard the sound of a car door slamming in the distance. Nat was on her way. Any second that doorbell would ring. And everything, the entire plan, Pip's life, depended on the next 90 seconds. The shrill sound of a doorbell, a scream by the time it reached Pip's ears. Go, breath-fogged glass and a getaway heart escaping her chest. Pip's eyes at the bottom of the window, watching as Max paused the video game. He stood up, dropped the controller on the sofa. Stretched his arms over his head, then wiped his hands on his running shorts. He turned away, headed towards the hallway. Now, Pip was numb and she was flying, feet carrying her round the back of the house. She heard the doorbell press twice again, a muffled shout from inside, Max's voice. I'm coming, I'm coming. More windows at the back. They were closed. Of course they were closed. It was a cold night in September. Pip would break one if she had to, undo the catch and climb through. Pray he wouldn't hear that he wouldn't go into that room until it was too late. But a broken window didn't fit the narrative as well. How long had it been now? Had Max already opened the door, shocked to see Nat Da Silva standing in the dark outside? Stop! Stop thinking and move! Pip ran across the back of the house, keeping low. There was a patio ahead with a folded-up sunshade and a covered-up table. Leading out to it was a wide set of patio doors, small squares of glass in a white painted frame. There was no light leaking out of them, but as Pip approached, the moon lit her way again, showing her a large dining room inside. And the door that must connect it to the living room was closed, yellow lines of light around its border. Her breaths were adrenaline fast, and each one hurt. Pip hurried up to the patio doors. Through the glass she could see the door handle inside and a set of keys in the lock. This was it, her way in. She just had to break that one small pane of glass and she could reach inside to unlock the door. It wasn't perfect, but it would do, quickly. She braced one hand against the handle, readying the elbow on her other arm, but before she could ram it forward into the glass, her other hand gave way. The handle pushed down under her weight, and then, to her shock, it opened outward as she pulled. The door was already unlocked. It shouldn't be unlocked. The plan hadn't counted on that. But maybe Max didn't fear the danger lurking outside in the night because he already was the danger. Plain sight danger, not the dark of night kind. Or maybe he was just forgetful. Pip didn't pause, didn't stop to question it any further, sliding through the gap and shutting the patio door quietly behind her. She was inside. How long had that taken? She needed more time. How much longer could Nat distract him for? Pip could hear their voices now, carrying through the house. She couldn't make out the words, not until she opened the dining room door and crept through into the living room. The room was open plan, leading out onto the hallway. Pip glanced over and Max was right there, standing at the front door with his back to her. Beyond him, Pip could just make out the halo of Nat's white hair. "I don't understand why you're here," she heard Max say, his voice quieter than usual, unsure. "Just wanted to talk to you," Nat said. Pip held her breath and stepped forward. Slow, silent. Her eyes shifted away from Max to his blue water bottle waiting on the coffee table ahead. "Kind of feel like I shouldn't talk to you, not without a lawyer present," replied Max. "And doesn't that say everything?" Nat said with a sniff. There was still water in the bottle, almost a third. Pip had hoped for more, but that would do. It should be tasteless. Her feet moved from polished wood to the huge, over-patterned rug in the center of the room. There were no shadows to disappear into, nothing to hide behind. The room was bright, and if Max looked back now, he'd see her. "So, what did you want to say?" Max coughed lightly, and Pip halted, checking over her shoulder. "Wanted to talk to you about this libel suit you're filing against Pip." Pip crept forward, testing out each step before she leaned into it in case one of the floorboards creaked. She reached the edge of the large corner sofa and ducked down beneath it, crawling forward towards the bottle. The controller and Max's phone lying abandoned on the seat of the sofa. "What about it?" asked Max. Pip reached out with her gloved hand, fingers wrapping around the sturdy plastic of the bottle. Its spout was already up and waiting, globs of his spit resting on top. "Why are you doing it?" Nat said. Pip unscrewed the top of the bottle, round and round. "I have to," said Max. "She spread lies about me to a significant number of people, damaged my reputation." The top of the bottle came free, attached to a long plastic straw. "Reputation," Nat laughed darkly. Pip rested the bottle top on the table, a few drops of water falling from the straw onto the rug below. "Yes, my reputation." She reached into her pocket, pulled out the sealed plastic bag with the green powder. Holding the bottle in the crook of her elbow, Pip peeled open the baggie. "Except they weren't lies, you know that. For fuck's sake, Max, she has a recording of you admitting it. What you did to Becca Bell and me and all the others, we know." Pip tipped the bag over the opening of the bottle. The green powder made a gentle hiss as it slid down, landing in the water. That recording was fabricated. I would never say that. Green dust clinging to the inner walls of the bottle, sinking down through the water. Have you said that so many times you're even starting to believe it yourself? Nat asked him. Pip swirled the water inside the bottle, picking up the dregs. Gently. A small splashing sound of water crashing on water. Look, I really don't have time for this. Pip froze. She couldn't see beyond the sofa. Was it over? Was Max shutting the door? Would he catch her right here, crouched on his rug, his water bottle in her hands? A sound, shuffling, and then something harder, like wood crashing up against something. But I'm not finished, Nat said, louder now, much louder. Was it a signal to Pip? Get out of there, she couldn't keep him any longer. Pip gave the bottle one last shake. The powder was dissolving, cloudy in the water, but Max wouldn't be able to tell, not through the dark blue plastic. She picked up the top and screwed it back on. "What are you doing?" Max said, his voice rising too. Pip flinched. But no, he wasn't talking to her. He was still over there talking to Nat. "What do you want?" Nat coughed, a harsh, unnatural sound. That was a signal, Pip was sure. She placed the bottle back on the coffee table exactly where she'd found it, and she turned, crawling back the way she'd come. "I wanted to tell you." "Yes," Max snapped, impatient. Past the edge of the sofa, and Pip straightened up. She looked at them, Nat's foot over the threshold, blocking the front door. "That if you take it to trial, this libel case against Pip, I will be there every day." Pip crept, one foot in front of the other, bags shuffling against her shoulders. Too loud. She looked across, her eyes meeting Nat's over Max's shoulder. "I will testify against you, so will the others, I'm sure." Pip shifted her gaze, focusing on the closed door into the dining room ahead of her. Max wouldn't go in there, she was sure. She could wait him out in there or outside. "You won't get away a second time, I promise. We will get you." More scuffling, fabric on fabric. Then a thump. Someone roared. Max. Pip wouldn't make it. Too far. She darted right instead to a slatted door fitted under the grand staircase. She opened it and swung herself inside, falling back into the small space between a hoover and a mop. She leaned up and pulled the cupboard door closed. It slammed. Loudly. No, that wasn't her door, that was the front door, the slam echoing down the polished hall. No, that wasn't an echo, those were feet. Max's. Slapping against the wooden floorboards, a person-shaped blur passing through the slats in front of her. He stopped right outside, and Pip didn't breathe. Pip still didn't breathe. She pushed her eyes up against the cupboard door, adjusting to the checkerboard view beyond. Outside, Max swayed on his feet for a moment. Then he stumbled past her, holding one hand to his face, up to his eye. Pip exhaled carefully, breath bouncing back into her face. Nat must have hit him. That was the thump Pip heard. Not part of the plan, but it had worked. Bought Pip enough time to hide in this cupboard. Max hadn't seen her. He didn't know anyone was inside. The drugs were in place, dissolved in his blue water bottle. She'd made it. The part where Ravi was scared it would all fall apart. She just about held it together. And now Pip waited. Max moved away from her, past the living room, towards an archway into the kitchen. Pip heard clattering, Max swearing to himself under his breath, and another slamming door. He returned a minute later, clutching something up to his eye. Pip shifted to get a better view as Max padded over to the sofa. Something green and plastic, maybe a pack of frozen peas. Good. Pip hoped Nat hadn't held back. Although now Max would have a black eye to explain, to fit into the narrative. But maybe that wasn't a bad thing, maybe that worked even better. A fight between Max and Jason Bell. Jason punched him and Max walked away, returned with a hammer, sneaking up behind him. Yes, the bruise blossoming on Max's face could bend, fit right into the story Pip was creating for that not-yet-dead man 10 miles away. Max slumped down into his place on the sofa. Pip could no longer see his face, just a striped view of the back of his head. A grunt, a shuffling sound as he must have rearranged the peas. His head moved as he leaned forward. Pip couldn't see. She couldn't see from here if he was drinking the water, but she could hear it. That obnoxious sucking sound from the spout, filling the silent house, cutting right through her. Pip pushed up onto her feet, quietly, her bag snagging on the top of the Hoover. She unhooked it and straightened up, looking through the slats again. Now she could see him from this height. One hand on the frozen peas over his eye, the other clutched around his bottle. At least 4 large sips before he put it back down. That wasn't enough. He had to drink all of it, most of it. She pulled out the burner phone from the front pocket of her hoodie. It was 8:57 p.m. Almost 9 already. Pip thought they could buy at least 3 hours with Jason's body, which meant she only had half an hour until the time of death window might open. She was supposed to start establishing her alibi in 45 minutes, and yet there was nothing she could do now. All she could do was wait, watch Max from her hiding place. Try to play God, using that dark place in her mind to make him sit forward and drink more. Max didn't listen. He leaned forward, but only to place his phone on the coffee table. Then he picked up his controller and unpaused his game. Gunshots. A lot, but Pip heard only 6, striking her through the chest, Stanley's blood creeping over her hands in the dark cupboard. Stanley's, not Jason's. She could tell the difference somehow. Max took another sip at 9 p.m. on the dot. 2 more at 9:03 p.m. Went to the downstairs toilet at 9:05 p.m. It was right next to Pip's cupboard and she could hear everything. He didn't flush and she didn't breathe. Another sip at 9:06 p.m. as he returned to the sofa, a sucking, rattling sound from the spout. He put down the water bottle and then picked it back up again, getting to his feet. What was he doing? Where was he taking it? Pip couldn't see, shifting her head to peer through the slats. He wandered through the archway into the kitchen. Pip heard the sound of a running tap. Max appeared again, the blue bottle in his hand, twisting his wrist as he screwed the top back on. He just refilled the bottle. He must have drunk it all, or at least he got close enough to the bottom to need to fill up. The drugs were gone, inside him now. Max stumbled, tripping over his own bare foot. He stood there for a moment, blinking down at his feet like he was confused, a deepening red mark under one eye. The pills must have already started to take effect. Some had been in his system for over 10 minutes now. How long would it be until he passed out? Max took a tentative step, swaying slightly, and then another quick one, hurrying over to the sofa. He lowered himself down, took another sip of water. He was feeling dizzy, Pip could tell. She'd had that same feeling almost a year ago, sitting across from Becca in the Bell's kitchen, though she'd been given more than 2.5 milligrams. The exhaustion, like her body, was starting to separate from her mind. Soon his legs wouldn't be able to hold him up. Pip wondered what he was thinking right now, as he unpaused the game and started shooting again, taking cover behind a dilapidated wall. Maybe he was thinking his lightheadedness had come from the blow to his head, from Nat's fist. Maybe he was feeling tired, and as he felt sleep dragging him in, closer and closer, he'd tell himself he just needed to sleep it off. He'd never know, never suspect that as soon as he fell asleep he would be out of the house killing a man. Max's head lowered against the arm of the sofa, resting on the frozen peas. Pip couldn't see his face, couldn't see his eyes, but they must have still been open because he was still shooting. But his on-screen character was moving sluggishly too, the violent world spinning around him in dizzying circles as Max started to lose control of his thumbs. Pip watched, eyes flicking between the two. Waiting. Waiting. She glanced down at the time, the minutes running away from her. And when she looked back up, neither of them were moving. Not Max, stretched out on the sofa, head up on the arm. And not his character on screen, standing still in the middle of a battlefield, life bar draining as he took hit after hit. "You're dead," the game told him, fading to a loading screen. And Max didn't react, didn't move at all. He must have passed out, right? He must be unconscious. It was 9:17 p.m. now, 20 minutes after he'd first started drinking the spiked water. Pip didn't know. And she didn't know how she could know for certain, trapped back here in the understairs cupboard. If she left her hiding place and he wasn't asleep, the plan was finished, and so was she. Gently, Pip pushed the slatted door of the cupboard, opening it just a few inches. She glanced around her, looking for something small to test it out. Her eyes landed on the plug for the vacuum cleaner, its long wire wound around the machine. That would do. Pip unwound some of the cable to give herself some slack, ready to reel it back in and close the cupboard door if Max reacted at all. She threw the plug out of the cupboard towards the living room. It clattered, bounding 3 times against the floorboards before it reached the end of its wired leash. Nothing. Max didn't stir at all, lying deadly still on the sofa. He was out. Pip pulled the vacuum plug back in, the plastic hissing loudly against the floor, and still Max didn't move. She rewound the wire and then left her cupboard, closing it behind her. She knew he was out, but she trod carefully anyway, creeping one foot in front of the other, towards the large rug, towards the sofa, towards him. As she neared, she could now see his face, cheek crushed up against the hard end of the couch, his breaths deep and whistling. At least he was breathing, that was good. Pip approached the coffee table, the hairs rising up the back of her neck. She felt like he was watching her somehow, even though his eyelids were heavy and closed, the beginnings of a bruise around one. He looked helpless, lying there behind her, his face almost childlike, innocent. People always looked innocent when they slept, pure, removed from the world and its wrongs. But Max was not innocent, not even close. How many girls had he looked at like this, laid out helpless before him? Had he ever felt guilty like Pip almost did now? No, he hadn't. He was a taker through and through. Born wrong, bred wrong, it didn't matter which. And Pip knew as her eyes trailed away from him that this wasn't just about her own survival. She knew herself well enough by now, had reckoned with that dark place in her mind long enough. This was also revenge. This town wasn't big enough for the both of them. This world wasn't. One of them had to go, and Pip was going to give one hell of a fight. She reached forward, wrapping her gloved fingers around Max's phone. It illuminated as she picked it up, telling her that it was 9:19 p.m. now and she better hurry. The symbol at the top told her that the battery had at least half of its charge left. Good, that should be enough. Pip stepped away from Max, behind the sofa. She flicked the side button to switch his phone on to silent, and then she bent to her knees, removing her rucksack. She reached inside and retrieved one of the small, clear sandwich bags, swapping it with the empty baggie from her pocket and the roll of duct tape. She opened the sandwich bag and dropped Max's phone inside, sealing the top after it. She straightened up, her knees clicking at her, and turned towards the front door. She left her rucksack behind her on the floor. She wasn't finished here yet. She'd be back in a minute. But first she needed to hand off Max's phone to Jamie and Connor. She passed a sideboard in the hallway, a wooden bowl on top with a collection of coins and keys. Pip rifled through until she found an Audi keyring and pulled it free. These must have been Max's car keys, the house keys attached too. Pip would need these as well. Keys in one hand, bagged up phone in the other, Pip pulled open the Hastings's front door and stepped outside into the cool evening, shutting the door gently behind her. She walked down the front path, glancing quickly at the duct-taped cameras. She could see them, but they couldn't see her. Down Tudor Lane to the dark waiting shape of Jamie's car. The passenger side door opened and Nat poked her head out. "All okay?" she asked, and the relief in her eyes was evident. "Why, yeah, fine," Pip said, taken aback. "What are you still doing here, Nat? You were supposed to leave straight after, go to your brother's house to establish an alibi." "I wasn't going to leave you alone in there with him," Nat said firmly. "Not until I knew you were safe." Pip nodded. She understood. Even though she wouldn't have been alone, Jamie and Connor were right here, she understood. "All good?" Connor asked her from the back seat. "Yeah, he's out," said Pip. "Sorry I had to hit him." Nat looked up at her. "He was trying to push me out and shut the door, and I could still see you there behind him, so I just—" "No, that's fine," Pip cut across her. "Might actually work out for the better, even. And it felt good." Nat smiled. "Wanted to do that for a long time." "But you need to get to your brother's now," Pip said, her voice hardening. Unlikely anyone will believe Max when he says you went over for a chat, but I want you to be as secure as possible. I'll be fine, Nat replied. Dan will be on his fifth beer already. I'll tell him it's 8:45, he won't know the difference. Kim and the baby are at her mum's. Okay. Pip shifted her focus to Jamie behind the steering wheel. She leaned across Nat to hand him Max's bagged-up phone. Jamie took it and gave her a small nod, placing it down on his lap. I've put it on silent already, she said. Battery looks good. Jamie nodded again. I've plugged the location into the sat-nav, he said, indicating the car's inbuilt system. Then 2 right turns to Green Scene Limited, back roads only. And your phones are off, Pip asked. Phones off. Connor, she turned to him. Yes, he said, eyes glowing from the dark back seat. Turned it off back at home. We won't turn them back on again, not until we're clear. Good, Pip exhaled. So when you get there, you'll see that the gate is open. Do not go inside, you understand. You must not go inside, promise me. No, we won't, Connor said, a small glance between the brothers. Promise, Jamie added. Don't even look through the gate, just pull up outside off the road, Pip said. Leave Max's phone in the bag, don't touch it whatever you do. There's some rocks, big rocks on the grass, lining the small drive up to the gate. Leave the phone in the bag behind the first big rock. Just put the bag there and leave. Pip, we've got it, Jamie said. Sorry, it can't go wrong, not one part can go wrong. It won't, Jamie said softly, kindly, calming her spiking nerves. We've got you. Have you worked out where you're going after? She asked. Yes, Connor said, leaning forward into the yellow glow of the light by the rear-view mirror. There's this late-night Marvel Film Festival thing at one of the cinemas in Wycombe. We'll go there. Turn our phones on when we get to the car park. Make a couple of calls and texts while we're there. Cameras everywhere. We'll be fine. Okay, Pip nodded. Good, yeah, that's a good idea, Connor. He smiled weakly at her, and she could tell he was scared. Scared because he could tell that something terrible had happened, and he'd never know what he'd been a part of. Though they could guess, they'd probably guess when the news got out. But as long as it was never said out loud, as long as they didn't truly know, beyond any doubt. Connor didn't need to be scared. If anything went wrong, Pip would bring it all down on her. The rest of them would be safe. They were just at a late-night cinema showing. They knew nothing. She tried to tell him all of that with her eyes. And you'll call me from the burner once you're clear of Green Scene, Pip said. Drive for at least 5 minutes and then call me from the burner to tell me Max's phone is in place. Yes, we will, Connor said, waving the burner phone she'd given them. Okay, I think we're all set. Pip stepped back from the car. We'll drop Nat at her brother's and then we'll go straight there, Jamie said, starting the car, the engine cutting through the quiet night. Good luck, Nat said, holding Pip's eyes for a lingering second before she closed the door. Headlights on, and Pip shielded her eyes from the glare as she backed up, watching them drive away. But only for a moment. She didn't have time to dwell or time to doubt, or time to wonder if she was dragging everyone she cared about down with her. Time wasn't something she had. She hurried back up the pavement, up the front path to the Hastings house. She tried 2 keys before she found the one that unlocked the front door, pushing it open quietly. Max was passed out, but she didn't want to push her luck. She left the car keys on the floor of the hall near her rucksack, so she wouldn't forget them on her way out. Her mind was scattering, pushed out of place by Jamie's kindness and Nat's concern and Connor's fear, but she needed to focus again. The plan was working, and it pulled up a new list in her mind now. The list she and Ravi had worked out of everything she needed to take from Max's house. 3 things. Pip headed up the staircase, rounding the corner into the hallway upstairs and across into Max's bedroom. Pip knew which one it was. She'd been here before, back when she first found out Andy Bell had been selling drugs. It didn't look any different. The same maroon bedspread, the same piles of discarded clothes. She also knew that behind that Reservoir Dogs poster, pinned up on the notice board, was a photo of Andy Bell. A topless photo Andy had left in Elliot Ward's classroom that Max had found and kept all this time. It made Pip feel sick, knowing it was there, and part of her wanted to rip the hidden photo down, carry Andy safely home with her along with her ghost. Andy had suffered enough at the hands of violent men, but she couldn't do that. Max couldn't know anyone had been here. Pip turned her attention to the white wash basket, overflowing, its lid balanced precariously on top. She pushed off the lid and rummaged through Max's dirty washing, glad for the gloves covering her hands. About halfway down, she found something that would do, a dark gray hoodie with a zip, creased and crinkled. Pip chucked it out onto Max's bed, then repacked the two-full wash basket the same way she'd found it. Next, she headed towards his built-in wardrobe. Shoes. She needed a pair of his shoes, preferably ones with a unique tread pattern. Pip opened the doors and stared inside, eyes falling to the very bottom and the chaotic jumble of shoes that greeted her there. She bent down and reached in towards the back. If the shoes were at the back, that likely meant Max didn't wear them as often. Pip discounted one pair of dark running shoes, their soles rubbed flat and smooth with age. She found another nearby, a white trainer, and turned it over, her eyes following the hectic zigzagged lines of its soles. Yes, that would make for some good tracks, and these weren't the shoes he used on his daily runs. She fished through the pile of mismatched shoes, searching for the trainer's pair, pulling it out from a tangle of laces. She straightened up, about to close the wardrobe doors when something else caught her eye. A dark green baseball cap with a white tick, balanced on top of the hangers. Yes, that might come in handy too. Thank you, Max, she thought, mentally adding it to the list as she grabbed it. With the gray hoodie, the white trainers, and the cap bundled in her arms, she made her way downstairs, stepping in between Max's deep sleep breaths. She laid the pile of clothes down beside her rucksack. One last thing and then she was out of here. The thing she was most afraid to do. She reached in and pulled out another resealable sandwich bag. Pip held her breath, though she didn't need to. If Max could hear anything, it would be the sound of her heart throwing itself around her ribs. How long could it keep going at this rate before it gave up and gave out? She walked up silently behind him to the other side of the sofa, where his head lay, listening to the sound of his breaths as they rattled his top lip. Pip edged closer and then crouched down, cursing her ankle as the bone clicked, echoing in the quiet room. She opened up the sandwich bag and held it up beneath Max's head. With her other gloved hand, she drew her thumb and forefinger close, and then gently, slowly, she pushed them through Max's hair towards his scalp. There was only so gentle she could be, pulling hairs out of his head, but that's what she had to do. She couldn't cut them out. She needed the root and skin cells attached to the hair carrying his DNA. Carefully, she pinched her finger and thumb together around a small clump of his dark blonde hair. She jerked her hand back. Max sniffed. A heavy breath and a stuttering in his chest, but he didn't move. Pip could feel her wild heartbeat even through the backs of her teeth as she studied the hairs snagged between her fingers. Long, wavy, a few visible bulbs of skin at the root. There weren't many, but it would have to do. She didn't want to risk trying again. She lowered her fingers into the sandwich bag and rubbed them together, the blonde hairs trickling down into the clear bag, almost invisible. A couple still clung to the latex gloves. She wiped those off against the sofa, sealed the bag up and stepped away. Back in the hall, she packed Max's hoodie into the large plastic freezer bag, his shoes and his cap into another before stuffing them all into the main body of her rucksack. It was full now, the zip struggling to fasten, but that was okay. She had everything she needed. She tucked the bag with Max's hair in the front pocket instead, and then hoisted it all up on her shoulders. She flicked off the light in the living room before she left, unsure why she did. The yellow lights, harsh as they were, wouldn't be enough to pull Max out of unconsciousness, but she didn't want to take the chance. He still had to be like this when she got back in a few hours. Pip trusted the pills, as Max had surely done himself countless times in his life, but she didn't trust anything that much. Not even herself. Pip scooped up the keys from the floor and walked out, pulling the front door closed behind her. She pressed a button on the fob and the tail lights blinked in Max's black car, telling her that it was unlocked. She opened the driver's side door, dropped the keys on the seat, and then shut it again, leaving the car behind her as she walked down the drive and down the street. She pulled off the latex gloves. They were stuck fast to the sweat on her hands, sweat or Stanley's blood. It was too dark to tell, and she had to use her teeth to rip them free. The evening air felt cold and too solid on the bare skin of her fingers as she stuffed the used gloves in her pocket. Her car was waiting for her just ahead, waiting for her and the next step of the plan, her alibi. Why hello, Quel's surprise. What are you doing here, muchacha? The smile dropped out of Kara's face a moment later as she opened the door fully, the light from the hallway lighting up Pip's eyes. She could tell. Pip knew she would be able to tell. Not just a friend, more like a sister. Something was off in Pip's eyes behind them, this long, horrific day imprinted in them somehow, and of course Kara knew, but she could never know. Not all of it, just like the others. Ignorance kept them safe from her. What's wrong? Kara said, her voice dropping an octave. What's happened? Pip's lower lip trembled, but she held it in. She started shakily, torn between needing Kara and needing to keep her safe from her. Between her old, normal life standing right in front of her blinking and whatever was left to her now. I need your help. You don't have to say yes, you can tell me to go away, but of course, Kara cut her off, reaching for her shoulder and guiding her through the door. Come in. They paused in the hallway, the look in Kara's eyes as serious as Pip had ever seen them. What's happened? She asked. Is Ravi okay? Pip shook her head, sniffed. Yeah, no, Ravi's fine. It has nothing to do with him. Your family? No, they're all okay, Pip said. I need to ask you to help me with something, but you can never know why. You can never ask me and I can never tell you. The background sounds of a TV cut out, shuffling footsteps drawing their way. Oh fuck, Steph wasn't here, was she? No. No one else could know about this, just those people, the ones who would have looked for Pip when she disappeared. It wasn't Steph. Naomi appeared in the hallway, a hand raised in a small wave. Pip didn't think she'd be here, she hadn't planned on Naomi being here. But it was okay, now she thought about it. Naomi was one of them, intertwined in this same full circle. If Kara was a sister, then Naomi was too. And Pip couldn't not involve her now. The plan shifted and adapted to take in one more person. Kara hadn't seen her sister. What the fuck are you talking about, Pip? She said urgently. I just said I can't tell you. I can never tell you. They were interrupted not by Naomi but by a high-pitched 8-bit ringtone coming from Pip's front pocket. Her eyes widened and so did Kara's. Sorry, I have to take this, Pip said, reaching for the burner phone to accept the call. She turned her back on Kara and lifted the small phone to her ear. Hey, she said. Hey, it's me, said Connor's voice down the other end. Everything okay? Pip asked him, and she could hear Naomi behind her asking Kara what the fuck was going on. Yes. All good, Connor said, slightly breathless. Jamie's driving us to Wycombe now. The phone is in place behind that first rock. We didn't go in the gate, didn't even look. All good. Thank you, Pip said, her chest releasing slightly. Thank you, Co. She almost said his name, stopping herself before it was too late with a glance up at Kara and Naomi. They shouldn't know who else was involved that kept them safer. All of them. This is the last time we talk about this. It never happened, understand? Never mention it, not on the phone, not in texts, not even to each other. Never. I know, boo, Pip spoke over him. I'm going to hang up now, and I want you to destroy that phone, snap it in half and the SIM card too, then dump it in a public bin. Yeah, okay, we will, Connor said, and then to his brother, Jamie, she's telling us to break the phone, throw it in a public bin. She heard Jamie's distant voice over the sound of moving wheels. Consider it done. I have to go now, Pip said. Bye. Such a normal word for such an unnormal conversation. Pip cut off the call and lowered the phone, turning slowly to look at Kara and Naomi gathered together behind her, an identical look of confusion and fear in their eyes. "What the fuck?" Kara said. "What's going on? Who are you talking to? What phone is that?" Pip sighed. There was a time she'd told Kara everything, every mundane detail of her day, and now she could tell her nothing. Nothing except her part. A wedge between them that had never been there before, solid, unspeakable. "I can't tell you that," Pip said. "Pip, are you okay?" Naomi stepped in now. "You're scaring us." "Sorry, Pip's voice croaked away from her. She couldn't do this. She wanted to explain, but the plan wouldn't let her. She had to make another call, right now. "I'll explain in a minute as much as I can, but first I need to call someone else. Can I use your house phone?" Kara blinked at her, Naomi's eyebrows drawing down to eclipse her eyes. "I'm confused," Kara said. "It'll be 2 minutes, then I'll explain. Can I use the phone?" They nodded, slow and unsure. Pip hurried past them to the kitchen, hearing their steps as they followed her in there. She dropped her rucksack into one of the dining chairs and unzipped the front pocket, pulling out Christopher Epps' business card. She grabbed the ward's landline handset and typed in his mobile number, memorizing 3 digits at a time. Kara and Naomi were watching her as she raised the phone, ringing in her ears. A crackling sound down the line, someone clearing their throat. "Hello," Epps said, an uncertainty in his tone, the uncertainty of an unknown number at night. "Hi, Christopher Epps," Pip said, ironing out the rasp in her voice. "It's me, Pip Fitzamobi." "Oh," he sounded surprised. "Oh," he said it again, reclaiming control, another clearing of his throat. "Right. Sorry," Pip said. "I know it's a Saturday evening and it's getting late. But when you gave me your card, you said to call any time." "Yes, I did say that, didn't I?" Epps said. "So what can I do for you, Miss Fitzamobi?" "Well," Pip coughed lightly, "I did what you said to me after the mediation meeting. Went away and thought about it for a couple of weeks when things weren't so emotional." "Right, and have you come to any conclusions?" "Yes," Pip said, hating what she was about to say, imagining the triumphant look on Epps' arrogant face. But he had no idea what the real reason for this call was. "So, I've thought about it a lot, and I think you're right that it's in everyone's best interest to avoid a court case. So, I think I'm going to take the deal you offered. The £5,000 damages." "That's very good to hear, Miss Fitzamobi. But it wasn't just the 5,000, remember," Epps said, over-enunciating his words like he was talking to a small child. "The most important part of the deal was the public apology and a statement issued, recanting the libelous claims and explaining that the voice recording you posted was fabricated. My client won't accept any deal without those." "Yes," Pip said, gritting her teeth. "I remember, thank you, I'll do all of that. The money, the public apology, recant the statement, and the voice recording. I'll do it all. I just want this to be over now." She heard a satisfied sniff down the line. "Well, I have to say, I think you're making the correct decision here. This works out the best for everyone involved. Thank you for being so mature about it." Pip's grip tightened around the phone, cutting into her hand, red flashing behind her eyes until she blinked it away. "No, sure, and thank you for talking some sense into me," she said, recoiling at her own voice. "So I guess you can now tell Max that I accept the deal." "Yes, I will," Epps said. "He will be very pleased to hear it. And on Monday, I shall give your solicitor a call and get everything rolling. Sound good?" "Sounds good," Pip said, a meaningless word just as empty as fine. "All right, well, you have a good evening now, Miss Fitzamobi." "You too." The line cut out. She imagined Epps, beyond the beeps of the dead tone, miles away, now scrolling through his phone to find another number. Because he wasn't just the family lawyer, he was a family friend. And he was going to do exactly what Pip wanted him to. "Have you lost your mind?" Kara stared at her, eyes stretched too wide. The face had grown around them, but they were the same eyes of the nervous 6-year-old she'd been when they first met. "Why the fuck did you just accept that deal? What the hell is going on?" I know," Pip said, hands up either side of her in surrender. "I know none of this makes any sense. Something happened and I'm in trouble, but there's a way out of it. All I can tell you is what I need you to do, for your own safety." "What happened?" Kara said, desperation bending her voice. "She can't tell us," Naomi said, turning to her sister, her eyes reshaping with understanding. "She can't tell us because she wants us to have plausible deniability." Kara turned back to Pip. "Something bad?" she asked. Pip nodded. "But it's going to be okay. I can make it okay. I can fix it. I just need your help with this part. Will you help me?" A clicking sound in Kara's throat. "Of course I'll help you," she said quietly. "You know I'd kill for you, but it's nothing bad," Pip cut her off, glancing down at the burner phone. "Look, it's just turned 9:43 p.m., see?" she said, showing them the time. "Don't look at me, look at the time, Kara, see? You never have to lie, ever. All that's happened is I came over a few minutes ago, made that call to Max's lawyer from your landline because I lost my phone." "You lost your phone," Kara said. "That's not the something bad," Pip replied. "Yeah, no shit," Kara said through a nervous laugh. "What do you need us to do?" Naomi asked, lips folded in a determined line. "If it has anything to do with Max Hastings, you know I'm in." Pip didn't answer that, didn't want them to know more than they had to. But she was glad Naomi was here with them. It felt right somehow. Full circle. "You just need to come with me. In the car. Be with me for a couple of hours so I'm there with you guys and not anywhere else." They understood, or close to it. Pip could tell from the shift in their faces. "An alibi," Kara spoke the unspoken thing. Pip tilted her head up and down, the tiniest of movements, not quite a nod. "You never have to lie," she said. "About any of it, any of the details, ever. All you ever need to know is exactly what we're going to do. You're not doing anything wrong, anything illegal. You're hanging out with your friend, that's all, and that's all you know. It's 9:44 p.m. and you just need to come with me." Kara nodded, and the look in her eyes was different now, sadder. It still looked like fear, but not for herself. For the friend standing in front of her, unraveling. The friend she'd known twice as long as she hadn't. Friends who would die for each other, kill for each other, and Pip would be the first one to lean on that. "Where are we going?" Naomi asked. Pip exhaled and gave them a strained smile. She rezipped her bag and threw it over her shoulders. "We're going to McDonald's," she said. They didn't talk much on the drive. Didn't know what to say, what they were allowed to say, or even how much to move. Kara sat in the passenger seat, her hands tucked in between her legs, shoulders arched and stiff, taking up as little space as she could. Naomi was in the back, sitting up too straight, her back not even touching the seat. Pip glanced in the rearview mirror and saw streaks of headlights and streetlights striped over Naomi's face, bringing life back into her eyes. Pip concentrated on the road instead of the silence. She'd driven the roads, trying to hit as many traffic cameras as possible. This time she wanted them to see her. That was the whole point. Airtight, ironclad. If it came to it, the police could follow the route Pip and her car had taken, through the eyes of all these cameras, retrace her steps. Proof she was right here and not somewhere else killing a man. "How's Steph?" Pip said when the quietness in the car got a little too loud. She turned the radio off a while ago. It was too eerie, too aggressively normal in what was the most unnormal drive the three of them would ever take. Kara gave a small cough, watching out the window. "Yeah, she's good." That was it, silence again. Well, what had Pip expected, involving them in this? Asking too much of them. Pip's eyes drew up, catching sight of the McDonald's sign up ahead, her headlights lighting up the golden M until it glowed. It was in a motorway service station just outside of Beaconsfield. That's why she and Ravi had picked it. Cameras everywhere. Pip exited the roundabout and pulled into the service station, into the huge car park that was still heaving with people and cars, even though it had just gone 10. She rolled forward, waiting for a space near the front, right by the huge gray and glass building. Pulled in, turned off the car. The silence was even louder now. The engine wasn't hiding it. Saved by a group of men, clearly drunk, squawking as they stumbled in front of the car and through the doors into the well-lit station. "Started early," Kara said, nodding at the group, reaching out across the silence. Pip grabbed at it with both hands. Sounds like my kind of night out, she said. In bed by 11. My kind of night out too, Kara said, turning around, a small smile on her face. If it ends in chips. Pip laughed then, a guttural hollow laugh that split open into a cough. She was so glad they were here with her, even though she hated herself for having to ask. I'm sorry for this, she said, staring forward at the other groups of people. People on long trips away, or long trips home, or not very long trips either way. People on family visits with small, sleepy children, or nights out, or even nights in, picking up food on the way. Normal people living their normal lives. And then the three of them in this car. Don't be, Naomi spoke up now, resting a hand on Pip's shoulder. You do it for us. And Naomi was right. She would, and she had. She'd kept the secret of the hit-and-run Naomi had been involved in. Pip had found another way to clear Sal's name, so Kara didn't lose her father and her sister at the same time. But that didn't make her feel any better about what she'd asked of them now. The kind of favor you hoped would never need returning. But hadn't Pip realized yet? Everything was returning that full circle, dragging them all back around again. Exactly, Kara said, pressing her finger lightly to the badly covered graze on Pip's cheekbone as though touching it would tell her what had happened, the thing she'd never know for sure. We just want you to be okay. Just tell us what to do. Lead the way and tell us what to do. That's the thing, Pip said. We don't need to do anything, really. Just act normal, happy, she sniffed. Like something bad hasn't happened. Our dad killed your boyfriend's older brother and kept a girl in his loft for 5 years, Kara said quickly with a glance back at Naomi. You have yourself 2 experts at acting normal. At your service, Naomi added. Thank you, Pip said, knowing deep down how inadequate those 2 words were. Let's go. Pip opened the door and stepped out, taking the rucksack that Kara was handing across to her. She shouldered it and looked around. There was a tall street lamp behind her, lighting up the car park with an industrial yellow glow. Halfway up the pole, Pip could see 2 dark cameras, one pointed their way. Pip made sure to look up, study the stars for a second so the camera could capture her face. A million lights in the gaping blackness of the sky. Okay, Naomi said, shutting the back door and gathering her cardigan around herself. Pip locked the car and they walked together, the 3 of them, through the automatic doors and into the service station. It still had that buzz, that same energy all service stations had. That clash of those 2 heavy-eyed and those 2 wired, the nearly theirs and the just beguns. Pip wasn't either of them. The end wasn't in sight yet, this long night would be longer still, but she was past the middle of the plan, leaving the ticked boxes behind in the back of her mind, burying them deep. She just had to keep going. 1 foot in front of the other. 2 hours until she had to meet Ravi. This way, she said, leading Kara and Naomi over to the McDonald's at the back end of the cavernous building. The drunk men were already there at a table in the middle, still squawking but around mouthfuls of chips now. Pip picked a booth close to them but not too close, dumping her bag down on one chair. She opened it to pull out her purse, and then zipped it back up before Naomi and Kara saw anything they shouldn't. Sit, Pip said to them, smiling for the cameras that she couldn't see but knew would be here somewhere. Kara and Naomi slid themselves along the shiny, plastic-covered booth, the material screaming against their clothes. I'll get the food. What do you guys want to eat? The sisters looked at each other. Well, we already ate dinner at home, Kara said tentatively. Pip nodded. So, veggie burger for you, Naomi, and chicken nuggets for Kara, of course, don't even need to ask. Cokes, they nodded. Okay, perfect, be back in a sec. Pip strolled past the table of drunk men, purse swinging from her hand up to the counter. There was a queue, 3 people in front of her. Pip stared ahead, clocking the security cameras posted on the ceiling behind the tills. She sidestepped a few inches so they had a good view of her, waiting in line. She tried to act normal, natural, like she didn't know she was being watched. And she couldn't help but wonder if that's what normal was for her now. An act. A lie. Pip stuttered when it was her turn at the front, smiling at the cashier to cover the hesitation. She didn't want to eat just as much as Kara and Naomi didn't, but it didn't matter what she wanted. This was all a show, a performance for the cameras, a believable narrative in the traces she was leaving behind. "Hi," she smiled, recovering. "Can I please have a veggie burger meal and, 2 chicken nugget meals, please, all with Coke?" "Yep, sure," the cashier said, plugging something into the screen in front of him. "Want any sauces with that?" Just ketchup, please." "Sure," he said, scratching at his head beneath the cap. "Is that everything?" Pip nodded, trying not to glance up at the camera behind the cashier's head as he called the order to a colleague, because she would be looking directly into the eyes of the detective who might be watching this footage in the weeks to come, daring them not to believe her this time. It would likely be Hawkins, wouldn't it? Jason was from Little Kilton, so his murder would probably be dealt with by the Thames Valley police officers based at the Amersham station. A new game with new players, her against D. Hawkins and Max Hastings was her offering. "Hello?" The cashier stared at her, narrowing his eyes. "I said that comes to £14, 8 pence. "Sorry." Pip unzipped her purse. "Paying by card?" he asked. "Yes," she said, almost too forceful, straying out of character for a moment. Of course she had to pay by card. She had to leave an indisputable trace of her being here at this time. She pulled out her debit card and tapped it against the contactless card reader. It beeped and the cashier handed her a receipt. She should keep that too, she thought, folding it neatly and tucking it inside her purse. "It'll just be a minute," the cashier said, gesturing her aside so he could take the order of the man standing behind her. Pip stood off to the left, leaning against the backlit menu, still in sight of the cameras. She arranged her face for Hawkins, slack and unthinking, but really she was thinking about him, studying the position of her feet, the arch of her shoulders and the look in her eyes. She tried not to fiddle too much as she waited in case he thought she looked nervous. She wasn't nervous. She was just here to eat some junk food with her friends. She glanced over to Kara and Naomi and gave them a small wave. "See, Hawkins." Just getting food with her friends, nothing to see here. Someone handed Pip her order and she thanked them, smiling for the cameras for Hawkins. She gripped the 3 paper bags in one hand and balanced the cardboard tray of drinks on the other, walking carefully back to their table. "Here we go." Pip passed the drinks tray to Kara and slid the food bags across the table. "That's you, Naomi," she said, handing her the one at the front. "Thanks," Naomi said, hesitating to open it. "So?" She broke off, studying Pip's eyes for answers. "We just eat and talk." "Exactly." Pip grinned back with a small laugh as though Naomi had said something funny. "We just eat and talk." She unrolled her paper bag and reached inside, pulling out her box of 6 nuggets and her chips, a few lying abandoned and soggy at the bottom of the bag. "Oh, I've got the ketchups," she said, passing one each to Naomi and Kara. Kara took the small pot from her, staring down at Pip's outstretched arm, her sleeve sliding back towards her elbow. "What happened to your wrists?" she asked quietly, uncertainly, her eyes on the raw, ragged skin the duct tape had left behind. "And your face?" Pip cleared her throat, pulling the sleeve back down over her hand. "We don't talk about that," she said, avoiding Kara's eyes. "We talk about everything except that." "But if someone hurt you, we can," Kara began, but it was Naomi who cut her off this time. "Kara, could you go grab us some straws?" she asked, an older sister edge to her voice. Kara's gaze flicked between the two of them. Pip nodded. "Okay," she said, pushing up from the booth and over to a counter a few tables away with a straw dispenser and napkins. She returned with a few of each. "Thanks," Pip said, piercing the straw through the lid of her Coke, taking a sip. It burned in her throat in the gouges left by her screams. She picked up one nugget. She didn't want to eat it, she couldn't eat, but she put it in her mouth and chewed all the same. The texture felt rubbery, her tongue coating itself with saliva. She forced it down, noticing that Kara hadn't started her own food, was staring too hard at Pip. "It's just," Kara said, voice dipping into whispers. "If someone hurt you, I would kill th." Pip choked, swallowing the regurgitated food back down. "So Kara," she said when she recovered, "have you and Steph decided where you're going on your travels? I know you said you really wanted to do Thailand." Kara checked with Naomi before answering. Yeah," she said, finally opening her box of nuggets, dipping one into the ketchup. "Yeah, we want to do Thailand, do our scuba diving there, I think. Steph really wants to go to Australia too, maybe do some kind of tour." "That sounds amazing," Pip said, turning to her chips instead, forcing a few down. "You'll remember to pack sun cream, won't you?" Kara sniffed. Such a Pip thing to say. "Well," Pip smiled, "I'm still me." She hoped that was true. "You're not going to do skydiving or bungee jumping, are you?" Naomi said, taking another bite of her veggie burger, chewing uncomfortably. "Dad would freak out if he knew you were throwing yourself off a bridge or out of a plane." "Yeah, I don't know." Kara shook her head, staring down at her own hands. "I'm sorry, this is just really strange. I don't—" "You're doing really well," Pip said, taking a sip of Coke to force down another bite. "Really well. I want to help, though. This is helping." Pip locked her eyes on Kara's, trying to tell her with her mind. They were saving her life right now. They were sitting in a service station McDonald's forcing down chips, having stilted, awkward conversation, but really they were saving her life. There was a crash behind Pip. She whipped her head around, saw one of the drunken men had tripped over a chair, knocked it to the ground. But that's not what the sound was by the time it reached Pip's ears. And she was surprised in a way that the sound wasn't the crack of Jason Bell's skull breaking open. It was still a gunshot blowing an unfixable hole through Stanley Forbes' chest, staining the sweat on her hands a deep, deep, violent red. "Pip," Kara called her back. "Are you okay?" "Yes," she sniffed, wiping her hands on a spare napkin. "Fine, fine, you know what?" She leaned forward, pointed at Kara's phone lying face down on the table. "We should take some pictures, videos too." "Of what?" "Of us," Pip said, "hanging out looking normal. The metadata will have a record of the time and be geotagged. Come on." Pip got up from her chair and moved over to the booth, sidling in beside Kara. She picked up Kara's phone and flicked it on to the camera. "Smile," she said, holding the camera out to take a selfie of the three of them, Naomi holding up her McDonald's cup in a mock cheers. "Yeah, that was good, Naomi," Pip said, studying the photo. She could tell the smiles weren't real, none of them. But Hawkins wouldn't. Pip had another idea, the hairs rising up her arms as she realized where it had come from. She might just be putting one foot in front of the other, getting through the plan, but her steps weren't in a line. They were curving back on themselves, right to the start of everything. "Naomi," she said, holding up the camera again. "In the next one, can you be looking down at your phone, angling the screen this way so we can see it in the photo, on the lock screen so it displays the time?" Both of them stared at her for a second, eyes flickering with recognition. And maybe they could feel it too, that all-seeing circle reeling them back along. They knew where the idea came from too. It was exactly how Pip had worked out that Sal Singh's friends had taken his alibi away from him. A photo taken by Sal, and in the background had been an 18-year-old Naomi looking down at her phone's lock screen, the time on it giving everything away. Proving that Sal had been there, long after his friends originally said he left. Proving that he had never had enough time to kill Andy Bell. "Why, yeah," Naomi said shakily. "Good idea." Pip watched the three of them in the front camera of Kara's phone, waiting for Naomi to get her positioning right, lining up the shot. She took the photo, shifted her smile and her eyes and took another, Kara fidgeting beside her. "Good," she said, studying it, her eyes drawn to the little white numbers on Naomi's home screen, telling them the photo had been taken at 10:51 p.m. exactly. The numbers that had helped her crack a case once before, and now they were helping her make one. Concrete evidence. Try not believing that, Hawkins. They took more photos. Videos too. Naomi filming Kara as she attempted to see how many chips she could fit in her mouth at once, spitting them into the bin while the table of drunk men cheered her on. Kara zooming in on Pip's face while she sipped her Coke, zooming and zooming until the shot was only of Pip's nostril while she innocently asked, "Are you filming me?" A line they had prepared. It was a performance. Hollow, orchestrated. A show for Detective Inspector Hawkins days from now. Weeks, even. Pip forced down another chicken nugget, her gut protesting, foaming and simmering. And then she felt it, that metallic coating at the back of her tongue. "Excuse me," she said, standing up abruptly, the others looking up at her. "Gotta pee." Pip hurried across the concourse, her trainers shrieking against the just-mopped tiles as she headed towards the toilets. She pushed through the door, almost crashing into someone drying their hands. "Sorry," Pip just about managed to say, but it was coming, rising up her throat. She darted into a cubicle, slamming the door behind her, but no time to lock it. She dropped to her knees and leaned over the toilet just in time. She vomited, a shudder down to the very deepest parts of her as she vomited again, her body convulsing, trying to rid itself of all that darkness. But didn't it know that was all inside her head? She threw up again, undigested bits of food, and again until it was just discolored water. Until she was empty, retching with nothing more to come, but the darkness remained. Pip sat back beside the toilet, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She pulled the flush and sat there for a moment, breathing hard, her neck resting against the cool tiles of the bathroom wall. Sweat trickled down her temples and the insides of her arms. Someone tried to push into her cubicle, but Pip kicked it shut with one foot. She shouldn't stay in here too long. She had to hold it together. If she broke down, then the plan did too, and she wouldn't survive it. Just a few more hours, a few more boxes to tick in her head, and then she would be clear. Safe. Get up, she told herself, and the Ravi inside her head said it too, so she had to listen. Pip pushed up to her feet, shakily, and pulled open the cubicle. Two women around her mum's age stared at her as she walked over to the sink to wash her hands. Wash her face too, but not too hard that it cleared away the foundation covering the tape marks beneath. She swilled cold water around her mouth and spat it out, took one tentative sip. Their stares hardened, disgust in the way they held their upper lips. "Too many Jaeger bombs," Pip said, shrugging at them. "You've got lipstick on your teeth," she told one of the women before leaving the bathroom. "All right?" Naomi asked her as she sat back down. "Yeah," Pip nodded, but her eyes were still watering. "No more for me." She pushed the food away and reached for Kara's phone to check the time. It was 11:21 p.m. They should probably leave in the next 10 minutes. "How about a McFlurry before we go?" she said, thinking of that final charge on her card, another breadcrumb in the trail she was leaving for Hawkins. "I really couldn't eat anything else." Kara shook her head. "I'll be sick." 2 McFlurries coming up. Pip stood, grabbing her purse. She added under her breath, "To go, or go in the bin when I drop you home." She waited in line again, shuffling a few steps forward at a time. She ordered the ice creams, told the cashier she didn't care which flavor. She tapped her card to pay for them, that beep reassuring her. The machine was on her side, telling the world that she'd been right here until gone 11:30. Machines didn't lie, only people did. "Here we are," Pip said, passing the 2 cold McFlurries into their hands, glad to be away from the smell of them. "Let's go." They didn't talk much on the way back either, driving the same roads in reverse. Pip wasn't there with them anymore. She'd moved forward in time, back to Green Scene Limited and the river of blood on the concrete. Working through everything she and Ravi still had to do. Memorizing the steps so nothing got forgotten. Nothing could be forgotten. "Bye," she said, almost laughing at how ridiculous and small the words sounded, as Kara and Naomi stepped out of her car, untouched ice cream still clutched in their hands. "Thank you, I can never thank you enough for. But we can never talk about it again. Never mention it, and remember, you don't need to lie. I came here, made one phone call, then we drove to McDonald's and I dropped you home after at." Pip checked the time on the dashboard. 11:51 p.m. That's all you know. "That's all you say if anyone ever asks you." They nodded. They got it now. "Will you be okay?" Kara asked, her hand hesitating on the passenger door. I think so. I hope so. The truth was, there were still so many things that could go wrong, then all of this would have been for nothing and Pip would never be okay again. But she couldn't tell them that. Kara was still hesitating, waiting for a firmer answer, but Pip couldn't give her one. She must have realized, reaching back inside to give Pip's hand a squeeze before closing the door and walking away. The sisters watched as Pip reversed out of their drive, one final wave. Okay, Pip nodded to herself, turning down the hill. Alibi done. She followed the moon and the plan, and in that moment they were one and the same, taking her back home and to Ravi. Her parents were already in bed by the time Pip got home, waiting up for her. Well, one half of them was. I said don't be too late, her mum hissed, squinting through the weak light given off by her bedside lamp. We're up at 8 for Legoland. It's only just gone midnight, Pip shrugged from their doorway. Apparently late nights are a lot later than that at university. I'm in training. Her dad grunted from his half-sleep, book open and cradled on his chest. Oh, and just so you know, I lost my phone earlier, Pip whispered. What, when? Her mum said, trying and failing to keep her voice down. Another grunt of agreement from her dad, no idea what it was he was agreeing with. On my run, I think, Pip said. Must have bounced out of my pocket and I didn't realize. I'll replace it next week, don't worry. You need to be more careful with your things, her mum sighed. Well, Pip was going to lose or break a lot more than just her phone tonight. Yeah, I know. Adulting, she said, training for that too. Anyway, I'm going to bed now. Night. Good night, sweetie, her mum said, an accompanying grunt from her dad. Pip closed their door gently, and as she walked across the landing, she could hear her mum telling her dad to put the book down if he was already asleep, for goodness sake. Pip stepped inside her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Loudly, not loud enough to wake up an already grumpy Josh, but loud enough that her mum could hear her settling in for the night. It smelled like bleach in here, and Pip checked inside her wardrobe, bending down to look into the bucket. Floating lumps of clothing and duct tape. She prodded her trainers back down, further into the liquid. The blue markings on their sides had begun to bleach to white, disappearing against the material, as had the bloodstains on the toes. Good. Everything was going to plan, except not quite. She was already late for meeting Ravi. She hoped he wasn't sitting there, panicking, although she knew him better than hope. Pip just had to wait a few minutes more for her mum to fall asleep. She double-checked her rucksack again, repacking everything in the order she thought she'd need them. She looped another hair tie around her ponytail, tying it into a loose bun, and then pulled one of the beanie hats over her head to secure it all, tucking in any flyaway bits of hair. Then she pulled on the rucksack straps and waited by her bedroom door. Cracking it open, moving it a half-inch at a time so it made no noise, Pip peeked her head out and stared down the landing. Watching the weak yellow light in the gap beneath her parents' door, cast from her mum's bedside lamp. She could already hear the soft rumbling of her dad's snores, using the in and out to measure the time slipping away from her. The light cut out, leaving only darkness behind, and Pip gave it a few minutes more. Then she closed her bedroom door and walked across the hall, steps careful and quiet. Down the stairs, remembering this time to step over the one that creaked, third up from the bottom. Out the front door into the cold again, leaning into the door slowly, so the only sound it made was the click of the lock sliding into the mechanism. Her mum was a heavy sleeper anyway, had to be, considering the grunting, snoring man she slept next to. Pip walked down her drive, past her parked car and onto Martinsend Way, turning right. Even though it was late and dark and she was walking alone, she didn't feel afraid. Or if she did, it was a dull kind of afraid, an ordinary kind of fear, near unremarkable when placed beside that terror she'd felt just hours ago, its marks still all over her. Pip spotted the car first. A black Audi, waiting on the corner, the intersection where Pip's road met Max's road. Ravi must have seen her, the headlights in Max's car blinking on, carving two white funnels through the black of midnight. Gone midnight, quite a lot past midnight. Ravi would have been panicking about the time, she was sure, but she was here now. Pip used her sleeve to open the door and dropped into the passenger seat. It's 18 minutes past. Ravi turned to her, eyes wide with dread just as she thought they'd be. I've been waiting. I thought something bad had happened to you. Sorry, she said, using her sleeve to close the door again. Nothing bad, just running a bit late. A bit late is like 6 minutes, he said, eyes refusing to back down. That's how late I was, took longer to walk through the woods to Max's house than I thought. 18 minutes is a lot late. How did everything go with you? Pip asked, leaning forward to press her forehead against his, in the way he always did to her. To take on half her headaches or half her nerves, he said. And here Pip took on half his fear because it was the ordinary kind and she could handle it. It worked, Ravi's face relaxing a little as she pulled away. Yeah, he said. Yeah, everything good my end. Went to the ATM and the petrol station, paid for everything on my card. Yeah, good. Rahul commented that I seemed distracted, but he just thought I'd had an argument with you or something. All fine. Mum and Dad think I'm asleep. What about your end? How did everything go? She nodded. I don't know how, but everything went okay somehow. Got everything I needed from Max's. Did you pick up the car okay? Clearly, he said, indicating around the dark car with his eyes. Course he has a fucking nice car too. It seemed quiet inside the house still, dark. Did it take him long to pass out? 15, 20 minutes, she replied. Nat had to hit him to buy me more time, but I think that will work better with the narrative. Ravi thought about that for a moment. Yes, and maybe Max will think that's why he has a stonking headache in the morning. And his phone. Connor and Jamie planted it just before 9:40-ish. I made the call to Epps right after. And your alibi, he asked. I'm covered. From 9:41 to just after midnight, lots of cameras. Mum heard me go to bed. Ravi nodded to himself, staring through the windscreen at the air floating through the piercing headlights. Let's hope we've managed to push the time of death by 3 hours at least then. Speaking of, Pip said, reaching into her rucksack, we need to get back quickly and turn him again. He's already been on one side a while. She pulled out a handful of latex gloves, passing a pair over to Ravi as well as her other beanie hat. Thanks, he said, pulling the hat on, Pip helping him to tuck in any stray hairs. Then he removed the purple mittens he'd already been wearing, stretching his hands inside the clear gloves. These were all I could find at home, my mum's. He passed the purple mittens to Pip, who shoved them in her rucksack. Guess I know what I'm getting her for her birthday. He started the car, the engine humming quietly, vibrating under Pip's legs. Back roads, he said. Back roads, Pip replied. Let's go. The gates of Green Scene Limited glared at them, open but not welcoming, throwing the harsh light of the headlights back in their eyes. Ravi pulled up just outside them, flicking the car off, and when it was quiet they could hear the sound of another engine idling through the night. Jason Bell's car up ahead, beyond the gates, keeping their body cold for them. Pip stepped out, shutting the door behind her, the sound like a clap of thunder in the night. But if no one could hear her screams, no one would hear that either. Hold on, she told Ravi, as he climbed out and headed towards the open gate. The phone, she reminded him, walking along the boulders that lined the drive, connecting road to gate. She stopped at the large rock closest to the road and stepped around it, crouching low. A sigh of relief. There, waiting for her, was Max's phone in the sealed-up sandwich bag. Pip said another thank you in her head, sent it Jamie and Connor's way as she reached down and picked up the phone. Through her gloves and the plastic bag, she pressed the side button and the lock screen lit up. Her eyes jumped across it, the white light so bright that Pip saw a ghostly silver halo around it, creeping towards her like a fog. And maybe it was. There were many ghosts here now, Jason added to the 5 women he'd killed, and the ghost of Pip herself, untethered from time, stalking up and down the road on a computer screen. Pip narrowed her eyes and looked beyond the bright light. Yes, she hissed, turning to give Ravi a gloved thumbs up. What have we got? He asked, hurrying over. One missed call from Christopher Epps at 9:46. A missed call from Mummy at 9:57 and another at 10:09. And finally one from Dad at 10:48. Perfect. Ravi's mouth stretched into a smile, teeth glowing in the night. Perfect, Pip agreed, sliding the bagged-up phone safely inside her rucksack. They thought they were calling Max to tell him the good news, that Pip would be accepting the deal and recanting her statement. But that wasn't what they'd done. They'd fallen right into the trap Pip and Ravi had planned for them. Those calls to Max's phone had routed through the local mobile tower here, which meant they placed Max and his phone right here at a crime scene where the police would find a dead man. At the crime scene, right in the middle of the manipulated time of death window, because Max Hastings killed Jason Bell, not Pip, and his parents and his lawyer had just helped her pull it off. Pip stood up and Ravi reached for her hand, intertwined his fingers through hers, the plastic gloves snagging together. He gave it a squeeze. "Almost there, Sarge," he said, pressing his lips into her eyebrow sore from where the tape had ripped it. "Last push." Pip inspected his hat, made sure none of his long dark hair was poking through. Ravi dropped her hand to clap his together. "Okay, let's do it," he said. They walked through the gates, their steps crunching alternately against the gravel, heading for the deep red eyes glowing in the night, the tail lights of Jason's car, and the quiet sigh of the running engine. Pip stared at her reflection in the back passenger window again, this long night etched all over her face, and she opened the door. It was cold inside, very cold, her fingers prickling with it through the gloves as they crossed the threshold. She leaned in and could even see her own breath, fogging out in front. Ravi opened the back door opposite her. "Fuck, it's chilly," he said, bending down and readying his arms, grabbing Jason's ankles through the black tarp. He glanced up, watching as Pip positioned her hands under Jason's shoulders. "Ready?" he asked. 3, 2, 1, go." They lifted him up and then Pip raised one knee to brace the body, her foot on the seat. "Okay," she said, her arms weaker now, struggling with the weight, but the promise of survival kept them going. Gently, using her knee to guide them, they twisted the roll of tarp, flipping the body over and then resting him back down on the seat. Face down again, the same way he had died. "How's he looking?" Ravi asked, as Pip unwrapped one side of the tarp, trying to ignore the mess of the back of Jason's head. She felt detached from the person who had done that, separate somehow, because she'd lived 100 lifetimes in the hours since. Pip prodded his neck, feeling the muscles beneath his skin, moving down his shoulders over his blood-stained shirt. "Rigor has started," she said. "It begins in the jaw and neck, but it hasn't got much further than that." Ravi stared at her, a question in his eyes. "That's good," Pip said, answering the unasked thing. "That means we managed to delay the onset by quite a bit. It hasn't even reached his lower arms yet. Rigor mortis is normally complete within 6 to 12 hours. He died over 6 hours ago now, and it's still only in the upper part of his body." "That's good," she said, trying to convince herself as much as Ravi. "Okay, good," Ravi said, the word escaping his mouth as a wisp of cloud in the cold air. "And the other thing, lividity," Pip said. She gritted her teeth and unwrapped a little more of the tarp. She leaned forward and carefully peeled up the back of Jason's shirt by an inch, peering in closer at the skin underneath. It looked bruised, a mottled purple-red tinge from the blood that had pooled inside. "Yeah, it started," Pip said, stepping one leg inside the footwell of the car to get closer. She reached over and pressed her gloved thumb into the skin of Jason's back. When she pulled it away, the mark of her thumb stayed behind, one small white half-circle, an island surrounded by discolored skin. "Yes, it's not fixed, still blanchable. Which means that now we've flipped him, the blood will move again, start to settle on the other side. Make it look like he hasn't already been lying in this position for almost 5 hours. Buy us time." "Thanks, Gravity," Ravi said with a thoughtful nod. "The real MVP." "Right, well." Pip ducked her head and moved back out the car door. "Now those two processes are really going to kick into high gear because it's time to microwave him." Will you stop saying microwave him? Just supplying the comic relief, Ravi said seriously, holding up his gloved hands. That's my job in the team. You undersell yourself, Pip said, and then pointed to the ice packs dotted around the inside of the car. Can you grab those? Ravi did, collecting them up in his arms. Still frozen solid. We got it really cold in there. Yeah, we did well, Pip said, moving to the front of the car and opening the driver's side door. Just going to take these back. Ravi gestured at the ice packs. Okay, rinse them off in case they smell like Pip called. Oh, and Ravi, see if you can find cleaning supplies in there. Antibac spray, some cloths, a broom maybe so we can do a sweep for any hairs. Yeah, I'll have a look, he said, running off towards the office building, kicking up the gravel around him. Pip lowered herself into the driver's seat, a glance over her shoulder at Jason Bell, keeping her eyes on him. Alone again. Just the two of them in this small, confined space. And even though he was dead, Pip didn't trust him not to grab her when her back was turned. Don't be silly. He was dead, 6 hours dead, even though he only looked like he'd been gone for 2. Dead and helpless, not that he ever deserved any help. Don't try and make me feel bad for you, Pip told him quietly, turning away to study the buttons and dials on the control panel. You evil piece of shit. She grabbed the dial currently on the coldest setting and turned it all the way to the other side, the notch pointing to a bright red triangle. The system was already on the highest number, a 5, the incoming air hissing loudly through the vents. Pip held her gloved hand out in front of one and kept it there as the air went from cool to warm to hot, like a hairdryer held close to her fingers. This wasn't an exact science. She didn't know by how much this would be able to raise Jason's body temperature. But the air felt hot enough to her, and they had some time to heat him up while they dealt with the rest of the scene. But not too long, because the heat would start to accelerate the rigor and the livor mortis. It was a balancing act between the 3 factors. Happy heating, Pip said, stepping out of the car, shutting the door behind her. She closed the other doors too, sealing Jason back up inside the warming car, his temporary tomb. A rattling sound behind her. Footsteps. Pip turned, a gasp ready in her throat. But it was only Ravi returning from the office. She told him off with her eyes. Sorry, he said. Look what I found. In one hand he was holding a Tesco bag for life, filled with assorted antibac spray bottles, bleach and dusting cloths. On top of the pile was a wrapped-up extension cord, black and industrial. And in his other arm, clasped in the nook of his elbow and draped around his neck, was a vacuum cleaner. Red, its 2 eyes glancing coyly up at the night sky. I found a Henry Hoover, he said, giving the machine a little shake, making it say hello. Yes, I can see that, Pip said. And this massive extension cord so we can go over any places you were in case any hairs are left behind. The boot too. He nodded at Jason's car. Yeah, Pip said, unnerved by the innocent smile on Henry Hoover's face. A forever grin, just as happy to help them clear up a crime scene. I'm afraid he's stolen your job, though. What the comic relief? Ravi asked. That's fine, he's better suited to it, and I'm more of a leadership role anyway. Co-CEO of Team Ravi and Pip. Ravi. Yeah, right, sorry, nervous rambling. Still not used to seeing a dead body up close. Let's get going. They started in the chemical storeroom, carefully stepping over and around the pool of blood. They didn't need to clean that. They would leave the blood there, untouched. Max had to have killed Jason somewhere, after all. And they needed the blood as a signal to tell the first people on the scene that something bad, very bad, had happened here. So they'd look for a body and find it, while Jason was still warm and stiff. That was important. Ravi plugged the extension cord in from an outlet in the larger storage room, where the machines were kept, and started vacuuming. He went over and over the places Pip pointed out to him. Everywhere she'd been dragged, everywhere she'd walked and run in a blind panic. Everywhere he'd been too, careful to keep a margin around the spot where Jason died and the river of blood. Pip worked on the shelves, a spray bottle in one hand, a cloth in the other. She went up and down the upturned shelves, the metal poles, spraying and wiping everywhere she touched or brushed up against. Every side, every angle. Finding the screw and nut she'd removed from the shelf and wiping those down too. Her fingerprints were already on file. She couldn't leave even a partial behind. She climbed up the collapsed shelves again, like a ladder, painstakingly wiping anywhere she might have touched. The lip of the metal shelves, the plastic vats of weed killer and fertilizer. Up to the wall and around the smashed window, even polishing the pieces of jagged glass left in the frame, in case she'd touched those. Clambering back down carefully, avoiding Ravi as he vacuumed back and forth, and over to the toolbox on the workbench at the far end. Pip removed everything from inside it. She could have touched anything as her hand burrowed through. One by one she wiped down every single one of the tools, even the individual drill heads and fittings. She ran out one of the spray bottles and had to fetch another, carrying on. She touched the post-it note about Blue Team's tools. She remembered doing it. She peeled the note off, crumpled it and shoved it in the front pocket of her rucksack to take home. The blood had almost dried on the hammer as Pip picked it up from its resting place, clumps of Jason's hair stuck in the gore. Pip left that end as it was, wiping up and down the handle, again and again, removing any traces of herself, replacing it close to the river of blood, staging it. Door handles, locks, Jason's large ring of green scene keys, light switches, the cupboard in the office building that Ravi touched. All of it wiped and wiped again. Once more over the shelves to be sure. When Pip finally looked up, ticking another box in her head, she checked the time on the burner phone. It had just ticked past 2:30 a.m. They'd been cleaning for close to 2 hours, and Pip was warm with sweat inside her hoodie. "I think I'm done," Ravi said, re-emerging from the larger storeroom, an empty jerry can in his hands. "Yeah," Pip nodded, slightly breathless. "Just the car to do after, mostly the boot and his car keys, but it's been almost 2 hours now," she said, glancing through the open storeroom door back into the dark night. "I think it's time to take him out," Ravi checked. Pip could tell he'd been about to make an oven-ready type joke, but had reconsidered. "Yes. We're going to flip him again, but I don't want the rigor to be too advanced. He needs to still be stiff when they find him. I feel like it must be over 40 degrees in there now, maybe even higher. Hopefully it's brought his temperature back up to somewhere in the low 30s. He'll start to cool again once he's outside, 0.8 degrees every hour until he reaches ambient temperature." "Explain that to me in getting away with murder terms," Ravi said, fiddling with the top of the jerry can. "Well, if he's found and the ME initially examines him at the scene around 6 a.m. in 3.5 hours' time, working the 0.8 degree rule backward, it should show that he died more like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. The rate of rigor and lividity should support that too." "Okay," Ravi said. "Let's take him out then." He followed her outside to Jason's car, peering in the window. "Hold on." Pip dropped to her knees beside her open rucksack. "I need the things I took from Max's." She pulled out the freezer bag containing Max's gray hoodie and the one with his white trainers and cap. Ravi reached for the bag with the shoes. "What are you doing?" Pip said, harder than she meant to, making him flinch and retract his hand. "Putting on Max's shoes," he said uncertainly. "I thought we wanted to leave track marks through the mud where we dumped the body, the tread pattern of the shoes." "Yes, we do," Pip said, pulling something else out of her bag. "The 5 balled-up pairs of socks. That's why I brought these. I'm putting on the trainers, I'm dragging him out there." She undid her Converse shoes and started pulling on the socks a pair at a time, patting out her feet. "I can help," Ravi said, watching her. "No, you can't." Pip slid her first bulked-up foot into Max's trainer, doing the laces up tight. "There can only be one set of tracks, just Max's. And you're not dumping the body, I'm not letting you do that. It should be me. I killed him, I got us into this." She tied the second shoe and stood, testing out her grip against the gravel. Her feet budged a little up and down as she stepped, but it would be fine. "I mean, You didn't get us into this, he did, Ravi said, gesturing with his thumb back towards Jason's body. You sure you can do it? If Max can drag Jason's body through the trees, then so can I. Pip unsealed the bag with Max's hoodie and pulled it on over her own. Ravi helped her, careful not to disturb the hat covering her head, making sure she left none of her hairs behind on its collar. You're good, Ravi said, taking a step back to look at her. I can at least help you get him out of the car. Yes, he could at least help with that. Pip nodded, walking over to the back door of the car on the side where Jason's head was. Ravi looped around her to the other side. They opened the doors at the same time. Whoa, Ravi said, doubling back. It's getting hot in here. Don't, Pip said firmly across the back seat. What? He glared at her over the tarp. I wasn't going to sing the song, even I know when it's stepping over a line, sure. What I meant is that it's really hot in here, he said. Higher than 40s, I'd say. That was almost opening the oven and the heat slaps you in the face hot. Right, Pip sniffed. You push him this way, I'll drag him out. Pip managed to pull him out of the car, using Ravi's momentum from the other side. Jason's tarp-wrapped feet landed on the gravel with a crash. Got him? Ravi asked, coming around. Yeah, Pip laid him gently down. She stepped back to her rucksack, opening up the front pocket and pulled out the sandwich bag with the small clump of Max's hair sealed inside. Need this, she explained to Ravi, shoving it in the front pocket of Max's hoodie. You gonna keep him in the tarp? Ravi watched her as she returned to the body, struggling to pick Jason up beneath the shoulders again, his arms now stiff and unyielding. Yeah, he can stay in the tarp, Pip said, grunting with the effort as she tried to drag Jason's trailing feet through the stones. Glad the tarp was there, so Jason's face-down dead face wasn't watching her as she did. Max could have tried to cover him too. Pip took a step back and she hauled. She tried to not think about what she was doing. Build a barrier inside her mind, a fence to keep it out. It was just one of the boxes to tick, that's what she told herself. Focus on that. Just a task to tick off in the plan, like all the plans she'd ever made, even the small ones, even the mundane. This was no different, except it was, that dark voice reminded her, the one that hid at the back beside the shame, unpicking her barrier piece by piece. Because it was late at night, in that in-between time when too late became too early and Pip Fitzgerald was dragging a dead body. Dead Jason was heavy and Pip's progress was slow, her mind trying to distance itself from the thing in her hands, from her hands themselves. It was a little easier as she moved from small stones to grass, checking behind her every 2 steps so she didn't trip. Ravi remained behind on the gravel. I'll start on the boot of the car then, he said. Hoover every inch. Wipe down the plastic sides too, Pip called, the breath struggling in her chest. I touched those. He shot her a thumbs up and turned away. Pip leaned Jason against her leg for a moment to take the weight, give her arms a break. The muscles in her shoulders were already screaming, but she had to keep going. This was her job, her burden. She dragged him to the trees, Max's trainers crunching the first of the fallen leaves. Pip laid him down for 2 minutes, stretched out her aching arms, moved her head side to crack her neck, stared up at the moon to ask it what the fuck she was doing. Then she picked him up again, hauled him between those trees and around that one. Leaves bunching up around Jason's feet as he dragged them with him, collecting them for his final resting place. Pip didn't go in far. She didn't need to. They were about 50 feet into the woodland, where the trees started to bunch close together, barring the way. A distant hum of Ravi and the vacuum cleaner. Pip checked behind her, spotting the trunk of a larger tree, old and gnarled. That would do. She dragged Jason around that tree and then laid him down. The plastic tarp rustled and dried out leaves whispered dark threats to Pip as he settled into the ground, face down in the tarp. She bent to one side of him and pushed, rolling his stiffening body over. Now he was face up and the blood inside would settle along his back once again. The tarp had shifted slightly as she'd flipped him over, one corner slipping down to show her his dead face one last time, to etch that image into the underside of her eyelids forever, a new horror waiting for her in the dark whenever she blinked. Jason Bell, the Slew Strangler, the DT Killer. The monster that had chased Andy Bell away, creating this jagged circle, this awful merry-go-round they were all stuck on. But at least Pip was still alive, to be haunted by his face. If it were the other way around, as it should have been, Jason wouldn't have cared enough to be haunted by hers. He tried to take it away from her. He would have enjoyed seeing her like this, face wrapped up in tape, skin modeling to the color of bruise, body hard like it was made from concrete and not flesh. A wrapped-up doll and a trophy to always remember how the sight of dead her had made him feel. Elated, excited, powerful. So yes, Pip would remember his dead face and she would be glad to, because it meant she didn't have to be afraid of him anymore. She had one and he was dead, and the sight of it, the proof, that was her trophy, whether she wanted it or not. She unfolded that same side of tarp, uncovering half of him from his face to his legs, and pulled out the sandwich bag from Max's pocket. She opened the seal and dipped her gloved hand inside, pinching some of the dark blonde hairs. Crouching low, she dropped them, sprinkled them over Jason's shirt, two tucked under his collar. His dead hand was rigid and wouldn't open, but Pip slid a couple of hairs in through the gap between his thumb and forefinger, coming to rest against his palm. There were only a few left in the bag now. The weak moonlight showed her. She pulled out just one more, tucking it in under the nail of Jason's right thumb. She straightened up, resealing the bag to put it away. She studied him, creating the scene in that dark place in her mind, bringing the plan to life behind her eyes. They'd tussled, fought, knocked over a row of shelves in the storeroom. Jason had punched Max in the face, giving him a black eye, maybe pulling some of his hair out at the same time. Look, there it was, stuck under one nail and in the creases of his fingers, snagging on his clothes. Max had walked away angry and come back even angrier, creeping up on Jason in the storeroom, a hammer gripped in his hand. Undone Jason's head. A rage kill, heat of the moment. Calmed down and realized what he'd done. Covered him and dragged him through the trees. Should have covered your hair, Max, while you were attempting to clear up a murder scene. He'd managed to clear up his prints from the weapon and the room he killed Jason in, but he'd forgotten about his hair, hadn't he? Too fair, too fine to see it. Too panicked after killing a man. Pip flicked the tarp back over Jason with her shoe. Max's shoe. Max would have made some effort to cover the body at least, to hide it. But not too well and not too far, because Pip wanted the police to find Jason right away on their first search of the property. She walked around Jason, pressing the zigzag imprint of Max's shoes into the mud, leaves bunching around the shoe prints. Shouldn't have worn a pair of trainers with such a unique tread pattern either, should you, Max? And you certainly shouldn't have left your phone on while you were here, killing a man and clearing up after yourself. Pip turned and walked away. Dead Jason didn't call her back as she left him, laying another set of Max's tracks, back through the trees and grass, onto the gravel. She walked through the door into the chemical storeroom, kicking mud from Max's shoes over the concrete. "Hey, I just hoovered in there," Ravi said with mock annoyance, a hidden smile on his face, standing in the doorway at the other end. Trying to calm her, Pip knew, make her feel normal again after what she'd just done. But she was too focused to break her train of thought, following the unticked boxes in her head. Not many left now. "Max brought it in on his way back from dumping the body," she said quietly, her voice trance-like, stepping forward, closer and closer to that river of drying blood. She planted one heel and laid down the toe of the shoe, pressing it into the blood. "What are you doing?" Ravi said. "Max accidentally stepped in the blood on his way back in," she answered, crouching down and dabbing the end of Max's sleeve in the river too, coming away with a small red swipe against the gray. "And he got some on his clothes. He'll try to wash this stain off at home, but he won't do a very good job." She pulled out the sandwich bag again and removed the last remaining hairs, dropping them into the pool of sticky, drying blood. Pip carried on towards Ravi, Max's left shoe leaving a tacky red zigzag mark on the concrete, fading by the third step. Okay, Ravi said gently. Can I have Pip back now, not Max Hastings? Pip shook him out of her head, breaking her faraway stare, softening her eyes as she glanced across at Ravi. Yeah, done, she said. Right, I've done the boot. Hoovered it like 4 times. Did the ceiling too and that pull-out cover thing. Wiped down all the plastic parts with anti-bac. Turned the car off and wiped his keys too. And I've put the cleaning supplies and vacuum back where I found them. The cloths we used are in your rucksack. Should have removed all traces of you, of us, Pip nodded. Fire will do the rest. Speaking of. Ravi finally showed her what was in his hands, the jerry can. He shook it to show her it was half full. I've managed to siphon petrol out of the lawnmowers. I found this little tube thing on the shelves. You just insert it into the tank, blow into it, and the petrol starts running out. We'll have to dispose of that tube then, Pip said, creating another item in the list in her head. Yeah, I thought you could do it same way as your clothes. How much more do you think we'll need? He asked, shaking the can again. Pip thought about it. Maybe 3. That's what I was thinking. Come on, there's loads in those ride-on mowers. Ravi led her back into the huge storeroom, the machines winking under the buzzy industrial lights. He walked them over to a mower, and Pip helped him as he guided the small tube into the tank, creating a seal around the opening with his gloved hand before blowing into the tube. A strong smell of petrol as the yellowy-brown liquid flowed through the tube, tinkling into the jerry can Pip held. When it was filled, they moved on to another can and another mower. Pip started to feel dizzy from the fumes, from the lack of sleep, from her trip to and back from death. She wasn't sure which. It was the fumes that ignited, she knew, not the liquid, and if those were inside her then maybe she'd burn up too. Nearly there, Ravi said to her, or the jerry can, she couldn't quite tell. He stood up and clapped his hands when the third can was near full. Need something to start the fires with too, something that will catch. Pip looked around the cavernous room, scanning the shelves. Here, she said, walking over to a cardboard box filled with small plastic plant pots. She ripped several lengths of cardboard away, stuffing them in Max's pocket. Perfect, Ravi said, picking up 2 jerry cans so she only had to carry 1. It felt heavier than it should, the weight of the dead body still in her muscles somehow. We should lead the fire in here too, Pip said, dousing a row of still-full mowers in the petrol, pouring a trail behind her as they walked back towards the chemical storeroom. We want things to go boom. Blow out the windows to cover up the one I broke. Lots of things to go boom in here, Ravi said, flicking the lights off with his elbow as he followed her. He tilted one of his cans, pouring a thick trail of petrol alongside Pip's as they stepped together. She doused the workbench, and Ravi continued on to the upturned shelving unit, lifting the can hide a splash petrol all over it, spattering against the plastic vats and dripping down the metal shelves. They coated the room, the walls, the floor, a new river along the concrete beside the weed killer in the gutter. Pip's can was almost empty, the final drop splattering out onto the ground as she avoided the pool of blood. They didn't want that to burn. The fire was to bring the police here. The blood was to send them out to Jason. That's how this night would finally end, in fire and blood, and a sweep of the trees to find what Pip had left for them. Ravi finished his can too, threw it behind his shoulder back into the room. Pip stepped outside and let the night breeze play across her face, breathing it in until she felt steady again. She didn't, not until Ravi was standing beside her, holding her gloved hand in his, that small gesture anchoring her. The final jerry can was in his other hand. There was a question in his eyes and Pip nodded. Ravi turned to Jason's SUV. He started in the boot, soaking the carpet floor and the plastic sides. Over the retractable cover and on to the soft material of the ceiling, covering the back seats and the footwells and into the front too. He left the can on the back seat where Jason had laid, some petrol still sloshing around inside it. Boom, he mimed with his hands. Pip had pulled on Max's baseball cap now, over the beanie she already wore, so it would never touch her, never pick up a trace. And one last thing from the rucksack before she pulled the straps over her shoulders. In went the rubber tube that Ravi had pressed his mouth to. Out came the lighter that her mum used to light their autumn spice candle every evening. Pip readied the lighter in her hand, pulling out the strips of cardboard. She clicked it, and a small bluish flame emerged at the end. Pip held it to a corner of the cardboard, waiting for it to catch. She let the fire grow, whispering to it, welcoming it to the world. "Step back," she told Ravi as she leaned forward and threw it into the boot of Jason's car. A whirl of bright yellow flames erupted with a loud roar, growing and spreading, licking out towards her face. Hot, so incredibly hot, drying out her eyes, cleaving at her throat. "Nothing cleans like fire," Pip said, handing the lighter and another strip of cardboard to Ravi as he walked back towards the storeroom. The click of the lighter, the flame eating up the cardboard, adolescent and slow, until Ravi threw it onto their new river, and that small flame exploded into an inferno, high and angry. The screaming of ghosts as it melted plastic and began to twist metal. "I've always secretly wanted to set fire to something," Ravi said, returning to her, retaking her hand, fingers fusing together as the gravel crunched under their feet and the flames flickered at their backs. "Well," Pip said, her voice rough and scorched, "arson is another crime we can tick off the list tonight." "Think we've probably got a full house by now," he replied. "Bingo." They walked towards Max's car. Back out the waiting gates of Green Scene Limited, those spiked metal posts like an open jaw, spitting them out as its body withered and burned. Pip blinked as they stepped through, picturing these gates in a few hours, blue and white crime scene tape wrapped across them, barring the way, the buzz of murmured voices and police radios in the smoky aftermath. A body bag and the squeaking wheels of a gurney. Follow the fire, follow the blood, follow her story. That's all they had to do. It was out of her hands now. Their fingers broke apart as Pip dropped into the driver's seat and shut herself in. Ravi opened the back door, climbing inside and laying down across the footwell there to hide. He couldn't be seen. They were taking the main roads back to Little Kilton, through as many traffic cameras as they could. Because it wasn't Pip driving, it was Max this time, driving home after breaking a man's head open and setting fire to the scene. Here he was in his hoodie and his hat, if any of those cameras had a view through the windows, pressing his shoes into the pedals, leaving behind traces of blood. Max started the engine and reversed, pulling away just as the explosions began behind them. Those rows and rows of mowers blowing up, firing into the night like gunshots. 6 holes in Stanley's chest. A yellow flare-up that set the sky ablaze, growing smaller and smaller in the rear-view mirror. Someone would hear that, Pip told herself as Max drove, another blast cracking the earth around them, much louder than 1,000 screams. A billowing column of smoke smothering the low moon. Max Hastings got home at 3:27 a.m. after killing Jason Bell. Pip pulled up into the drive outside the Hastings house, parking the car exactly where it had been before, at the start of the night. She switched off the engine. The headlights blinked off and the darkness crept in. Ravi pulled himself up from the back seat, stretched out his neck. Glad the petrol light came on just to give this night one last jolt of adrenaline. Really needed one last hit. "Yeah," Pip exhaled. "That was a fun little plot twist." They couldn't have stopped to fill up the car, of course. They were supposed to be Max Hastings, and petrol stations were covered in security cameras. But they'd made it home, Pip's eyes constantly flicking to the warning light, and now it didn't matter anymore. "I should go in alone," Pip said, grabbing her rucksack and pulling out the car keys. "Be quick and quiet as possible. I don't know how deep he'll still be. You can walk home." "I'll wait," Ravi said, climbing out the door and carefully pushing it shut. "Make sure you're okay." Pip stepped out, studied his face in the darkness, a streak of red in his eyes as she blipped the fob to lock Max's car. "He's unconscious," she said. "He's still a rapist," Ravi replied. "I'll wait. Go on, get it done." "Okay." Pip moved silently up to the front door, a glance at the taped-up cameras either side. She slid the house key into the lock and stepped inside the dark, sleeping house. She could hear Max's breaths from the sofa, deep and rattling, moving forward with each in and out to hide her steps beneath the sound. She wiped the car keys on Max's hoodie. Neither of them had touched them with their bare hands, but she wanted to be sure. Upstairs first, her steps light and cautious, trekking mud from the crime scene into the carpet. She flicked on the light in Max's bedroom and dropped her bag to the floor, removing Max's cap from her head and peeling his hoodie away from the one she was wearing underneath, careful not to dislodge her beanie. Pip checked the gray material for any of her dark hairs that might have caught. It was clear. She studied the sleeves to find the one with the bloodstain, moved silently across the landing to the bathroom. Light on. Tap on. Dipped the bloody sleeve under the water, rubbed at it with her gloved fingers until the blood faded to a muted brown mark. She took it back to his bedroom with her, over to the wash basket where she'd found it, pushed aside the towering pile of clothes and dumped the gray hoodie in, shoving it down to the very bottom. She unlaced Max's shoes, her own feet looking oversized and ridiculous in their 5 extra pairs of socks. The zigzag soles of his trainers were still caked in mud, clumps falling away as Pip placed them at the very back of his wardrobe, building up another pile of shoes around them to hide them. From Max, not from the people who really mattered, the forensic team. She went back for the cap, replacing it where she'd found it, balancing atop the hangers, and then closed the wardrobe. She returned to her bag, putting her own shoes on, and reached inside for the sandwich bag with Max's phone. Crept back down the stairs with it gripped in her hand. Pip shuffled down the hallway, closer to him, closer, when all she wanted was to recoil, hide, in case 2 bright eyes snapped open in the middle of that angular face. The face of a killer. That's what everyone had to believe. One more step and she caught sight of Max over the back of the sofa, in the exact same position she'd left him more than 6 hours ago. Cheek crushed against the arm of the sofa and a thawed bag of peas, a string of saliva connecting him to it. Bruise darkening around his eye. Breath so deep they shuddered his entire body. He was out cold still. Pip checked, nudging the sofa, ready to duck if he stirred. He didn't. She stepped forward and slid his phone out of the sandwich bag back onto the coffee table. She picked up his blue water bottle, took it over to the dark kitchen to wash it out several times and refill it, so there were no traces, no dregs of the drugs along the bottom. She placed it back on the coffee table, spout open, her eyes snapping to Max's face as he took a particularly heavy, shaking breath, sounding almost like a sigh. "Yeah," Pip whispered, looking down at him. Max Hastings, her cornerstone. The upturned mirror by which she defined herself, everything he was and everything she wasn't. "It sucks when someone puts something in your drink and then ruins your life, huh?" She walked away and back out into the night, hiding her eyes from the 2 bright stars. "You good?" Ravi asked her. A sound escaped her, a punch of breath that was almost a laugh. She knew what he'd meant, but the question hit deeper, reverberating around her gut, tucking itself in. No, she wasn't good. Could never be again after today. "I'm tired," she said, her lower lip quaking. She shook it off, retook control, couldn't give in yet, not done, but so close now. "Fine," she said. "Just got to remove the tape from the cameras." Ravi waited down the road while she did it. The same way she'd placed the duct tape earlier, sidling up against the front of the house, pulling it off, looping around the back of the house this time to remove the other. But it wasn't her doing that, of course, it was Max Hastings. And this was the very last time she had to be him. She didn't like it there in his head or him in hers. He wasn't welcome there. Pip clambered over the front fence and found Ravi on the moonlit street. Neither of them had left her yet, the moon still showing her the way. They finally pulled off their latex gloves, the skin on both their hands wrinkled and damp as Pip slid her fingers in between his, where they belonged, hoping they still did. Ravi walked her home and they didn't speak. They just held hands, like they'd given everything already and there were no words left. Only three of them, the only three that mattered as Ravi said goodbye at her front drive. His arms wrapped around her, too tight, like his holding her, was the only thing stopping her from disappearing. Because she had already once today. She'd disappeared and she'd said her final goodbyes to him. Pip burrowed her face into the place where his neck met his shoulder, warm, even when it had no reason to be. "I love you," she said. "I love you," he said back. Pip kept those words close, forced the Ravi in her head to echo them as she silently unlocked her front door and crept inside. Up the stairs, over the creaky one, back into her bedroom and the smell of bleach. The first thing she did was cry. Dropped onto her bed and wrapped a pillow around her face, taking it away just as DT had. Silent, aching sobs that retched, tearing at her throat, unpicking threads in her chest, leaving them unraveled and bare. She cried and she let herself cry, a few minutes to grieve for the girl she could never be again. And then she pushed herself up and pushed herself back together because she wasn't finished yet. An exhaustion like she'd never known before, stumbling across her carpet like a dead girl walking. She carried the bucket with the bleach mixture carefully out of her room, stepping with the loud outward breaths of her dad down the hall, disguising her movements beneath them. Into the bathroom and the shower, slowly tipping the mixture out and down the drain. The clothes and tape left behind were sodden, white bleach marks starting to leach the color out of them. Pip took the bucket and everything inside back to her room, pushing her door closed but not clicking it shut. She'd be in and out over the next few hours. From her rucksack, she laid out one of the larger plastic freezer bags, now empty to protect the carpet, and tipped out the wet, bleached things from the bucket. On top of those, she added everything else from her rucksack that she needed to dispose of, destroy and get rid of, so they could never be tied back to her. She knew just how to do it. From the top drawer of her desk, she pulled out a pair of large scissors, sliding her fingers in through the red plastic handle. She stood over the pile and surveyed it all, creating new columns of boxes to tick off in her head. Small, manageable tasks, one at a time. Sports bra, leggings, hoodie, trainers, rubber tube, green scene, gloves X2, used latex gloves X3, Nisha Singh's mittens, cleaning cloths, Rohypnol pills, spare underwear, spare t-shirt, duct tape. Burner phone, Jason's burner phone. She started with the first item, picking up the sloppy, stained white mess of the sports bra she'd been wearing. The rusted bloodstain gone to the naked eye, but there would always be traces of it. "Was my favorite sports bra, you fucker," she muttered to herself as she took the scissors to them, cutting the stretchy material into small strips and then into smaller squares. She did the same to her leggings and her hoodie and all the clothes that had come into contact with Jason Bell or his blood. The cleaning cloths too. Cutting and snipping, and as she did, imagining a scene 10 miles away, the fire brigade arriving at an out-of-control fire at a medium-sized grounds maintenance and cleaning company, summoned by a call from a concerned neighbor, not close enough to hear screams, but close enough to hear the sound of explosions in the night, wondering if they were fireworks. A wet pile building up in front of her, mismatched squares of material. The gloves next, cutting the latex ones into 2-inch pieces. The material of the green scene work gloves was thicker, harder to cut, but Pip persisted, making sure to decimate the logo. Ravi's mum's mittens too, not tied to the crime scene, but Ravi had worn them when picking up Max's car, and there might be fibers left inside. They had to be destroyed too. No room for errors or mistakes. Even a microscopic one could mean the undoing of the plan and the undoing of Pip. She cut the duct tape into 2-inch pieces, finding where the gap in her left eyebrow had come from, the small hairs stuck into the tape that had wrapped her face. And finally, she snipped the rubber tube into tiny pieces, pushing the trainers and the two burner phones aside. She'd have to get rid of those some other way. But the rest of it, this pile in front of her, it was all going one place, down the toilet. Thank fuck for central sewage systems. As long as she didn't block the pipes in the house, and she'd cut the pieces small to make sure that didn't happen. Everything here, all of this incriminating evidence would end up at a public sewage treatment center. No possible way to ever trace it back to her or this house. Not that they would ever be found anyway. People flushed all sorts of things. It would all be filtered out of the sewage and end up in some landfill somewhere, or even incinerated. As close to disappearing as it was possible to get. No traces. Airtight, ironclad. It never happened. Pip grabbed the clear bag of the remaining Rohypnol pills first. She didn't like the way they were looking at her and she didn't trust herself around them. She grabbed a small handful of cut-up material too, and treading quietly she walked across to the bathroom, closed the door, lowered her hands into the toilet bowl and dropped it all in. She flushed and watched it disappear, the pills the last thing to be sucked away by the whirlpool. Her family shouldn't wake, they slept like the dead. And the flush was quiet, especially with the bathroom door shut. The toilet bowl refilled as normal. Good. She shouldn't try to push it, keep it to a small handful each time and leave several minutes between every flush, so there was no build-up anywhere in the pipes. Pip quickly worked it out in her head. She had this toilet here in the upstairs family bathroom and the one downstairs near the front door. 2 toilets, small handfuls, that large pile of evidence. This was going to take a while, but she had to be done before her family woke up. On the flip side, she couldn't let her exhaustion make her rush, take too much at a time and cause a blockage in the pipes. Pip went back for a second handful, sharing it between her cupped hands as she crept down the stairs, skipped the 3rd step, and flushed it down the toilet. Alternating trips to the bathroom and to the downstairs toilet, leaving enough time between each to refill. Doubting herself every time she flushed, that brief second of panic where it seemed like the toilet wasn't refilling, and oh shit, she must have blocked it. She was finished. It was over, but the water always came back. She wondered if the fire service had called the police in as soon as they saw the burned-out car and smelled the accelerant. It was a clear case of arson. Or would they wait until they had the fire under control and could see the bloody concrete floor in the ruined building? Another handful, another flush. Pip resting her mind in the repetition, just letting her hands do all the work for her, all the thinking. Up and down to the pile and out. At 6 a.m., her mind stirred back to life behind her dried-out eyes, wondering if the police were now just arriving at the smoky scene, nodding as the firefighters pointed out the obvious signs of foul play. It was clear someone had been badly hurt here, maybe even killed. Look at that hammer, we think that might have been the weapon. Were they starting their searches of the surrounding area? It wouldn't take long for them to find the tarp and the dead man inside it. Would a detective be called to the scene then? Would it be D. Hawkins, disturbed from his Sunday lie-in, pulling on his dark green jacket while he made a call to the crime scene technicians and told them to meet him there right away? Down the stairs. Flush. Up the stairs, handful. Secure the crime scene, Hawkins would be barking, the too early morning chill biting at his face and his eyes. Where's the me? No one else go near the body until I have photographs and a cast of those footwear impressions. Flush. Time had positioned itself halfway between 6 and 7. The medical examiner should be at the scene now, wearing a forensic plastic suit. Which would they do first? Take the temperature of the body, feel his muscles for the state of rigor. Press their thumb into the skin of Jason's back to see if the skin discoloration was still blanchable. Warm, stiff, blanchable. Pip repeated it in her head like a mantra. Warm, stiff, blanchable. Were they right now at this very second doing those tests, working out the possible time frame in which this man died? making initial observations, taking photographs. Hawkins watching it all from a distance. Was it happening now? 10 miles away, and the person it all came down to, the one who decided whether Pip got to live or whether she didn't. Down the stairs. Flush. Had they worked out who the dead man was yet? D. Hawkins knew him, acquaintances, maybe even friends. He should recognize his face. When would he tell Dawn Bell? When would he call Becca? Pip's fingers scrabbled against the clear plastic bag on the carpet. This was it. There were just 4 pieces left. One that looked like it was once part of her leggings, 2 pieces of latex glove, and a swatch of her hoodie. Pip straightened up and took a ceremonial breath before she flushed, watching that very last swirl of the water, taking everything away, disappearing it. It was all gone. It had never happened. Pip stripped off her clothes and showered again. There was nothing on her skin, but it still felt unclean, marked in some way. She put her black hoodie and leggings at the top of her wash basket. There shouldn't be anything incriminating on them, but she would still wash them on high to be sure. She pulled on a pair of pajamas and rolled herself up in her duvet, shivering beneath it. She couldn't close her eyes. It was all she wanted to do, but she knew she couldn't because any second now. Pip heard the sounds of the alarm from her parents' bedroom, that squawking bird song that was meant to be gentle, but it wasn't because her mum had the volume on her phone too loud. Pip thought it sounded like the end of the world, a swarm of headless pigeons throwing themselves against the window. It was 7:45 a.m., far too early for a Sunday. But Pip's parents had promised to take Joshua to Legoland. Pip would not be going to Legoland. She couldn't, because she'd spent all night throwing up and sitting on the toilet, alternating between the two as her stomach cramped and shuddered, flushing 100 times and ending up right back there, leaning over the toilet. That's why the bucket from the bin was in her room, why it smelled of bleach. She tried to drown the vomit smell out of it. Pip heard murmuring down the hall as her mum woke up Josh, a small yap of excitement from him as he remembered the reason for the early morning. Voices back and forth, the sound of her dad rolling out of bed, that loud sigh he did as he stretched. A gentle rap of knuckles on Pip's door. "Come in," Pip said, her voice scratchy and foul. She didn't even need to try to sound ill, she sounded broken. Was she broken? She thought she already had been before the longest day had begun. Her mum poked her head inside and her face wrinkled up immediately. "Smells like bleach in here," she said, confused, her eyes circling the bucket positioned by Pip's bed. "Oh no, darling, have you been unwell?" Josh said he heard the toilet flushing throughout the night. "Been puking since about 2 a.m., Pip sniffed. "And the other thing, sorry, I was trying not to wake anyone. Brought the bucket in here, but it smelled like sick, so I cleaned it with toilet bleach." "Oh no, sweetie." Her mum came over to sit on her bed, pressed the back of her hand against Pip's forehead. Pip almost broke right there and then, at her touch, at the devastating normality of this scene. At a mother who didn't know how close she'd come to losing her daughter. And maybe she still would if the plan went wrong, if the numbers the medical examiner was telling Hawkins right now weren't what she needed them to be, if she'd overlooked something that the autopsy would find. "You do feel warm. You think it's a bug," she said, her voice as soft as her touch, and Pip was so glad to be alive to hear it again. "Maybe, or maybe something I ate." "What did you eat?" "McDonald's," Pip said with a closed-mouth smile. Her mum widened her eyes in a "there you go." She glanced behind her at the door. "I told Josh we'd go to Legoland today," she said uncertainly. "You guys should still go," Pip said. "Please go." "But you're not well," her mum said. "I should stay and take care of you." Pip shook her head. "Honestly, I haven't been sick in a while now. I think it's over. I just want to get some sleep. Really, I want you guys to go." She watched her mum's eyes flicker as she considered. "And just think about how annoying Josh will be if you don't." Her mum smiled, tapped Pip under the chin, and Pip hoped she hadn't felt the way it had quivered. "Can't argue with you there. You sure you'll be okay, though? Maybe I can get Ravi to come check in on you." "Mum, really, I'm okay. I'm just going to sleep." Day sleeping, practicing for university. Okay, well, let me at least get you a glass of water. Her dad had to come in as well, of course, after being told she wasn't well and not coming. "Oh no, not my little pickle," he said, sitting beside her and making the entire bed sink, Pip almost rolling onto his lap because there was no strength left in her. "You look terrible. Soldier down." "Soldier down," she replied. "Drink lots of water," he said. "Plain food only, even though it pains me to say that. Plain toast, rice." "Yeah, I know, Dad." "Okay. Mum says you lost your phone, and apparently you told me that last night, but I remember no such thing. I'll call the house phone in a few hours, check you're still alive." He was about to walk out her door. "Wait." Pip sat up, scrabbling against the duvet. He hesitated at the threshold. "Love you, Dad," she said quietly because she couldn't remember the last time and she was still alive. A grin broke his face. "What do you want from me?" he laughed. "My wallet's in the other room." "No, nothing," she said. "I was just saying." "Ah, well, I'll just say it too then. Love you, Pickle." Pip waited until they left, the sound of the car peeling up the drive, cracking the curtains to watch as they drove away. Then with the very last of her strength, she pushed herself up and stumbled across the room, feet dragging beneath her. Picked up the damp trainers she'd hidden back in her rucksack and the 2 burner phones. 3 boxes left to tick. She could do this, crawling towards that finish line, the Ravi in her head telling her that she could make it. She slipped the back cover off her burner phone, pulled out the battery and the SIM card, snapped the small plastic card between her thumbs through the middle of the chip just as she'd done with Jason's, carried it all downstairs, into the garage to her dad's toolkit. She replaced his duct tape roll with another fucking duct tape, under her breath. Then she picked up his drill, pressing the trigger to watch the head spin for a moment, twisting the particles of air. She drove it through the small Nokia phone that used to live in her drawer, right through the screen, shattering it, black plastic scattering around the new hole, and again to the phone that had belonged to the DT killer. One black bin bag for the trainers, tied up tight, another for the SIM cards and batteries, another for the small smashed-up burner phones. Pip grabbed her long coat, hanging on the rack by the front door, slipped on her mum's shoes, even though they didn't fit. It was still early. Hardly anyone was out and about town yet. Pip stumbled down the road with the bin bags in one hand, holding the coat tight around her with the other. She could see Mrs. Yardley up ahead, walking their dog. Pip turned the other way. The moon was gone, so Pip had to guide herself, but there was something wrong with her eyes, the world moving strangely around her, stuttering like it hadn't loaded properly. So tired, her body close to giving up on her. She couldn't really pick up her feet, only shuffle, tripping on the edges of the pavement. Up on West Way, Pip picked a random house, number 13. On second thought, maybe it wasn't so random. To the wheelie bins at the end of their drive, the black one for general rubbish. Pip opened it and checked there were already black sacks inside. Then she pulled the top one out, a waft of something rotten, and placed the bag with the trainers underneath, burying it under the other rubbish. To Rome or close, the road where Howie Bowers had lived. Pip walked up to his house, though it could no longer be his house, and she opened the wheelie bin, shoving in the black bag with the SIM cards and batteries. The last bag, the Nokia 8210 and some other kind of Nokia, with holes drilled through their middles. Pip put that in the bin outside that nice house on Wyville Road, the one with the red tree in the front garden that Pip liked. She smiled up at that tree as she ticked the final box in her head. The entire night of them, done, now falling to pieces inside her mind. The bins were collected on a Tuesday. Pip knew that because every Monday evening her mum would call through the house, "Oh, Victor, you've forgotten to take the bins out." In 2 days, the burner phones and those trainers would find themselves on the way to a landfill site, disappeared along with everything else. She was free of them and she was done. Pip returned home, tripping through the front door as her legs tried to give out under her. She was shaking now, shaking and shivering, and maybe this is just what bodies did in the aftermath of a night like that, destroyed by the adrenaline that had kept them going when they most needed to. But there was no more doing, no more going. Pip fell across her bed, too weak to even get her head to the pillows. Here would do, here was comfortable and safe and still. The plan was over for now. On pause. There wasn't anything more Pip could do. In fact, she was supposed to do nothing, live life as though she had just gone out for junk food with her friends and then to bed, nothing else. Call Ravi from the home phone later to tell him about her lost phone, so there was a record of that conversation because of course she hadn't seen him. Go replace the phone on Monday. Just live and wait. No Googling his name. No driving by the house just to see. No impatiently refreshing the news sites. That's what a killer would do, and Pip couldn't be one of those. The news would come in its own time. Jason Bell found dead. Homicide. Until then she just had to live, see if she remembered how to. Her eyes fell closed, breaths deepening in her hollowed-out chest as a new darkness crept in, disappearing her. Pip finally slept. Pip waited. The raw skin started to heal on her face and around her wrists, and she waited. It didn't come on Monday. Pip sitting on the sofa while the 10 o'clock news played out, her mum shouting over it to remind her dad to take the bins out. It didn't come Tuesday either. Pip had BBC News on in the background all day while she set up her replacement phone. Nothing. No bodies found. Kept it on even when Ravi came round in the evening, talking with the haunted looks in their eyes and the brief touches of their hands because they couldn't use words. Not until they were behind the closed door of her bedroom. Had they not found him? That was impossible, the fire, the blood. Surely employees at Green Scene must know, they must have been told something was wrong, why they couldn't go into work, the fire, the crime scene. Pip could just look them up, no. She couldn't look anything up. That would leave a trace, a trail. She just had to wait, fight that impulse to know. It would get her caught. Sleep was difficult. What had she expected? She had nothing to take, and maybe she needed it even more now because every time she closed her eyes she was scared they'd never reopen again, that they were taped down, and so was her mouth when she tried to breathe. Gunshot heartbeats. It was only the exhaustion that ever settled her. "Hello, sleepy," Pip's mum said to her Wednesday morning as she made her way unsteadily downstairs, skipping the third one down out of habit now. "Couple of my showings canceled this morning, so I've made us coffee and breakfast." Pancakes. Pip sat at the kitchen island and took a deep sip of her coffee, too hot in her still-ragged throat. "I'm going to miss you when you go off to uni, you know," her mum said, sitting across from her. "You'll still see me all the time," Pip said, around a mouthful, not hungry, but she wanted to make her mum happy. "I know, but it's not quite the same, is it? So grown up now, time goes like that." She snapped her fingers, glancing down at her phone as it pinged from its place on the counter. "That's weird," she said, picking it up. "Siobhan from work has just texted me telling me to put on the news." Pip's chest closed around her heart, filling her head with the sound of cracking ribs. Her neck too cold, her face too warm. This was it, wasn't it? What else could Siobhan mean? She kept her face neutral, digging her fork through the pancakes to have something to do with her hands. "Why?" she said casually, watching her mum's downturned face. "She just said put it on, I don't know. Maybe something's happened at the school." Her mum dropped from the chair and hurried out into the living room. Pip waited for one moment, then two, trying to breathe down the panic rising up inside. This was it, the moment it all became real and not real. She had to put on a show and do it right, performing for her life. She put down her fork and followed her mum. The remote was already in her hands, the TV ticking on. Straight on to BBC News where Pip had left it last night. A newsreader, cut in half by the scrolling text at the bottom. Breaking news. A crease in her brow as she spoke into the camera. In Buckinghamshire, a town that has had more than its fair share of tragedy. 6 years ago, 2 teenagers, Andy Bell and Sal Singh, died in what has since become one of the most talked about true crime cases in the country. And earlier this year, a man confirmed to have been Child Brunswick, who had been living in Little Kilton under the name Stanley Forbes, was shot and killed. The suspect, Charlie Green, was only arrested and charged last week. And here we are now, this same small town in the news again, with confirmation today from local police that resident Jason Bell, the father of Andy Bell, has been found dead. A gasp from her mum, mouth open in horror. Pip mirrored the look on her face, shared it with her. Police are treating his death as suspicious and gave a statement outside Amersham police station a short while ago. The shot cut away from the newsroom to a bright outside scene with a gray sky and a graying building that Pip knew too well. The bad place. A podium had been set up in the car park, a microphone reaching out the top, swaying slightly in the wind. He was standing behind it, clean shirt, crisp suit jacket, his green padded one clearly deemed inappropriate for press conferences. D. Hawkins cleared his throat. Today we sadly confirm that Jason Bell, aged 48, a resident of Little Kilton, was found dead early Sunday morning. His body was found at his place of work, at a company he owned, based in Knotty Green. We are investigating Jason's death as a homicide, and I cannot comment any further on the details of the case as this investigation is still in the early stages. We are appealing for any witnesses who were in the area of Knotty Green late Saturday evening, particularly in the vicinity of Witheridge Lane, who may have seen anything suspicious. No witnesses, Pip thought, telling him with her eyes through the glass of the TV screen. No one near to hear her screams. And that other thing, late Saturday evening, that's what he'd said, wasn't it? But what time did that mean? That could mean anything, really, from 7 or maybe even earlier, depending on who you asked. The term was too loose, too vague, she still couldn't know if they'd pulled it off. Any questions? Hawkins paused, looked past the camera. Yes, he pointed at someone, a voice off-screen. How was he killed? Hawkins stretched out his face. You know I cannot tell you that, it's an active investigation. Hammer to the head, Pip answered in her mind, hit at least 9 times, overkill, an angry death. This is awful, her mum said, hands clasped around her face. Pip nodded. A different voice behind the camera. Has this got any connection with the death of his daughter, Andy? Hawkins studied the man for a second. Andy Bell died tragically more than 6 years ago, and her case was brought to resolution last year. I was personally in charge of the investigation when she went missing. I have a connection with the Bell family, and I promise I will find out what happened to Jason, who killed him. Thank you. Hawkins stepped back from the podium with a curt wave of his hand, the shot cutting back to the newsroom. Terrible, Pip's mum said, shaking her head. I can't believe it, that poor family. Jason Bell dead, murdered. She turned to look at Pip, hardening her face. No, she said firmly, raising one finger. Pip didn't know what she'd done wrong with her face. Jason Bell deserved to be dead, but her mum couldn't tell that from her face, right? What? She asked her. I can tell exactly what that glint in your eye is, Pip. You are not getting obsessed with this. You are not going to start looking into this. Pip looked back at the TV and shrugged. Except that's exactly what she was going to do. It's what she would do if this really were the first time she was hearing about it. This is what she did, investigate. Drawn to dead people, missing people, chasing the why and how. It was expected, normal. And Pip had to act normal in the way people expected. The final part of the plan was kicking in, rehashed over and over in tense whispers with Ravi last night. Interfere, but don't interfere too much. Guide, don't lead. The police had their killer. They just had to know where to look for him. Pip could give them a nudge in the right direction to find the person behind all that evidence she'd left for them. She had the perfect, expected, normal way to do it. Her podcast. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder Season 3. Who Killed Jason Bell? And she knew exactly who to interview first. Pip's face in the near dark, underlit by the ghostly glow of her laptop, shadows like bruises around her eyes. A voice in her ears, Jackie from the cafe, and her own, In an interview recorded yesterday, Kara murmuring in the background. It went perfectly. Pip pushing her just the right amount to get her to say what she needed her to say, sentences dancing around each other and silences that were full of meaning. The way Jackie's voice hissed between her teeth as she spoke Max's name, the hairs rising up the back of Pip's neck. She listened to it again, in the dead of night, an old pair of white earphones plugged into her laptop. Josh must have stolen her black headphones again to play FIFA, but that was okay. He could take whatever he wanted from her. Just a week ago she thought she'd never see him again, thought she'd become the ghost he tried not to think about. He could take whatever he wanted, and Pip would love him back twice as hard. She studied the spiking blue lines on her audio software, the erratic picture of her own voice, firm when it needed to be, quiet when it should, up and down, mountains and valleys. She isolated a clip and copied it into a new file. Pip imagined Hawkins listening to these same words in a couple of days, imagined him snapping to attention, pushing out of his chair as this out-of-time Pip pulled the strings. The same Pip he'd find grinning in the security footage from McDonald's if he ever needed to look. Pip couldn't include Max's name, Hawkins would have to go find it himself, but she was showing him exactly where to look. Follow the trail, Hawkins. The path of least resistance was right here. He only had to follow it, as he had once followed it to Sal Singh. Pip was making it so easy for him. All he had to do was follow, step into the world she was creating just for him. File name, teaser for Agtum Season 3. Who Killed Jason Bell? WAV Newsreader. Little Kiltan, a town that has had more than its fair share of tragedy. Confirmation today from local police that resident Jason Bell, the father of Andy Bell, has been found dead. Police are treating his death as suspicious. Pip. Hi, my name is Pip Fitzmobi, and I live in a small town. Over 6 years ago, 2 teenagers were killed in this small town. A few months ago, a man was shot dead in this small town. There's that saying, isn't there? That things always come in threes, even murder. One small town, and this week we learned that someone else is dead. D. Hawkins. Jason Bell, a resident of Little Kiltan, was found dead early Sunday morning. Pip. Jason Bell, the father of Andy and Becca Bell, was found dead at his place of work in a nearby village last week. D. Hawkins. We are investigating Jason's death as a homicide. Pip. It wasn't an accident or a natural death. Someone killed him, but beyond that, very few details of the case are as yet known. It appears the murder took place on the evening of the 15th of September, judging by information police have released when appealing for witnesses in the area. Jason was found at his place of work, a grounds maintenance and cleaning company he owned called Green Scene and Clean Scene Limited. That's it. We might not know much, except one thing. There's a killer out there, and someone needs to catch them. Join us for a new season as we attempt to piece together this case alongside the active police investigation. Someone killed him, so someone wanted him dead, and there must be a trail somewhere. People talk, in a small town. And there's been a lot of talk over the last week. The town is practically cracking open with whispered secrets and furtive glances. Most isn't worth listening to, but there is some that cannot be ignored. Pip. Hi Jackie, so just to introduce you, you're the owner of an independent cafe in Little Kiltan on the High Street. Jackie. Yes, that's me. Pip. Can you tell me what happened? Jackie. Well, Jason Bell was here a few weeks ago standing in line to order his coffee. He came in quite a bit. And there was someone in the queue in front of him. It was Jason. Shoved him back, spilled his coffee, told him to stay out of his way. Pip. A physical altercation, would you say? Jackie. Yes, it was quite violent, quite angry, I'd say. Very clear that they disliked each other. Pip. And you said this was just 2 weeks before Jason was killed? Jackie. Yes. Pip. Are you suggesting that might be the one who killed him? Jackie. No, of course not. It's just that I think there was already animosity between them. Pip. Bad blood. Jackie. Yeah, because of what did to Jason's daughter, Becca. Even though he wasn't convicted, I'm sure that gave Jason plenty of reason to hate him. Pip, I don't know about you, but there's already one name on my persons of interest list. All of this and more coming up in episode 1. Join us soon for season 3 of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Who killed Jason Bell? D. Hawkins. I promise I will find out what happened to Jason who killed him. Pip, so do I. It began with a phone call. Hi, Pip, it's D. Hawkins here. I wonder if you have time to come down to the station today for a little chat. Sure, Pip had told him. What's this about? It's about that podcast trailer you posted a couple of days ago about the Jason Bell case. I just have a few questions for you, that's all. It's a voluntary interview. She pretended to think about it. Okay, I can be there in an hour. The hour was gone now, and here she was, standing outside the bad place. The graying building of Amersham Police Station, a gun going off in her heart and her hands slick with sweat and Stanley's blood. Pip locked her car and wiped her red hands off on her jeans. She'd called Ravi to tell him where she was going on the drive. He hadn't said much, other than the word fuck over and over again, but Pip told him it was okay not to panic. This was to be expected. She was indirectly involved in the case, either through her interview with Jackie or through her phone call to Max's lawyer that night. That's all this would be about, and Pip knew exactly how to play her part. She was on the outskirts of this murder, that's all, a peripheral player. Hawkins wanted information from her, and she wanted some from him in return. This could be it, the answer to the question she couldn't shake, the lurking undertow to every waking thought. The moment Pip learned whether they'd managed to pull it off or not, whether their time-of-death trick had worked. If it had, she was free. She'd survived. She was never there, and she hadn't killed Jason Bell, if it hadn't worked. Well, not worth thinking about quite yet. She locked that trailing thought in the dark place at the back of her mind and walked through the sliding automatic doors. Hello, Pip. Eliza, the detention officer, gave her a strained smile from behind the reception desk. It's all go here, I'm afraid, she said, her hands fidgeting a pile of papers. D. Hawkins called me, asked me to come in for a chat, Pip replied, digging her hands into her back pockets so Eliza wouldn't see how they shook. Calm down. Need to calm down. She could crumble inside, but she couldn't let it show. Oh, right. Eliza stepped back. I'll just go tell him you're here then. Pip waited. She watched as an officer she knew, Soria, hurried through reception, stopping only briefly to swap quick hellos and how are yous. Pip wasn't covered in blood this time, not the kind you could see anyway. As Soria walked through the locked door at the back, someone else came through the other way. D. Hawkins, his limp hair pushed back, his face paler than usual, grayer, as though he'd spent too much time in this building, and its color was leaching into him too, claiming him. He can't have slept much since Jason's body was found. Hi, Pip. He beckoned her over and she followed. Down that same corridor from the bad place to the worse place, treading in her own out-of-time footsteps again. But this Pip, she was the one in control, not that scared girl who just seen death for the first time. And she might be following Hawkins now, into interview room 3, but really he was following her. Please have a seat. Hawkins gestured her into a chair, taking his own. There was an open box on the floor beside him, a pile of files inside, and a tape recorder waiting on the metal table. Pip sat on the edge of her seat and nodded, waiting for him to begin. He didn't, though. He just watched her and the darting of her eyes. So, Pip said, clearing her throat, what did you want to ask me about? Hawkins leaned forward in his chair, reaching for the tape recorder, the bones in his neck clicking. You understand that even though this is voluntary and we just want you to help us with our inquiries, I still need to interview you under caution and record our conversation. His eyes searched her face. Yes, she understood that. If they seriously considered she had something to do with it, she would have been arrested. This was standard practice, but there was a strange look in his eyes, like he wanted her to be afraid. She wasn't. She was in charge here. She nodded. Hawkins pressed a button. This is Detective Inspector Hawkins interviewing Pippa Fitzgerald. The time is 11:31 a.m. on Tuesday, the 25th of September. This is a voluntary interview in relation to our inquiry into the death of Jason Bell, and you can leave any time, do you understand? Yes, Pip said, directing her voice towards the recording device. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Hawkins sat back, his chair creaking. So, he said, I heard the trailer for the new season of your podcast, as did hundreds of thousands of other people. Pip shrugged. I thought you could use some help on this case, considering you needed me to solve 2 of your previous cases for you. Is that why you asked for a chat today? Need my help? Want to give me an exclusive for the podcast? No, Pip. The air whistled through his teeth. I don't need your help. This is an active investigation, a homicide. You know you cannot be interfering and posting important information online. That's not how justice works. The journalistic standards apply to you too. One might even see this as contempt. I haven't posted any important information. It was just a trailer, she said. I don't know any details of the case yet, other than what you said in the press conference. You released an interview with a... Hawkins glanced down at his notes. Jackie Miller, speculating about who might have killed Jason Bell, he said, widening his eyes as though he'd scored a point against her. Not the whole interview, Pip said, just the most interesting clips, and I didn't name the person we spoke about. I know that might prejudice any potential future trial. I do know what I'm doing. I'd say the context made it quite obvious who you were talking about, Hawkins said, reaching down for the box of files beside him. He rerighted himself, a small pile of papers clutched in one hand. After I heard your trailer, I spoke to Jackie myself as part of our inquiries. He shook the pages at her, and Pip recognized an interview transcript. He placed the transcript down on the metal table, flicked through it. I think there was a certain amount of bad blood between Max Hastings and Jason Bell, he read aloud. You hear these things around town, especially when you own a cafe on the high street. Jason must have hated Max for what he did to Becca and how it was connected to Andy dying. Certainly seemed like Max didn't like Jason either. A lot of anger there. It was pretty violent. I've never had a situation like that between 2 customers. And as Pip said, isn't it concerning that that was just 2 weeks before Jason was murdered? Hawkins finished reading, closed the transcript, and looked up at Pip. I would say it's a fairly standard first step in an investigation, Pip said, not dropping his eyes. She wouldn't be the first to look away. Finding out if anything unusual happened recently in the victim's life, identifying anyone who had any ill will towards him, potential persons of interest, a violent incident leading up to his murder, interviewing a witness. Sorry if I beat you to it. Max Hastings, Hawkins said, his tongue hissing 3 times as it tripped over the name. Seems like he's not very popular in town, Pip said. Has a lot of enemies, and apparently Jason Bell was one of them. A lot of enemies, Hawkins repeated her words, hardening his gaze. Would you call yourself one of his enemies? I mean, Pip stretched out her face, he's a serial rapist who walked free, hurt some of the people I care about most. Yes, I hate him, but I don't know if I have the honor of being his worst enemy. He's suing you, isn't he? Hawkins picked up a pen, tapped it against his teeth. For defamation, for a statement and an audio clip that you posted to social media the day the verdict was read in his sexual assault trial. Yes, he was going to, Pip replied. As I said, great guy, we're actually settling out of court though. Interesting, Hawkins said. Is it? Well. He clicked the pen in his hand in and out, and all Pip heard was DT, DT, DT. What I know of your character, Pip, from our handful of interactions, I'd say I'm surprised you've decided to settle to pay up. You strike me as the type who would fight to the very end. Normally I am, Pip nodded. But see, I think I've lost my trust in the courts, in the justice system, criminal or civil, and I'm tired. Want to put it all behind me, start fresh at university. So, when was it you came to this decision to settle? Recently, Pip said. Weekend before last. Hawkins nodded to himself, pulling another piece of paper from a file at the top of the box. I spoke with a Christopher Epps, the solicitor representing Max Hastings in this defamation matter, and he told me that you called him at 9:41 p.m. on Saturday the 15th of September. He says that's when you told him you wanted to accept a deal he had offered you a few weeks prior. Pip nodded. Strange time to call him, don't you think? That late on a Saturday evening. Not really, she said. He told me to call him any time. I've been thinking about it all day and finally made the decision. I didn't see a reason to delay any further. For all I knew, he was going to file the lawsuit first thing on Monday morning. Hawkins nodded along with her words, making a note on the page that Pip couldn't read upside down. Why are you asking me about a conversation I had with Max Hastings' lawyer? She asked, wrinkling her eyes in confusion. Does that mean you have started to look into Max as a person of interest? Hawkins didn't say anything, but Pip didn't need him to. She knew. Hawkins wouldn't know about Pip's call with Epps if he didn't first know about Epps' call to Max just a few minutes later. And the only way he'd know about that was if he'd already looked into Max's telephone records. He probably hadn't even needed a warrant. Max probably gave up his phone voluntarily, on Epps' advice, thinking he had nothing to hide. Hawkins could already place Max at the scene at the time Epps had called him, and the later calls from his mum and dad. Surely that was probable cause to get a search warrant of Max's house, his car, to take samples of his DNA to test against those they found at the scene. Unless the time Max was there didn't match Jason's time of death. That last unknown. Pip tried not to let it cloud her face, staring ahead at Hawkins, a hint of interest in her narrowed eyes, but not too much. How well did you know Jason Bell? Hawkins asked, folding his arms across his chest. Not as well as you did, she said. I knew a lot about him, rather than knowing him, if that makes sense. We'd never really had a full conversation, but of course, when I was looking into what happened to Andy, I did a lot of looking into his life. Our paths have crossed, but we didn't really know each other. And yet you seem determined to find out who killed him for your podcast. It's what I do, Pip said. Didn't have to know him well to think he deserves justice. Cases in Little Kiltan don't seem to get solved until I get involved. Hawkins laughed, a bark across the table, running his hand over his stubble. You know, Jason complained to me after you released the first season of your podcast. Said he was being harassed by the press online. Would you think it's fair to say he didn't like you because of that? I have no idea, Pip said, and I'm not sure how that's relevant. Even if he didn't like me, he still deserves justice, and I'll help any way I can. So, have you had any recent contact with Jason Bell? Hawkins asked. Recent? Pip looked up at the ceiling as though searching through her memory. Of course she didn't have to look far. It had only been 10 days since she dragged his body through the trees. And before that, she'd knocked on Jason's door to ask him about Green's scene and the DT killer. But Hawkins could never know about that conversation. Pip was already connected to the case indirectly, twice. Recent contact with Jason was far too risky, might even give them probable cause to get a warrant for her DNA sample, especially with the way Hawkins was looking at her now, studying her. Number haven't spoken to him, let alone seen him around town in, well, it must be months, she said. I think the last time our paths crossed would have been at the 6-year memorial for Andy and Sal, remember? You were there. The night Jamie Reynolds went missing. So, that's the last time you remember coming across Jason? Hawkins asked. Back at the end of April. Correct. Another note on the lined paper in front of him, the pen scratching, the sound traveling all the way up the back of her neck. What was he writing about? And in that moment, Pip couldn't shake this uncanny feeling that it wasn't Hawkins sitting across from her, questioning her. It was herself from a year ago. The 17-year-old who thought the truth was the only thing that mattered, no matter the context, no mind to that suffocating gray area. The truth was the goal and the journey, just as it was for Dee Hawkins. That's who was sitting across from her old self set against whoever she'd become now, and this new person she had to win. "The phone number you used to call Christopher Epps," Hawkins said, running his finger down a printed sheet of paper. "That's not your mobile number or your home phone number." "No," Pip said. "I called him from the home phone at my friend's house." "Why is that?" "That's where I was," Pip said, "and I'd lost my phone earlier that day, my mobile, that is." Hawkins leaned forward, his lips in a tight fold as he considered what she just said. "You lost your mobile phone that day, on Saturday the 15th, Pip nodded and then said, "Yes," for the recorder, prompted by Hawkins' eyes. "I went jogging in the afternoon and I think it must have bounced out of my pocket. I couldn't find it. I've replaced it now." Another note on the page, another shiver up Pip's spine. What was he writing about? She was supposed to be in control, she should know. "Pip," Hawkins paused, his eyes circling her face. "Could you tell me where you were between 9:30 p.m. and midnight on Saturday the 15th of September?" And there it was. The last unknown. Something released in Pip's chest, a little more breathing room around her gun-beat heart. A lightening in her shoulders, a loosening in her clenched jaw. Blood on her hands that was only sweat. They'd done it. It was over. She kept her face neutral, but there was a fizzing by the sides of her mouth, an invisible smile and a silent sigh. He was asking her where she was between 9:30 p.m. and midnight because that was the estimated time of death. They'd done it. They'd pushed it back by more than 3 hours and she was safe. She'd survived. And Ravi and everyone she'd turned to for help, they would be okay too. Because Pip couldn't possibly have killed Jason Bell, she'd been somewhere else entirely. She couldn't be too eager to tell him or too rehearsed. "That's the night Jason Bell was killed?" she asked, checking. "Yes, it was." Well, I went over to my friend's house." "Which friend?" "Kara Ward and Naomi Ward," Pip said, watching as he took a note. "They live on Hog Hill. That's where I was when I made the phone call to Christopher Epps at." "What time did you say?" 9:41 p.m., Hawkins said, the answer ready on the tip of his tongue. "Right, 9:40-ish, and I arrived at their house several minutes before then, so I guess at 9:30 I would have been driving to theirs across town." "Okay," he said, "and how long were you at the Ward's house?" "Not long," Pip said. "No," he studied her. "No, we were only there for a little while before we decided we were all hungry, so I drove the 3 of us to go get some food." Hawkins scribbled something else. "Food," he said. "Where did you go?" "To McDonald's," Pip said with a small, shameful smile, dipping her head. "The one in the service station in Beaconsfield." "In Beaconsfield?" He chewed his pen. "Was that the closest place you could have got food?" "Well, it was the closest McDonald's, and that's what we wanted." "What time did you arrive at this McDonald's?" Pip thought about it. "I wasn't really keeping track of the time, especially as I didn't have a phone, but if we left not long after my phone call to Epps, then we must have got there just after 10-ish. "And you said you drove, in your car?" he asked. "Yep." "What kind of car do you have?" Pip sniffed. "It's a VW Beetle, gray." "And the number plate is?" She recited it to him, watching as he noted it down and underlined it. "So you arrived at McDonald's around 10-ish, he said. "Isn't that a bit late for dinner?" Pip shrugged. "Still a teenager, what can I say?" "Had you been drinking?" he asked her. "No," she said firmly, "because that would have been a crime." "That it would," he said, eyes flicking back down his page of notes. "And how long were you at this McDonald's for?" "Yeah, quite a while," Pip said. "We got our meals and we sat there for like an hour and a half-ish, I'd guess. Then I went up and got us a couple of ice creams for the journey back. I could check on my Barclays app what time that was. I paid for the food." Hawkins shook his head slightly. He didn't need to see it on her phone. He had his own ways of verifying her alibi. And there he would see her on the footage, clear as day, standing in line, avoiding eye contact with the camera. 2 separate payments made by her card. Airtight, Hawkins. All right, so you think you left McDonald's around 11:30. That would be my best guess, yes, she said, without checking. And where did you go from there? Well, home, she said, lowering her eyebrows because the answer was too obvious. I drove us back to Kilton, dropped the Ward sisters home, and then I drove back to my house. What time did you get back to your house? Again, I wasn't really keeping an eye on the time, especially because I didn't have my phone, she said. But when I got in, my mum was still waiting up in bed for me, and it must have been after 12 because she made some comment about it being after midnight. We were getting up early the next morning, see. And then, he glanced up, and then I went to bed, to sleep, covered for the entire time of death window. Pip could see it playing out in the new lines wrinkling across Hawkins' forehead. Of course, she could be lying, maybe that's what he was thinking. He'd have to check. But she wasn't lying, not about this part, and all the evidence was there, just waiting for him. Hawkins exhaled, running his eyes down his page again, something troubling him. Pip could see it in his eyes. Interview paused at 11:43. He clicked stop on the machine. I'm just going to grab a coffee, he said, rising from his chair, gathering up the files. Would you like one? No, she didn't. She felt sick on the come-down from the adrenaline, her gut finally untwisting now she knew she'd survived. She'd won, that Max had killed Jason and it couldn't possibly have been her. But it hadn't untwisted all the way. It was that look in his eyes she couldn't work out. Hawkins was waiting for an answer. Yes, please, she said, even though she didn't want to. Milk, no sugar. An innocent person would take the coffee, someone who had nothing to hide, nothing to worry about. 2 minutes. Hawkins smiled at her, shuffling out the door. It clicked shut behind him, and Pip listened to the muffled clip of his shoes carrying him down the hall. Maybe he was going to get coffee, but he was probably also handing that new information off to another officer, directing them to start looking into her alibi. She exhaled, slumped in her chair. She didn't have to perform just now, no one was watching. Part of her wanted to cup her hands over her face and cry into them. Bawl, scream, laugh. Because she was free and it was over. She could lock that terror away and never let it out again. And maybe one day, years from now, she'd even forget about it, or life would have dulled its edges, made her forget the feeling of almost dying. Only a good life would do that, she thought. A normal one. And maybe that's what she'd have. Maybe she'd just earned it back. Pip's phone vibrated in her pocket against her leg. She pulled it out and looked at the screen. A text from Ravi. How's your day going? They had to be careful texting each other. That left a permanent record. Most of their texts were in code now, unassuming, or simply arranging a time to speak. How's your day going? Really meant what's happening. Did it work? Not to any outside eyes, but a secret language they were working out together, like the million small ways they had of saying I love you. Pip flicked through the keyboard on to the emojis. She swiped through until she found the thumbs up symbol, and she sent that, just that. Her day was going well, thanks, was what it could mean. But really what it meant was, we did it. We're in the clear. Ravi would understand that. He'd be blinking at his screen right now and then letting out a long breath, the relief, a physical sensation, unraveling inside him, changing the way he sat in his chair, the shape of his bones, the feel of his skin. They were safe, they were free, they were never there. Pip slipped her phone away as the door into the interview room clattered open. Hawkins walking in back first to push the door, his hands filled with 2 mugs. Here. He passed one over to her, a Chelsea football mug. Thank you, she said, cupping it between her hands, forcing down a small sip. Too bitter, too hot, but she smiled at him in thanks anyway. Hawkins didn't take a sip. He put his cup down on the table and pushed it away from him. Reached out and pressed a button on the tape recorder. Interview recommenced at. He pulled up his sleeve to glance at his watch. 11:48. He watched Pip for a second and she watched him. What more did he have to ask her? She'd explained her call to Epps and she'd given him her alibi. What else could he need to know from her? Pip couldn't think. Had she missed something? No, everything had gone to plan. She couldn't have missed something. Don't panic, just sip, listen and react. but first she had to wipe her hands because Stanley's blood was back. "So," Hawkins said suddenly, tapping one hand against the table, "this podcast, this investigation, you're planning to carry on with it?" "Kind of see it as my duty," Pip said. "And like you said, once I've started something I like to see it through to the end, stubborn like that. You know you cannot publicly post anything that would hamper our investigation," he said. "Yes, I do know that. And I won't. I don't know anything. Vague theories and background are all I've got at the moment. I've recently learned a lesson about online defamation, so I won't post anything without allegedly or according to a source. And if I do find anything concrete, I'd come to you first anyway." "Oh," Hawkins said. "Well, I appreciate that. So with this podcast, how do you record your interviews?" Why did he need to know that? Or was this just idle chit-chat while he waited on something? What for a colleague to look into her alibi? Surely that would take hours. "Just this audio software," Pip said. "Or if it's a phone call, I have an app that can do it." "And do you use microphones, say if you were recording someone face to face?" "Yes," Pip nodded. "Microphones that plug in by USB to my laptop." "Oh, that's very clever," he said. Pip nodded. "Bit more compact than this guy," she said, gesturing her head towards the tape recorder machine. "Yes," Hawkins laughed. "Quite. And do you have to wear headphones when you're interviewing someone? Listen through those while you record?" "Well," Pip said, "yes, I put on my headphones at the start to check the sound levels, see whether the person is too close to the microphone or there's background noise, but I don't usually need to wear them throughout an interview." "Oh, I see," he said. "And do they need to be specialist headphones for that purpose? My nephew wants to start a podcast, see, and he's got a birthday coming up." "Oh, right," Pip smiled. No, mine aren't specialist. Just some big, noise-canceling ones that go over your ears." "And can you use them for everyday use too?" Hawkins asked. "Listening to music or podcasts even?" "Yeah, I do that," she said, trying to understand the look in Hawkins' eyes. "Why were they talking about this?" "Mine connect by Bluetooth to my phone, good for music when you're running or walking." "Ah, so good for everyday use then." "Yep," Pip nodded slowly. "Would you say you use them daily?" "Don't want to get him something he won't use, especially if they're expensive." "Yeah, I use them all the time." "Ah, great," Hawkins smiled. "Do you know what brand yours are? I've had a look on Amazon and some are ridiculously expensive." "Mine are Sony," she said. Hawkins nodded, a shift in his eyes, almost a flicker. "Black?" he asked. "Why, yes," Pip said, her voice catching in her throat as her mind doubled back, trying to understand what was going on here. Why she had a sinking feeling in her gut. What had it realized that she hadn't? "A Good Girl's Guide to Murder," Hawkins said, running one hand up his sleeve, fidgeting. "That's the name of your podcast, isn't it?" "Yes." "Good name," he said. "It has pizzazz," Pip replied. "You know, there's just one other thing I wanted to ask you." Hawkins sat back, one hand crawling down towards the outside pocket of his jacket. "You said you haven't had any contact with Jason Bell." "Not since the memorial in April, right?" Pip hesitated. "Right." A twitch in Hawkins' cheek as he dropped her eyes, glancing down at his fingers as they dug inside his pocket, bulky with something, Pip finally noticed. "Explain to me, then, why your headphones, the ones you use on a daily basis, were found inside the home of a murdered man you've had no contact with in months." He pulled something out. A clear bag with a red strip at the top reading evidence. And inside the bag were Pip's headphones. Undeniably them, the Agtum sticker Ravi had made for her wrapped around one side. They were hers, found at Jason Bell's house, and Hawkins had just made her admit it on tape. The shock didn't last long, not before the panic set in. Curdling in her stomach, rising up her spine, quick as insect legs or dead man's fingers. Pip stared at her headphones in the evidence bag and she didn't understand. No, that couldn't be right. She'd seen them in the last week, hadn't she? When she was working on the audio of Jackie's interview. No, she hadn't been able to find them. She thought Josh had borrowed them again. No, the last time she'd had them was that day. She'd taken them off, put them in her rucksack before knocking on Nat's door. But then Jason grabbed her. "Are these yours?" Hawkins asked, his gaze a physical sensation on her face, an itch she couldn't ignore, watching her for any giveaway. She couldn't give him one. "They look similar," Pip said, speaking slowly, assuredly over the panic in her hummingbird heart. "Can I see them closer?" Hawkins slid the evidence bag across the table, and Pip stared down at the headphones, pretending to study them while she bought herself time to think. Jason had had her rucksack in his car. She'd checked before she and Ravi left the scene, and she thought she had everything she'd packed that afternoon. She did, except the headphones. She hadn't been thinking about them because they'd gone in after. But where when? No, that sick fuck. Jason must have taken them out. When he left her there wrapped up in tape, he went home. He looked through her bag, he found the headphones, and he took them because they were his trophy, the symbol for his sixth victim, the thing he would clutch close to relive the thrill of killing her. Her headphones were his trophy, that's why he took them, that sick fuck. Hawkins cleared his throat. Pip glanced up at him. How should she play this? How could she play this? Was there any play left to make? He'd caught her in a lie, a direct link to the victim. Fuck, fuck, fuck. "Yes," she said quietly. "Those are mine, of course, the sticker." Hawkins nodded, and now Pip understood that look in his eyes, and she hated him for it. He'd trapped her, he'd caught her, spun a web she couldn't see until it was wrapped around her, cutting off her air. Not free, not safe, not free. And why did a forensic team find your headphones inside Jason Bell's house? I, Pip stuttered. "I honestly cannot tell you. I don't know. Where were they?" "In his bedroom," Hawkins said. "Top drawer of his bedside table." "I don't understand," Pip said, and that wasn't true because she knew exactly why they were there, how they got there. But she couldn't find any other words because her mind was busy, the plan shattering into a million pieces, cascading behind her eyes. "You said you use your headphones daily, all the time," he quoted her. "Yet you haven't had contact with Jason Bell since April. So how did your headphones get there?" "I don't know," she said, shuffling in her seat. "No, don't shuffle, that makes you look guilty. Stay still, stare back. I use them all the time, but I haven't seen them lately. Define lately." "I don't know, maybe a week or more," she said. "Maybe I left them somewhere. I can't really remember." "No," Hawkins said lightly. "No." Pip stared him down, but her eyes were weaker than his. Blood on her hands, gun in her heart, bile at the back of her throat, and a cage tightening around her, squeezing the skin on her arms, biting like the duct tape had. "I'm as confused as you are." "You have no explanation," Hawkins said. "No, none," Pip said. "I didn't realize they were missing." "So they can't have been gone long?" he asked. "Maybe 9 or 10 days. Could you have lost them on the same day you lost your phone?" Pip knew then. He didn't believe her. He wouldn't follow the path she'd created for him. She wasn't a peripheral outsider to the case anymore. There was a direct line between her and Jason. Hawkins had found her, the real her, not the one she'd planted for him to find. He'd won. "I really don't know," Pip said, and the terror was back, that cliff edge inside her own head, breaths coming faster, throat narrowing. "I guess I can ask my family, see if they remember when they last saw me with the headphones. But I can't think how this happened." "Right," Hawkins said. She needed to leave, get out before the panic took over her face and she couldn't hide it anymore. She had to leave, and she could. This interview was voluntary. They couldn't arrest her. Not yet. The headphones were only circumstantial. They'd need more. "In fact, I probably need to get going. My mum's taking me shopping for university supplies in a bit. I'm going this weekend and I'm not organized yet. Leaving everything to the last minute, as she'd say. I'll ask my family if they remember when I last had those headphones, and I'll get back to you on that." She stood up. Interview terminated 11:57. Hawkins clicked stop on the tape and stood as well, picking up the evidence bag. "I'll walk you out," he said. "No," Pip said from the door. "No, don't worry. Been here enough times, I know the way." Back out into that corridor in the bad, bad place, blood on her hands, blood on her hands, blood on her face and everywhere, marking her out in red as she stumbled outside. Flipped her laptop over. Panicked fingers almost dropped it. A screwdriver from her dad's toolkit. Pip could remove the hard drive. She knew exactly how. Put it in the microwave and watch it explode. If they got a warrant and took her computer, they couldn't see that she'd been looking into Green Scene before Jason died, or Andy's second email account, or any connection to Jason or the DT killer. The time of death was 9:30 to midnight, and she had an alibi. She had an alibi. The headphones were just circumstantial, and she had an alibi. She got one screw out before she realized the truth, before it crashed into her, solid and indisputable, stuck through the middle of her chest. She was in denial, but the voice at the back of her mind knew, guided her out slowly, slowly. It was over. Pip dropped everything and cried into her hands. But her alibi, the plan had worked. One last part of her protested. No, no, she couldn't think like that anymore. She couldn't fight. She couldn't see this through to the end. She could have if it were just her, but she wasn't the only one at risk here. Ravi and Kara and Naomi and Jamie and Connor and Nat. They'd helped her because she'd asked, because they loved her and she loved them. And there it was. She loved them, a simple and powerful truth. Pip loved them all, and she couldn't let them fall when she did. That was the promise. And if this was it, the beginning of the end, there was only one way Pip knew to protect them all now. She had to make sure they were removed from the narrative before it was uncovered. She had to create a new one, a new story, a new plan. It hurt to even think of it, to know what it meant for her and the life that she'd never live. She had to confess. No, you're fucking not, Ravi said to her, his voice cracking down the line, his breath fast and panicked. Pip gripped the phone too hard against her ear. One of her burner phones. She didn't trust her real phone for this conversation. All those traces, those ties to Ravi. I have to, she said, picturing the look in his eyes, staring off into that middle space as the world fell down around them. I asked you multiple times, he said, a flash of anger now crackling in his voice. I said, did you check you had everything in your bag? I said that, Pip. I said, did you check? I know, I'm sorry, I thought I did. She blinked, tears pooling at the crack in her mouth, her gut twisting to hear him like this. I forgot about them. It's my fault. It's all my fault, that's why I have to confess, so it's only me, but you have an alibi, he said, and he was trying not to cry now, Pip could tell. The pathologist thinks Jason died between 9:30 and 12, and you're covered for that whole time. It's not over, Pip. The headphones are circumstantial, we can think of something. It's a direct link between me and Jason, she said. We can think of something, Ravi said louder, speaking over her. Come up with a new plan, that's what you do, what we do. Hawkins caught me in a lie, Ravi. He caught me in a lie, and that and the headphones give him probable cause. That means they can probably get a warrant to collect my DNA if they want to. And if we accidentally left any hairs, anything behind at the scene, then it's over. The plan only worked if there was never a connection to me, only indirectly through my call to Epps that night and the podcast. It's over. It isn't over, he shouted, and he was scared. Pip could feel it through the phone, catching her too, burrowing under her skin like a living thing. You're giving up. I know, she said, closing her eyes. I am giving up because I can't have you go down with me, or the Reynoldses, or the Wards, or Nat. That was the deal. If it went wrong, I was the only one who would take the fall. It went wrong, Ravi, I'm sorry. It hasn't gone wrong. She heard shuffling down the line, the sound of his fist punching out against a pillow. It worked. It fucking worked, and you have an alibi. How can you confess when you were somewhere else at the time? I'll tell them what I did with the car aircon, the same trick, it just didn't work as well. Your alibi covers you from 8:15 that night, so maybe I tell them I killed him at around 8, that leaves you totally in the clear. I put him in the car and I went to fake my alibi with Kara and Naomi. They didn't know anything. They're innocent. Pip wiped her eyes. They'll stop looking if I do this. A confession is the single most prejudicial piece of evidence. We know that from Billy Kara's. They won't need to keep looking. I'll tell Hawkins who Jason was, what he was going to do to me. I don't think they'll believe me, unless there's any evidence Jason was DT, but maybe there is somewhere. There's the trophies. Self-defense is out the window, especially with the whole elaborate scheme to cover it up, but maybe a good lawyer would be able to argue the charge down from murder to voluntary manslaughter, and no, Ravi said, desperate and angry. You'll be in prison for decades, maybe your whole life. I won't let that happen. Max killed Jason, not you. There is so much more evidence that points to him than you. We can do this, Pip. It can still be okay. It hurt too much to hear him like this. How was she going to be able to say goodbye when he was actually right there in front of her? Her ribs closed in on her heart, squeezing until it gave out, thinking about not being able to see him every day ever again, only fortnightly visits across a cold metal table, guards watching to make sure they didn't touch. That wasn't a life, not one she wanted for herself or for him. Pip didn't know what to say. She couldn't fix this. I don't want you to, Ravi said quietly. I don't want you to go. If it's a choice between me and you, I choose you, Pip whispered. But I choose you too, Ravi said. I'll come over to say goodbye before I go, she sniffed. I'm going to go downstairs and have one last normal family dinner. Say goodbye to them even though they won't know. Just one last bit of normal, and then I'll come say goodbye to you. Then I go. Silence. Okay, Ravi finally said, his voice thicker now and something else in it that Pip didn't recognize. I love you, she said. The phone clicked off, dead tone ringing in her ears. Joshua, eat your peas. Pip smiled as she watched her dad speaking in his mock-warning voice, opening his eyes comically wide. I just don't like them today, Josh complained, pushing them around his plate, kicking his feet out against Pip's knees under the table. Normally she'd tell him to stop, but this time she didn't mind. This time was the last in an hour full of lasts, and Pip wouldn't take any of them for granted. Study them, sear them into her brain to make the memories last decades. She'd need them in there. That's because I made them, her mum said, and I don't add a kilogram of butter, with a sharp look across at her dad. You know, Pip said to Josh, ignoring her own plate, peas are meant to make you better at football. No, they aren't, Josh said in his I'm 10 not stupid voice. I don't know, Josh, her dad said thoughtfully. Remember how your sister knows everything, and I mean everything. Josh glanced at the ceiling, considering that. Shifted his gaze to Pip, studying her just as hard back for very different reasons. She does know quite a lot of things, I'll give you that, Dad. Well, she thought she did, from useless facts to how to get away with murder. But she'd been wrong, and one small mistake had brought it all crashing down. Pip wondered how her family would talk about her years from now. Would her dad still boast about her, tell everyone there's nothing his pickle doesn't know? Or would she become a hushed-up topic, one that didn't carry beyond these four walls? A shameful secret, locked away as a ghost bound to the house. Would Josh make up excuses when they were visiting her, so he wouldn't have to tell his friends what she was? Maybe he'd even pretend he never had a sister. Pip wouldn't blame him if that's what he had to do. But it still doesn't mean I like these peas, Josh carried on. Pip's mum smiled in exasperation, sharing a look across the table at Pip, one that clearly said just boys, eh? Pip blinked back at her. Tell me about it. Pip's going to miss my cooking anyway, won't you? Her mum asked. When she goes off to uni. Yep, Pip nodded, fighting the lump in her throat. I'll miss a lot of things. But you'll miss your fabulous daddy the most, won't you? Her dad said, winking across the table. Pip smiled, and she could feel her eyes prickling, glazing. He is very fabulous, she said, picking up her fork and glancing down to hide her eyes. A normal family dinner, except it wasn't. But none of them knew it was really a goodbye. Pip had been so lucky. Why hadn't she stopped to think about that before? She should have thought it every single day. And now she had to give it all up, all of them. She didn't want to. She didn't want this. She wanted to fight against this, rage against this. It wasn't fair, but it was the right thing to do. Pip didn't know any more about good or bad or right or wrong. Those words were meaningless and empty, but she knew this was what she had to do. Max Hastings would still be free, but so would everyone else she cared about. A compromise, a trade. Pip's mum was busy listing off all the things they had to get sorted before this Sunday, all the things they still needed to buy. You still haven't bought a new duvet set. I can take an old duvet set, it's fine, Pip said. She didn't like this conversation, planning for a future that would never happen. I'm surprised you haven't started packing, that's all, she said. Normally you're so organized. I've been busy, Pip said, and now she was the one pushing peas around her plate. With this new podcast, her dad asked. Terrible, isn't it? What happened to Jason? Yeah, it's terrible, Pip said quietly. What exactly happened to him? Josh's ears perked up. Nothing, Pip's mum said pointedly, and that was it. It was over. Her mum was picking up the empty and near-empty plates and carrying them off to the side. Dishwasher sighing as it opened. Pip stood up and she wasn't sure what to do. She wanted to hug them close to her and cry, but she couldn't because then she'd have to tell them the terrible thing she'd done. But how could she leave? How could she say goodbye without that? Maybe just one, maybe just Josh. She caught him as he climbed down from his chair, wrapping him in a quick hug, disguised as a wrestle, carrying him through and chucking him onto the sofa. Get off me, he giggled, kicking out at her. Pip grabbed her jacket, forcing herself to walk away from them, otherwise she might just never go. She headed towards the front door. Was this the last time she'd ever walk through it? Would she be a woman in her 40s, her 50s, the next time she was here? The lines on her face all from that one night etched into her forever, or would she never come home again? Bye, she called, her voice catching in her throat, a black hole in her chest that might never go away. Where are you off to? Her mum poked her head out of the kitchen. A podcast thing. Yeah, Pip shrugged, sliding her feet into her shoes, not looking back at her mum because it hurt too much. She dragged herself towards the door. Don't look back, don't look back. She opened it. I love you all, she shouted, loud, louder than she meant to because it covered the cracks in her voice. She shut the door behind her, the slam cutting her off, severing her from them. Just in time, too, because she was crying now, heaving sobs that made it hard to breathe as she unlocked her car and sat inside. She bawled into her hands for a count of 3, just a count of 3. And then she had to go, to Ravi. She was broken now, but this next goodbye would shatter her. She started the car and she drove, thinking of all the people she couldn't say goodbye to. Kara, Nat, the Reynolds brothers, Naomi. But they'd understand why she couldn't. Pip drove down the high street, veering off the road down gravelly way towards Ravi, towards the goodbye she'd never wanted to make. She pulled in outside the Singh's house, remembering that naive girl who'd knocked on this door so long ago, introducing herself by telling Ravi she didn't think his brother was a killer. So different from the person standing here now, and yet they'd always share one thing, Ravi. He was her best thing, this girl and the one before. But something was wrong, Pip could tell already. There were no cars in the drive, not Ravi's, not his parents' cars. She knocked anyway, putting her ear to the glass to listen. Nothing. She knocked again and again, ramming her fist against the wood until it hurt, invisible blood dripping from her knuckles. She held open the letterbox and called his name. Reaching for him in every corner and crack, he wasn't here. She told him she was coming, why wasn't he here? Had that been it on the phone? No last goodbye, face to face, eye to eye. No tucking her face into that place where his neck met his shoulder, her home. No holding on to him and refusing to let go, to disappear. Pip needed that. She needed that moment to keep her going. But maybe Ravi didn't. He was angry at her. And the last she would hear of him before all their conversations were from a prepaid prison phone was that strange okay, and the final click as he'd let her go. Ravi was ready, and so she had to be too. It couldn't wait. She had to tell Hawkins tonight now before they dug too far and found any link to those who had helped Pip that night. A confession was how she saved them from her, how she saved Ravi, even if he hated her for it. Bye, Pip said to the empty house, leaving it behind her, her chest shuddering as she climbed back into her car, peeling away both the car and her. She turned down the road, leaving little Kiltan behind her in the rear-view mirror, and part of her wanted to go back and stay there forever with her people, the ones she could count on her fingers, and the other part wanted to burn it down behind her. Watch it die in flames. She felt numb inside now, and she thanked that black hole in her chest for taking the pain too, letting the numbness spread as she drove towards Amersham, towards the police station and the bad, bad place. She was just this journey. She didn't think about what came after. She was just this car and these two yellow headlights, carving up the night. Pip followed the fast road under the tunnel and round the corner, dark trees pressing in around her. Headlights were coming towards her on the other side of the road, passing by with a small shush. There was another set down the road, but something was wrong. They were flashing quickly at her, flickering in her eyes so the world disappeared in between. The car was getting closer, closer. A horn pressed in a three-part pattern, long, short, long. Ravi. That was Ravi's car, Pip realized as it passed her, scanning the last three letters of the number plate in her mirror. He was slowing down behind her, swinging dangerously across the road to turn. What was he doing? What was he doing here? Pip indicated and pulled off the road, onto a drive that dissected it, right up to a gate that blocked her off from an old half-torn-down petrol station. Her headlights lit up red, dripping graffiti against the dilapidated white building as she pushed open the door and stepped out. Ravi's car was pulling in behind her now. Pip held her sleeve up to her eyes against the glare of his headlights to wipe her rubbed red eyes. He had barely stopped the car before he jumped out. It was just the two of them, no one else around except the shushing of a passing car, too fast to pay them any mind. Just them and fields and trees and the rundown building behind. Face to face, eye to eye. "What are you doing?" Pip shouted across the dark wind. "What are you doing?" Ravi shouted back. "I'm going to the police station," she said, confused as Ravi started shaking his head, stepping towards her. "No, you're not," he said, his voice deep, taking on the wind. The hairs rose up Pip's arms. "Yes, I am," she said, and she was pleading. That's what that sound was. Please, this was already the hardest thing, although at least now she had seen him before. "No, you're not," Ravi said, louder now, still shaking his head. "I've just come from there." Pip froze, trying to understand his face. "What do you mean you've just come from there?" "I've just been at the station talking to Hawkins," he said, yelling over the sound of another passing car. "What?" Pip stared at him, and the black hole in her chest gave everything back. The panic, the terror, the dread, the pain, the shiver up her back. "What are you talking about?" "It's going to be okay," Ravi called to her. "You're not confessing. You didn't kill Jason." He swallowed. "I've fixed it." "You what?" The gun went off in her chest 6 times. "I fixed it," he said. "I told Hawkins it was me, the headphones." "No, no, no, no." Pip stepped back. "No, Ravi, what have you done?" "It's okay, it's going to be okay." Ravi walked forward, reached for her. Pip batted his hand away. "What did you do?" she said, her throat tightening around her words, breaking them in half. "What exactly did you say to him?" "I told him that I borrow your headphones all the time, sometimes without you knowing. That I must have had them with me when I went round to the Bell's house to see Jason one evening a couple of weeks ago. The 12th, I said. Accidentally left the headphones there." "Why the fuck would you have gone round to see Jason?" Pip shouted, and her mind was reeling away from him, pushing her feet back, almost against the gate. "No, no, no, what had he done?" "Because I was talking to Jason about an idea I had to set up some kind of scholarship scheme in Andy and Sal's name, a charity thing. I went to discuss ideas with Jason, showed him some printouts, and that's when the headphones must have fallen out of my bag. We were in the living room, sitting on the sofas." "No, no, no," Pip whispered. "Jason liked the idea but said he didn't have time to be involved. That's how we left things, but I must have also left the headphones there. I'm guessing Jason later found them and didn't realize they belonged to me. That's what I said to Hawkins." Pip clamped her hands to her ears like she could make this go away if she couldn't hear him anymore. "No," she said quietly, the word just a vibration against the back of her teeth. Ravi finally reached her. He pulled her arms away from her face, held her hands in his, gripped tight like he was anchoring her to him. "It's okay, I fixed it. The plan is still in play. You didn't kill Jason. Max did. There's no direct link to you anymore. You haven't had contact with Jason since April, and Hawkins didn't catch you in a lie. It was me. I left your headphones there. You knew nothing about it. You told me about your interview today, and that's when I realized it was me who had had contact with Jason, who left the headphones there. So I went down to the station to clear things up. That's what happened. Hawkins believed me. He will believe me. He asked me where I was on the evening of the 15th, and I told him. I was in Amersham with my cousin, listed all the places I went. Got home just before midnight. Airtight, ironclad, just like we planned, and no connection to you. It's going to be okay. I didn't want you to do that, Ravi, she cried. I didn't want you to ever talk to him, ever have to use your alibi. But you're safe, he said, eyes flashing at her in the dark. Now you don't have to go. But you aren't, she said. You've just directly implicated yourself in the whole thing. Before we could keep you separate, you were separate from it all, but now. What if Dawn Bell was home on the 12th? What if she tells them you're lying? I can't lose you, Ravi said. I wasn't going to let you do this. I sat on my bed after you called, and I did that thing I do when I'm nervous or scared or unsure about something. I asked myself, what would Pip do? What would she do in this situation? So that's what I did. I came up with a plan. Was it reckless? Probably. Bravery to the point of stupidity, that's you. But I thought it through, and I didn't overthink it. I acted like you do. It's what you would have done, Pip. He breathed, shoulders rising and falling with it. It's what you would have done, and you would have done it for me. You know you would. We're a team, remember, you and me. And no one's taking you away from me, not even you. Fuck. Pip shouted into the wind because he was right and he was wrong, and she was happy and she was devastated. It's going to be okay. Ravi wrapped her up into him, inside his jacket, warm even when he had no business being so. It was my choice, and I chose you. You're not going anywhere, he said, his breath in her hair along her scalp. Pip held on, watching the dark road over Ravi's shoulder, blinking slowly, the black hole in her chest trying to catch up. She didn't have to go. She didn't have to be that woman in her 50s, looking up at her old family home after decades, thinking it was somehow smaller than she remembered, because she had forgotten it, or it had forgotten her. She didn't have to watch everyone she cared about live a life without her, catching her up across a metal table every few weeks, visits growing fewer and further between as their lives got in the way, and her edges got fainter and fainter until she disappeared at last. A life, a real one, a normal one, it was still possible. Ravi had saved her, he had, and by doing so he had damned himself. Now there was no choice, no backing down. She had to bare her teeth and see this through to the end. No doubt, no mercy, blood on her hands and a gun in her heart, and the plan, four corners, her and Ravi standing in one, the DT killer in another. Max Hastings opposite them and D. Hawkins opposite him. One last fight, somewhere in the middle, and they had to win. They had to, now that Ravi was on the line too. Pip pushed herself into him, closer, harder, her ear to his chest to listen to his heart, because she was still here and she still could. She closed her eyes and made a new silent promise to him, because he had chosen her and she had chosen him. They were going to get away with it. The town buzzed with talk, fizzled with it. The hushed kind, but the kind of hush meant to be overheard, particularly loud in Pip's ears. Isn't it just terrible? Gail Yardley walking her dog. There's something very wrong with this town. I can't wait to leave. Adam Clark near the station. Have there been any arrests yet? Your cousin knows someone at the police, doesn't he? Mrs. Morgan outside the library. Dawn Bell came into the shop last week and she doesn't seem too upset. You don't think she had anything to do with it? Leslie from the co-op. Pip had two hushed conversations of her own, not out in the open for everyone to hear. Behind closed doors and whispered all the same. The first was Nat on the Wednesday, both sitting on Pip's bed. Someone from the police called me. D. Hawkins. In relation to their inquiries into the death of Jason Bell. He asked me if I'd knocked on Max Hastings' house on the night of the 15th, if I'd hit him in the face. And? Pip asked. I told him I had no idea what he was talking about, and why on earth he would insinuate that I would willingly go to the house of someone who assaulted me, put myself in a situation where I was alone with him. Good, that's good. I told him I was at my brother's house from around 8ish that night. Dan was already pissed and basically asleep on the sofa, so he will verify that too. Good. It was good. That meant Hawkins must have interviewed Max at least once already, probably again after securing his mobile phone data, asking once more for him to explain his whereabouts on the evening Jason died. Max told him he was home alone all night, fell asleep early, and that Nat Da Silva had knocked on his door. But Hawkins already had the data from his phone, could see that Max wasn't at home, could see the calls that pinged a cell tower placing him at the scene, and now he'd caught Max in a lie, several of them. There was another unsaid thing hovering between Pip and Nat, and that was a dead Jason Bell. Nat could never ask and Pip could never tell, but Nat must know. The look in her eyes told Pip that. And yet she didn't look away, she didn't. She held Pip's eyes and Pip held hers, and though it could never be said, it was understood. Max killed Jason, not her. Another secret bond that held the two of them together. Her second conversation was with Kara the next day, sitting at the table in the ward's kitchen after Pip had received a text. "Can you come over?" The detective, he asked me and Naomi where we were on the night of the 15th, if we were with you. So we told him yes, and what times we left and arrived, where we went. That it was just a normal night and we were hungry, that was it. Showed him the photos and videos on my phone too. He asked me to send them in. "Thank you," Pip said, the words inadequate and frail. There was that same look in Kara's eyes too. She must have known when the news broke about Jason. What else could it be? She and Naomi must have looked at each other and known, whether they said it out loud or not. But there was something unshakable in Kara's eyes too, a trust between them, and even if this tested it, it had not broken it. Kara Ward, more a sister than a friend, her constant, her crutch, and that familiar look on her face helped loosen the knot in Pip's gut. She didn't know if she could have taken it if Kara had looked at her any differently, and that was another good thing. Hawkins was now looking into her alibi, verifying it. He checked with the witnesses, and he must be following up, requesting the traffic camera footage, searching for the journey her car had made that night. Maybe he'd already seen the tapes from McDonald's, seen the charges on her card and the times they were made. See Hawkins, she was exactly where she said she was, miles and miles away at the time Jason was killed. Another conversation, which was probably more of an argument than a conversation, with her parents. "What do you mean you're not going on Sunday?" Her mum's mouth gaped open. "I mean I'm not going. I can skip the first week of university, lectures don't start until the week after. I can't go yet, I have to see this through, I'm onto something here." Her dad, who rarely shouted, had shouted, for hours. This was, apparently, the worst thing she'd ever done to him. "I think they need me to find the killer for them, and you're saying a week of getting drunk is more important than that?" A glare in answer. "If I miss any work, I'll catch up. I always do. Please trust me. I need you to trust me." Just as Ravi had trusted her, and she couldn't leave town without knowing they'd done it. No mercy, no holding back. This was the final fight. Pip had given the police everything. She'd placed Max at the scene during the time of death window using the mobile phone tower. She'd left Max's hair at the scene, his shoe prints, traffic cam footage of his car driving away after burning it down, blood on the sleeve of his hoodie at his house, and in the mud caked under his shoes. Maybe they hadn't found all that yet, but she was about to give them something else too. Episode 1: tie the narrative all together, the motive. The background of this town, what happened to Andy, to Becca. Bad blood between two men. An altercation confirmed by witnesses, a hint at wounded pride, at a fight that maybe went too far. CCTV cameras at this individual's home that would surely back him up if he had nothing to hide. The interview with Jackie had already gone some way, but Pip had to take it one step further. The worst they could do was tell her to take it down, tell her to stop interfering, but the damage would already be done, the seed planted. She couldn't name the suspect and she wouldn't have to. Hawkins would know who she was talking about, and this was just for him. He was the only listener who mattered. Build the case against Max for him, so he never tried to build one against her. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Who Killed Jason Bell? Season 3, Episode 1 successfully uploaded to SoundCloud. Another game, another race between her heart and the pounding of her trainers, pattering out of time. Pip filled herself with the sound, just one foot in front of the other to take herself out of her head. Maybe, if she ran fast enough, she might even sleep tonight. She was supposed to have been in a new bed tonight, in a new city, but little Kilton wouldn't let her go just yet. She shouldn't have been looking down at her feet. She should have been watching where she was going. She hadn't thought about it, hadn't needed to think. It was just one of her regular routes, her circuit. One road flowing onto another and her mindlessly following. It wasn't until she heard the commotion of voices and vehicles that she glanced up and realized where she was running to. Tudor Lane, about halfway up, on the way to the Hastings house. The house was just there, but there was something new that didn't belong, catching her eye. Parked outside the house, jutting out onto the road, were 3 police cars and 2 marked vans, bright grids of yellow and blue along their sides. Pip kept going, her eyes dragging her closer and closer, until she could see a gathering of people moving in and out of the front door. Dressed in white plastic suits that covered the bottoms of their feet to the tops of their heads, masks across their faces and blue latex gloves for hands. One carrying a large brown paper bag out of the house and into the waiting van, followed by another. A forensic team searching Max's house. Pip slowed to a stop, her heart winning out against her feet, throwing itself against her ribs as she watched the orderly chaos of the plastic crap people. She wasn't the only one. Neighbors were standing at the edges of their drives, eyes wide, murmuring behind their hands to each other. A white van was parked on the other side of the street, and milling around it were more people, one taking photographs of the scene, another man with a large camera propped on one shoulder, pointing it across the road. This was it. This was it. She couldn't smile, she couldn't cry, she couldn't let any reaction play out on her face other than faint curiosity, but this was it. The beginning of the end. Her heart beat back that black hole in her chest as she watched. A uniformed officer in a high-vis yellow jacket was standing beside one of the police cars, talking with 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was spraying clipped, heated words at the officer, his voice carrying on the wind. It was Max's parents, back from Italy, huddled together with their deep, expensive tans. Pip searched him out, but Max wasn't here. Neither was Dee Hawkins. Ridiculous, Max's dad barked, pulling his phone out, his movements rough and angry. Mr. Hastings, you have already been shown the signed search warrant. It shouldn't be too much longer if you could just calm down. Mr. Hastings spun on his heels, ramming the phone up to his ear. Eps, he barked down into it. The officer was pivoting too, keeping his eye on Mr. Hastings. Pip turned before he could see her down the street, her hair whipping out behind her, shoes scraping on the pavement. The officer might recognize her, and she shouldn't be seen here. Keep herself on the periphery. She picked up her heels and started running back the way she'd come. Another game, another race, and she was winning now. It wouldn't be long, it couldn't be. They'd issued a search warrant for the house. They'd comb through it, and they'd find that blood-stained hoodie and the trainers with the zigzag soles in Max's room. Maybe Pip had even seen them being carried out, inside 2 of those large brown bags. If they had a warrant to search the house, It was likely they also had one to take DNA samples from Max, see if he was a match for those blonde hairs found in dead Jason's hand and in his river of blood. Maybe that's where Max was right now. She rounded the corner, her eyes no longer on her feet but on the gray churning sky. The results of the DNA testing could take several days to come through from the lab, verifying the blood on Max's clothes and the hairs found on Jason's body. But once they did, Hawkins would have no choice. The evidence was overwhelming, pieces shifting on a board, players staring out at each other from their own corners. Pip picked up her pace, faster and harder, and she could feel it, the end, catching up behind her. From Mariakara61 at Hotmail, com1139 to a podcast at Gmail, com subject, some news. Hi Pippa, I hope you are keeping well. I see from the episode you just released that you have found the case for your third season, or rather it found you. Such a tragedy, and poor Mr. Bell. I really hope you find who did this to him. I understand totally why this case had to take priority over looking into Billy and the DT killer case, but I had some news this morning and I thought you would like to know. Apparently, Billy's case is under review. There is some new evidence that has come to light. I don't know all the details yet, but it sounds like it's big, new DNA or fingerprint evidence. That's why everyone is suddenly taking an interest. I wonder if they've finally identified the unknown fingerprint that was found on Melissa Denny, the second victim. These things take time, I'm sure, but a lawyer from the Innocence Project has been in touch with Billy about filing a motion to the CCRC to overturn his conviction. So it seems as though the police may think they've found the real DT killer, or at least they've found enough evidence that Billy's conviction is no longer safe. That's the terminology, I looked it up. Anyway, all very exciting here, and I will of course keep you updated. I may even have my boy home for Christmas, who knows. Thank you for believing in me and Billy. Best wishes. Maria Cara's Pip stroked her finger down the computer screen, stalling over the last line of the email. Thank you for believing in me and Billy. She had believed in them because Pip was supposed to be the sixth victim of the DT killer, and in a way she always would be. From the moment Jason grabbed her, there was no doubt that an innocent man was sitting in prison. But the plan had forgotten Billy. Survival had taken over, survival and revenge, and protecting Ravi and the others from the plan. But Billy needed to be saved from Jason Bell as much as she did, and Pip had left him behind, made him secondary. She could have done something, couldn't she? The plan only worked if she didn't know Jason Bell was the DT killer, had nothing to do with him, but she could have thought of something. Another realization, stone cold and stone hard in her gut. Pip thought there wouldn't be any significant evidence that Jason Bell was the DT killer. Which meant two things. She was always going to leave Billy Cara's behind, save herself, and bury him away at the back of her mind. And the second, none of this had to happen. Maybe Pip could have kept walking through those trees, Jason's car pulling up to green scene behind her. She could have kept going, found a road, found a house, found a person and a phone. Maybe Hawkins wouldn't have believed her still, but he might have looked into it. Maybe he would have found the same evidence they'd found now to back up her word, acted before Jason had a chance to act again. Jason behind bars and Billy free on the strength of Pip's first-hand account. But that's not what happened. A fork in a path she hadn't taken. Pip had made a different choice, standing in the dark of those trees. It wasn't an accident or instinct or fight or flight. She saw both paths and she'd made a choice. She went back. And maybe that other Pip in that other life would say she'd made the right choice. She trusted in those who'd never trusted in her, and it had worked out. Saved herself to save herself. Maybe she was already fixed, Team Ravi and Pip moving on, living a normal life. But this Pip could also say hers was the right choice. Dead was the only way she could be sure the DT killer would never hurt anyone again. And on this path, Max Hastings was going to go down too. Two birds, one stone. Two monsters and a ring of dead and dead-eyed girls of their making. One dead, one locked away for 30 to life if it worked. Gone. Disappeared and no one left to look for them. Maybe this way was better, who could say? Anyway, there was something Pip could do now to rewrite that mistake, to unforget Billy Cara's. His mum was probably right. When they'd processed Jason's body and entered his fingerprint information into the database, it had pinged with that remaining question mark from the DT killer case. Maybe other DNA hits to the DT killer crime scenes that they'd previously written off. And there was the trophies. Pip had found 3 of them herself now, 2 more by looking at an old, printed photo of the Bell family, one she'd had pinned on her murder board a year ago. A gold necklace with a coin pendant that had belonged to Philippa Brockfield, wrapped around Dawn Bell's neck. 2 glints of light by Becca's ears, rose gold earrings with pale green stones. The same earrings she still wore now. They belonged to Julia Hunter. Pip wished she could get a message to Becca somehow. Tell her everything that happened, tell her about those earrings, because DT still had a hold over her as long as they were in her ears. Reliving the moment he'd killed these women whenever he saw his wife and his daughters. The police had searched Jason's house. If they'd found and collected Pip's headphones, maybe they'd found the trophies from the other victims. Andy's purple hairbrush, the necklace Dawn wore, Bethany and Gam's Casio watch, Tara Yates' keyrings. And if they hadn't yet found the trophies, Pip could lead Hawkins to them. She just had to show him this photo, really. Not only that, she had Andy's secret email account and that unsent draft. That email, Andy's words that weren't her last but felt like it, would be the nail in Jason Bell's coffin. Lead the police to Andy's connection with HH2. Pip would need to change the password on the account to something less conspicuous than her temporary DT Killer 6. She did that now, swapping it out for Team Andy and Becca. She thought Andy would like that best. The police might have a fingerprint, but Pip could give them everything else. Shore up the case against Jason Bell to beyond reasonable doubt. So when Billy's conviction was overturned, they didn't take it to a retrial with this new exculpatory evidence but dismissed the charges outright. Let Billy finally go home. Pip owed him that much. And if everyone knew who Jason Bell really was, Pip would no longer have to listen to people say how fucking awful it was that someone killed him. Pip practiced in the mirror, her voice dry and unused all day. "Hi D. Hawkins, sorry. I know you must be extraordinarily busy. It's just, well, as you know, I've been looking into Jason Bell's background as part of my research into who might have killed him. Looking into his company, personal relationships, etc., and I don't know." She paused, an apologetic look on her face, teeth gritted. "I've found some troubling connections to another case. I didn't want to bother you with them, but I really think you should take a look." The duct tape and rope taken from Green Scene Limited, and the company's connection with the dump sites. The recording of her old interview with Jess Walker about a security alarm set off on the premises on the same night Tara Yates and Andy died. The username for Andy's secret second email address, and the just reset password. A photo of the school planner on Andy's desk, the purple paddle hairbrush beside it. And this family photo with the necklace and the earrings. Becca's still wearing them. I know because I've been visiting her. Maybe it's just me, but don't these look exactly like the earrings the DT killer took from Julia Hunter as a trophy? The voice in her head that sounded like Ravi told her not to. The real one would probably agree that she should try not to bring any more attention to herself. But Pip had to do this for Billy, for his mum, and so that the other Pip in that other life, the one who made the other choice, wasn't right. Pip collected everything she needed to free a man and she left. That same journey again to the police station in Amersham, but this time Pip completed it. And there was no black hole in her chest anymore, only determination, only rage and fear and determination. Her final chance to set everything right. Save Billy, take on Hawkins. Take down Jason Bell and Max Hastings. Save Ravi, save herself. Live a normal life. The end was the beginning and both were running out. She pulled up into an empty space in the car park, checked her eyes in the rearview mirror and opened the door. Pip shouldered her rucksack with everything inside and slammed the door, the sound clapping through the quiet Thursday afternoon. But it wasn't quiet, not anymore as Pip walked up to the bricked building and the bad, bad place. A rush of tires on concrete behind her, lots of them, peeling to a stop. Pip stopped short of the automatic doors, looked over her shoulder. 3 cars had just pulled up outside the entrance. A yellow and blue squad car in front, followed by an unmarked SUV and another squad car at the rear. 2 uniformed officers that Pip didn't know climbed out of the first vehicle, one speaking into the radio clipped to his shoulder. The doors of the squad car at the back opened, and out stepped officers Daniel Da Silva and Soria Buziti. Daniel's mouth tensed in a grim line as he caught Pip's eye. The driver's side door of the unmarked black car opened and D. Hawkins emerged, his green padded jacket zipped up to his neck. He didn't notice Pip standing right there, 20 feet from him, as he stepped to the back door of his car, opened it and leaned in. Pip saw his legs first, then his feet swinging out onto the concrete, then his hands, cuffed in front of him as Hawkins pulled him out of the car. Max Hastings. Max Hastings under arrest. "I'm telling you, you've made a huge mistake," he said to Hawkins. His voice was shaking, and in that moment Pip couldn't tell whether it was with rage or fear. She hoped it was the latter. "I had nothing to do with this, I don't understand," Max cut off, his pale eyes trailing towards the police station, finding Pip standing there latching on. His breathing grew heavier, his eyes widening, darkening. Hawkins didn't notice, gesturing for Soria and one of the other officers to come over. They didn't see it coming. Pip didn't see it coming. In one quick, shuddering movement, Max wrenched his arm free of Hawkins, shoving him to the ground. He broke away, flying across the car park, too fast she didn't have time to blink. Max collided into Pip, cuffed hands against her neck, shoving her backwards into the brick building. Her head connected with a crack. Shouts and scuffles behind, but Pip could only see one thing, the flash of Max's eyes inches from hers. His hands tightened around her neck, the points of his fingers burning through her skin. He bared his teeth and she bared hers back. "You did this," he screamed in her face, spit flying. "You did this somehow." He pushed harder, grating Pip's head against the brick. She didn't fight him off, her hands were free, but she didn't push him away. She flashed her eyes back and whispered quietly so only Max would hear. "You're lucky I didn't put you in the ground too." Max roared at her, the scream of a cornered animal, his face patchy and red, ugly veins sticking out by his eyes. "You fucking bitch," he screamed, slamming her head just as Hawkins and Daniel caught up behind, dragging him off her. A scuffle, Max down on the ground, kicking out at them as the other officers rushed over. "She did this," Max screamed. "I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent." Pip felt the back of her head, no blood on her hands. "I didn't do it." They hauled him up to his feet again. Max threw his head in her direction, and for a fleeting moment he looked just as he should, eyes narrow and violent, mouth gaping open, hideous and wide, face inflamed and misshapen. There he was, the danger ripped of all pretense, all disguise. "She did this somehow," he screamed. "She did, she's fucking crazy. Get him inside." D. Hawkins shouted over Max, directing Soria and the other 2 officers as they half-dragged, half-carried a writhing Max through the automatic doors into reception. Before he followed them in, Hawkins turned back to Pip, pointing at her. "You okay?" he asked, out of breath. "Fine," she nodded. "Okay." He nodded too, then hurried inside the building, following the sound of Max's wild screams. Someone sniffed behind her and Pip wheeled around, snapping her eyes to them. It was Daniel Da Silva, riding his uniform, ruffled and askew where Max had pulled at it. "Sorry," he said heavily. "You all right? Looked like he got you pretty hard there." "Yeah, no, fine," she said. "Just a bump on the head, it'll be fine. My dad says I have a few too many brain cells anyway, could afford to lose a few. Right, Dan sniffed again with a small, sad smile. Max Hastings, Pip said quietly, a question hiding behind his name. Yeah, Dan said. They charging him, she asked, both of them watching the entrance doors, the muffled sounds of Max's voice filtering through. With murder, Daniel nodded. Something had been pressing down on Pip, a shadow heavy on her shoulders, constricting her chest. But as she watched Daniel's head move up and down, it finally let her go, it released her. They were charging Max with Jason's murder. Her heart beat wing fast against her ribs, but it wasn't the terror, it was something else, something closer to hope. It was over, she had won. 4 against 4, and here she was, still standing. Piece of shit, Dan hissed, pulling Pip back into the moment, here at the bad place watching those doors. Don't tell anyone I said that, but Jason Bell was like a father to me, and Daniel broke off, staring at the glass doors that had swallowed Max whole. Daniel wiped at his eyes, coughed into his fist. I'm sorry, Pip said, and it wasn't a lie. She wasn't sorry that Jason was dead, not one bit, not sorry that she had killed him, but she did feel sorry for Daniel. Pip had thought him capable of violence, 3 separate times now, convinced beyond doubt he had to have been the DT killer. He wasn't, he was just another one of those souls, floating out in that expanse of gray area, in the wrong places at the wrong times. And another realization, hard and cold as they always seem to be these days. Jason Bell had used Daniel. He was the reason Dan joined the police force at all. Jason convinced him to do it, supported him through training. Becca had told Pip all this last year, and now she saw it for what it really was. It wasn't because Jason saw Daniel as the son he'd never had. No, it was because he wanted a way to get information on the DT killer case. An in with the police and the investigation. And all of Daniel's red flag questions about DT had really been Jason's. His interest in the case through Daniel. That's what it was. That's what Andy had meant when she said her dad was practically one of them. He'd used him. Jason Bell hadn't been like a father to Daniel, just as he wasn't a father to Andy and Becca. Pip could tell Daniel. She could warn him about the information that might come out about Jason soon, his links to the DT killer. But she looked at the sad smile on his face, the red skin by his eyes, and she didn't want to be the one to take that away from him. She'd taken enough. Yeah, Daniel said absently, watching the entrance as someone walked through it, the doors hissing against their frames. It was D. Hawkins. Daniel, he said, could you? He gestured back towards the station with his thumb. Yes, sir, Daniel said, with a quick shake of his head, picking up his feet and disappearing inside through the automatic doors. Hawkins walked over to her. You okay? He asked again. Do I need to call in any medical assistance? Your head. He narrowed his eyes at her. No, it's fine, I'm fine, she insisted. I'm sorry, he coughed awkwardly. That was my fault. He wasn't resisting before then. I didn't expect him to. I should have been paying attention. My fault. That's okay. Pip gave him a tense, closed-mouth smile. No worries. The silence between them was thick and teeming. What are you doing here? Hawkins asked her. Oh, I came to talk to you about something. Right, he looked at her. I know you're busy, clearly. She glanced at the doors into the station. But I think we should talk inside. I have some things I need to show you, something I've found in my research. It's important, I think. Hawkins' eyes alighted on hers. Pip stared back. She wouldn't be the one to break it. Yeah, sure, okay, he said, looking quickly behind him. Can you give me 10 minutes? Yes, that's fine, she said. I'll wait out here. Hawkins bowed his head as he turned away from her. So he did it then. Pip directed the question to the back of Hawkins' head. Max killed Jason Bell. He halted, turned back around, his polished black shoes hissing against the concrete. A small movement of his head, not quite a nod. The evidence is overwhelming, he said. His eyes flicked back to hers, circling like he was studying her for a reaction. She didn't give him one, her face stayed the same. What was he expecting her to do? Smile. Remind him that she had been right from the start, ahead of him once again. That's good then, she said. The evidence, I mean, no doubt. "There'll be a press conference later today," he said. "Okay," Hawkins sniffed. "I need to." He took one step back towards the automatic doors, tripping the sensors. "Sure, I'll just wait here," she said. Hawkins took another step, then paused, shaking his head with a tiny outward laugh. "I suppose if you were ever involved in anything like this," he said, the after-laugh smile still on his face, "you know exactly how to get away with it." He watched her and something fell down into Pip's stomach, but it kept going, further and further, dragging her down with it. Hairs standing up across the back of her neck, a flicker of a smile on her face to match his. "Well," she said with a shrug, "I have listened to a lot of true crime podcasts." "Right," Hawkins laughed quickly, looking down at his shoes again. "Right," a nod. "I'll come find you when I'm done." He walked back inside the station and Pip watched him go, and was that the hiss of the closing doors or was the sound coming from inside her own head? His voice was all Pip heard for the second night in a row, staring up at the dark shadows on her ceiling, molding them into shapes with her mind while Hawkins spoke. Eyes wide open so they couldn't be taped shut, the gun firing in her heart. "I suppose if you were ever involved in anything like this, you know exactly how to get away with it." In her head, Pip lifted and dipped the words, just as he had, laid the same pressure on the same syllables. Hawkins hadn't brought it up again, when he and Pip sat in interview room 1, and she showed him her research into Jason, handed over the photos and the login details for Andy's email account. He told her indirectly that they had already found this connection to the DT killer and it was being looked into, but that her information was helpful, thank you. He'd shaken her hand before seeing her out. Had his hand lingered over hers just a little too long, though, like he was trying to feel for something. Pip tried the sentence out again, filling herself with his voice, analyzing it from every angle, staring into every gap and intake of breath. It was a joke, on the surface, that was all. But he hadn't said it like that, more stuttering, more uncertain, breathy from the laugh to take the sting out of it. He knew. No, he couldn't know. They had their killer. He had no evidence and she had an alibi. Okay, well, if he didn't know, then there was a small part of him, tiny, minuscule even, the part he might lock away at the back of his mind, and that part had its doubts. It was ridiculous, it was nonsensical. Pip had an ironclad alibi somewhere else, and the case against Max was strong. But was it too strong, just a little too easy and a little too clumsy? Asked the small voice in the back of his head. A lingering suspicion he didn't know he could trust. That's what he'd been studying her eyes for, searching for traces of that doubt. Max had been arrested and charged, and the police were reinvestigating the DT killer case. Billy Caras would be released. Pip had survived. She was free and safe, and so was everyone she cared about. Ravi had laughed and cried and held her too tight when she told him, but if that was winning, why did it not feel like it? Why was she still sinking? "I'll come find you when I'm done," the Hawkins in her head told her. She knew what he'd meant at the time, that he would come get her for their talk when he was finished processing Max. But that's not what he meant in this echo in her head. It was a promise, a threat. "I'll come find you when I'm done." He knew or he didn't, he suspected or he didn't, he thought and he overthought and he shook it off and he came back to it. It didn't matter which. Somewhere, somehow, the idea was in his head, however small, however ridiculous and irrational. It was there. Hawkins had let her in for 1 second and she'd seen it planted there. She and Hawkins, the last one standing, staring at each other from their opposite corners. He hadn't picked up on the truth before with Sal Singh and Andy Bell or with Jamie Reynolds' disappearance. But Pip had grown and changed, and maybe Hawkins had too. And that one thought, that one small doubt hiding at the back of his head was her undoing. Pip cried and she cried until she was empty because she knew. She couldn't rest. She couldn't have her normal life back, the one thing she wanted above all else. The one thing all of this had been for. That was it, the price she'd have to pay. She spent hours talking it through with herself, running scenarios, asking ifs and whens, and she only saw one way through this, one way to keep everyone safe from her. One more plan, She knew what had to be done, but it might just kill her to do it. The sun lit up his eyes as he glanced back at her, dappled through the rising trees. Or maybe it was the other way, Pip wondered. Maybe Ravi's eyes lit up the sun. A crooked smile creased his face. "Sarge," Ravi said lightly, trampling the fallen leaves of lodge wood, the sound crisp and fresh, sounding like home and beginnings and endings. "Sorry," Pip caught up to him, stepping in time with his feet. "What did you say?" "I said," he drew out the word, nudging her in the ribs. "What time are your parents taking you tomorrow?" He waited. "To Cambridge," he reminded her. "Hello, is anyone there?" "Oh, early I think," Pip said, shaking her head, bringing herself back. "Probably leave by 10. She didn't know how to do it, how to say it, how to even begin. There weren't words for this, a pain that hummed through every part of her, stuck through her chest as her ribs caved in around it. Cracking bones and blood-wet hands, and a hurt that was worse than all of that. "Cool," Ravi said. "I'll come round before, help your dad load up the car." Pip's lip threatened to go, her throat tightening, cutting her off. Ravi didn't see, picking their way through the woods off the path. Exploring, he'd said, the two of them, Team Ravi and Pip, off in the wild. "When should I come visit?" he said, ducking under a branch, holding it up for her without looking back. "Originally it was meant to be next weekend, so what about the weekend after? We could go out for dinner or something." She couldn't do it, and she couldn't take another step after him. Her eyes spilled over fast and hard, a knot in her chest that would never go. "Ravi," she said quietly. He heard it in her voice. He whipped around, his eyes wide, eyebrows lowered. Hey, he came back, sliding his hands up her arms. "What is it? What's wrong?" He pulled her into him, wrapped her in his arms, one hand to the back of her head, holding her to his chest. "No." Pip twisted away, stepping back from him, and her body felt like it was peeling away from her, back to him, choosing him over her. "Ravi, you can't come tomorrow morning to help load up the car. You can't come visit me in Cambridge. We can't." Her voice cracked, broken in half by the shudder in her chest. "Pip, what are you—" "This is the last time," she said. "This is the last time we can see each other." The wind played through the trees, blowing her hair across her face, strands sticking to the tears. The light was gone from Ravi's eyes, now darkened by fear. "What are you talking about?" "No, it's not," he said, his voice growing, fighting the whistling of the trees. "It's the only way," Pip said. "The only way to keep you safe from me." "I don't need to be safe from you," he said. "It's over, we did it. Max has been charged, we're free." "We aren't," she cried. "Hawkins knows, or he suspects, what he said to me outside the station. The idea is there in his head." "So," Ravi said, angry now, "it doesn't matter, they've charged Max, they have all the evidence, there's none against you. Hawkins can think whatever he wants, it doesn't matter." "It does." "Why?" he shouted, voice desperate and clawing. "Why does it matter?" "Because," Pip's voice picked up too, thick with the tears, "because it isn't over. We didn't think it through all the way to the very end. There has to be a trial first, Ravi. A jury of 12 peers has to find Max guilty beyond reasonable doubt. And if they do, then it will be over, truly over, and we'll be free. Hawkins won't have a reason to keep looking. It's near impossible to overturn a conviction once it's made. Just look at the statistics, at Billy Cara's. That's when we're free." "Yes, and that's going to happen," he said. "We can't know that," she sniffed, wiped her face on her sleeve. "He's got away with it once before. And what if the jury find him not guilty? What happens then? The case returns to the police to be reinvestigated. They have to have a killer. And who do you think will be the very first person D. Hawkins looks into if Max is found to be innocent? It will be me, Ravi. He'll come for me and everyone who helped me. Because that's the truth and that's his job." "No," Ravi shouted. "Yes," Pip's breath stuttered. "If the trial doesn't go the right way, I'm going down, and I'm not having you go down with me or any of the others." "That's not your choice," he said, his voice catching, eyes glazing. "Yes, it is. You went to Hawkins about the headphones, which ties you into everything, but I know how to get you out." "No, Pip, I'm not listening." He dropped his eyes. If the verdict is not guilty, if the police ever come back to talk to you about it, you tell them I made you do it. No, under duress. I threatened you. I made you take the fall for the headphones to save me. You suspected what I'd done to Jason. You were scared for your life. No, Pip, stop talking. You did it under duress, Ravi, she pleaded. That's the phrase you have to use, under duress. You were afraid for your life if you didn't do what I said. No, no one will believe that. Make them. She shouted back, you have to make them believe it. No, tears overran his eyes, catching at the crack in his lips. I don't want this. You tell them we haven't had any contact since I left for Cambridge. It will be the truth. You got away from me. We haven't spoken, haven't seen each other, no communication. But you were still scared what would happen if you told the police the truth. What I would do to you. Shut up, Pip. Stop it, he cried, cupping his hands over his face. We can't see each other. We can't have any contact at all, otherwise the duress angle won't work. The police will check our phone records. You're afraid of me, that's what it has to look like. So we can't be together anymore, she said, and the thing stuck through her chest, cracked open, 1,000 cuts. No, Ravi sobbed into his hands. No, this can't be it. There must be something we can. His hands dropped to his sides, a glint of hope in his eyes. We can get married. What? We can get married, he said, taking a shuddering sniff and a step towards her. Spousal privilege. We can't be made to give evidence against each other if we are co-accused. We could get married. No, we can, he said, the hope growing in his eyes. We could do that. No, why not? He said, the desperation back in his voice, the hope gone in a blink. Because you didn't kill a man, Ravi. I did. Pip took his hand, slid her fingers through his in the way they used to belong, gripping tight. That won't save you from this, that just ties you to me and whatever happens to me. If it gets to that point, they might not need our testimony to put us both away. That is unacceptable. Do you think Sal would want this for you? Do you think he'd want everyone to think you'd played a part in killing someone just like they thought of him? Stop it, he said, squeezing her hand too hard. Stop trying to make me. It's not just from you, she spoke across him, squeezing back. It's everyone. Cara Nat Connor, I have to cut myself off from everyone I care about, everyone who helped me, to protect them. Even my family. I can't have the police thinking they aided or abetted me in any way. I can't have that. I need to go away from everyone on my own. Cut off from everyone until the trial. And even after, if the jury, no, he said, but the fight was gone from his voice now, the tears falling faster. I'm a ticking time bomb, Ravi. I can't have the people I love near me when it goes off, especially not you. If it goes off, he said, if, she agreed, reaching up to catch one of his tears. Until the trial, and if it goes our way, if the jury find Max guilty, then I can get it all back, my life, my family, you, we can find each other again, I promise, if that's still what you want. Ravi pressed his cheek into her hand. That could be months and months from now, he said. Years even. It's a murder case, they can take years to go to trial. Then that's how long I have to wait, Pip cried. And if after the wait the jury find him not guilty, you tell Hawkins you did it under duress. You weren't ever at the scene, you didn't know for sure I'd killed Jason, but I made you tell him about the headphones. I made you. Say it, Ravi. Under duress, he said quietly, his face breaking in half. I don't want this, he sobbed, his hand shaking in hers. I don't want to lose you. I don't care what happens. I don't want to not see you again, not speak to you. I don't want to wait for the trial. I love you. I can't. I can't. You're my Pip and I'm your Ravi. We're a team. I don't want this. Pip folded herself into him, tucking her face into that place it used to belong at the base of his neck. Her home, but it couldn't be, not anymore. His head fell against her shoulder and she held it there, her hand running through the back of his hair, slipping through her fingers. I don't want this either, she said, and it hurt so much she didn't think she could breathe. Nothing would heal this. Not time, not space. Nothing. I love you so much, she whispered. That's why I have to do this, why I have to go and not come back. You would do it for me, she said. You know you would. An echo of Ravi's words when he'd saved her, just as he'd saved her back in that storeroom without knowing it. Now Pip had to save him back, that was her choice. And she knew, no shadow of a doubt, that it was the right one to make. Maybe the other choices she'd made hadn't been. Maybe every decision up to this point had been wrong or bad, untraveled paths and other lives. This choice was the worst of them all, hurt the most, but it was right, it was good. Ravi bawled into her shoulder and Pip stroked his hair, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. "I should go," she said eventually. "No, no," Ravi grabbed her tighter, wouldn't let her go, burying his face in her coat. "No, don't go," he begged her. "Please don't leave me, please don't go." But one of them had to be the first to leave, the first to take that last look, the first one to say it for the final time. It had to be her. Pip unwrapped herself from him, let him go. She pushed up onto her toes, pressed her forehead against his in the way he always did to her. She wished she could take half of it from him, the hurt, take half of everything bad, leave room for some good. "I love you," she said, stepping back. "I love you." She looked into his eyes and he looked back into hers. Pip turned and she walked away. Ravi broke behind her, crying out into the trees, the wind carrying his sobs over to her, trying to pull her back. She kept going. 10 steps. 11. Her foot hesitated on the next step. She couldn't do this. This couldn't be the last time. Pip looked back over her shoulder through the trees. Ravi was on his knees in the leaves, face hidden, bawling into his hands. It hurt more than anything to see him that way, and her chest opened up, reaching out to him, trying to drive her back. Hold him, take the hurt away, and let him take hers. She wanted to go back. She wanted to run to him, fall into him, be Team Ravi and Pip and nothing more. Tell him she loved him in all those secret ways they had, hear him speak all those names he had for her in his buttersoft voice. But she couldn't, that wasn't fair. He couldn't be her person and she couldn't be his right now. Pip had to be the strong one, the one to walk away when neither of them wanted it. The one who chose. Pip looked at him one last time, then she tore her eyes away, stared ahead. The way forward was blurry, her eyes filling, streaming down her face. Maybe she'd see him again, maybe she wouldn't, but she couldn't look back again. She couldn't, or she wouldn't have the strength to go. She walked away, a howl on the wind that could have been Ravi or the trees. She was too far to know. She left and she didn't look back. Day 72. Pip counted them every single day, marking them off in her mind. A mid-December day in Cambridge, and the sun was already fading from the sky, staining it the pink of washed blood. Pip gathered her coat around her and pushed on, walking the old streets, narrow and winding. In 3 days she'd be here again, and it would be 75 days since, well on the way to 100. No trial date set yet, in fact, she'd heard nothing for a while. Only something small yesterday. Maria Caras emailed her a photo of a grinning Billy decorating a Christmas tree, wearing a garish red jumper covered in reindeer. Pip had smiled back at him through the screen. Day 31, that's when they'd released Billy Caras, all charges dropped. Day 33 had been the day the news broke about Jason Bell being the DT killer. "Hey, isn't that the guy from your town?" Someone had asked her in the common room of their halls, the news on the TV in the background. Most people didn't talk to Pip. She kept herself to herself, but really she was keeping herself away from everyone else. "Yeah, it is," Pip had said, turning up the sound. Jason Bell hadn't just been the DT killer, he'd also been the Southeast Stalker, a rapist who'd operated in the southeast area of London between the years 1990–1994, connected by DNA evidence. Pip worked it out. 1994 was the year Andy Bell had been born. Jason stopped when his first daughter was born, and they'd moved away to Little Kilton. The DT killer claimed his first victim when Andy was 15, when she'd first started to look like the woman she might become. Maybe that's why her father had done it. He stopped when she died, well, almost, but no one else would ever know about his 6th victim. Andy's entire life had been bookended by the monster living in her home, by his violence. She hadn't survived him, but Pip had, and Andy could come with her wherever she went. Pip turned the corner, cars shushing past her, readjusting her book-heavy rucksack on her shoulders. Her phone buzzed in her coat pocket. Pip pulled it out and stared down at the screen. Her dad was calling. A knot in her gut and a hole in her heart. Pip pressed the side button to ignore the call, let it ring out in her pocket. She'd text him tomorrow, say sorry she'd missed his call, she'd been busy, maybe tell him she'd been in the library. Increase the gaps between every phone call until they were long, long stretches, weeks between, then months. Texts unread and unreplied. Term had already finished and Pip had paid to keep her room over the break, telling her parents she wanted to get her assignments done. She'd have to think of something over Christmas, some reason she couldn't go back to town. Pip knew it would break their hearts, it was breaking hers, but this was the only way. Separation. She was the danger and she had to keep them away from her in case any of it rubbed off on them. Day 72. Pip was only 2.5 months into her exile, her purgatory, walking these old, cobbled streets over and over, round and round. She walked every day and she made promises. That's what she did. Promises of how she would be different, how she would be better, how she would deserve her life back and everyone in it. She would never complain ever again about taking Josh to one of his football matches, and she'd answer his every curiosity, big or small. Be his big sister, his teacher, the person he could look up to, until the day when he outgrew her and she looked up to him instead. She'd be kinder to her mum, who had only ever wanted the best for her. Pip should have listened more, she should have understood. Pip had taken her for granted, her strength, the roll of her eyes and the reason for her pancakes, and she'd never do that again. They were a team, they had been from the start, from her very first breath, and if Pip could have her life back, they would be a team again until her mum's last. Holding hands, old skin on older skin. Her dad. What she wouldn't give to hear his easy laugh again, hear him call her his pickle. She would thank him every day for choosing her and her mum, for everything he'd ever taught her. Tell him all the ways she was like him and so glad for it, how he'd shaped the person she'd become. She just had to become that person again. And if she could, maybe it would happen one day, her dad's arm in hers as he walked her down that aisle, stopping halfway to tell her how proud he was. Her friends. She'd always ask them how they were before they could ask her. She wouldn't let anything get in the way, wouldn't need them to be understanding because she would be instead. Laugh with Kara until it hurt in phone calls that lasted 3 hours, Connor's bad puns and awkward arms, Jamie's kind smile and big heart, Nat's strength that she'd always admired so much, Naomi who'd been a big sister to her when Pip needed one most. And Becca Bell, Pip made a promise to her. She would tell Becca everything when they were both free. Pip had had to cut her off too, missed visits, missed phone calls. But prison wasn't Becca's cage. Her father had been her cage. He was gone now, but Becca deserved to know everything about her dad and how he died, about Max, and the part Pip had played. But mostly she deserved to know about Andy, her big sister who'd known about the monster in their house and did all she could to save Becca from him. She deserved to read Andy's email and know how much she was loved, that those cruel things Andy said to her in her final moments was really her sister trying to protect her. Andy was terrified that one day their father would kill them both, and maybe she was scared that that would be the thing that made him snap. Pip would tell her all of it. Becca deserved to know that in another life, she and Andy would have escaped their father together. Promises and promises. Pip would earn them all back if she got the chance. It wasn't Max's trial she was waiting for, not really. It was hers, her final judgment. The jury wouldn't only decide Max's fate, they would decide hers, whether she could have her life back and everyone in it, especially him. She still spoke to Ravi every day. Not the real one, the one who lived in her head. She spoke to him when she was scared or unsure, asked him what he would do if he were there. He sat beside her when she was lonely, and she was always lonely, looking at old photos on her phone. He told her good night and kept her company in the dark while she learned how to sleep again. Pip wasn't sure anymore if she was getting the timbre of his voice quite right, the exact way he had leaned into his words, whether they lilted or tilted. How had he said Sarge again? Had his voice dipped up or dipped down? She had to remember, she had to hold on, preserve him. She thought about Ravi every day, almost every moment of every day, 72 days full of moments. What he was thinking, what he was doing, whether he'd like the sandwich she'd just eaten, the answer was always yes, whether he was okay, whether he missed her as much as she missed him, whether that absence had grown into resentment. She hoped, whatever he was doing, he would learn to be happy again. If that meant waiting for her, waiting for the trial, or if that meant waiting to find someone else, Pip would understand. It broke her heart to think of him doing that crooked smile for anyone else, making up new nicknames, new invisible ways of saying I love you, but that was his choice. All Pip wanted to know was that he was happy, that there was good in his life again, that was all. Her freedom for his, and it was a choice she would make over and over again. And if he did wait for her and the verdict went their way, Pip would work every day to be the kind of person who deserved Ravi Singh. "You old softy," he said in her ear, and Pip smiled, a breath of laughter. There was another sound hiding beneath her breath, a faint whine, high and reeling, growing closer and closer. A siren, more than one, screaming up and down, clashing together. Pip whipped her head around. There were 3 police cars at the end of the road, overtaking traffic, speeding towards her. Louder, louder. Blue lights spiraling, breaking up the twilight, flashing in her eyes and lighting up the street. Pip turned away and shut her eyes, screwed them tight. This was it. They'd found her. Hawkins had worked it out. It was over. They'd come for her. She stood there and held her breath. Louder, closing in. 3, 2, 1. A scream in her ears. A rush of wind through her hair as the cars streamed past, one after the other, their sirens fading as they carried on down the road away from her, left her behind on the pavement. Pip peeled her eyes open, carefully, slowly. They were gone. Their sirens dwindling to a whine again, then a hum, then nothing. Not for her, not today. One day they might be for her, but not today, day 72. Pip nodded, picked up her feet. "Just got to keep going," she told Ravi and everyone else that lived in her head. Keep going. Her judgment day would come, but for now Pip walked and she promised. That's all. One foot in front of the other, even if she had to drag them, even when that hole in her heart felt too big to keep standing. She walked and she promised, and he was with her. Ravi's fingers slotting in between hers in the way they used to fit, fingertips in the dips of his knuckles. The way they might again. Just one foot in front of the other, that was all. Pip didn't know what was waiting for her at the end. She couldn't see that far, and the light was failing, night drawing in, but maybe, just maybe, it would be something good. 3 minutes after the verdict was read in The Crown versus Max Hastings, Holly Jackson started writing stories from a young age, completing her first poor attempt at a novel aged 15. She graduated from the University of Nottingham with an MA in English, where she studied literary linguistics and creative writing. She lives in London, and aside from reading and writing, she enjoys playing video games and watching true crime documentaries so she can pretend to be a detective. As Good as Dead is the final part of the trilogy, following New York Times bestsellers A Good Girl's Guide to Murder and Good Girl, Bad Blood. You can follow Holly on Twitter and Instagram at Hajj92. As ever, the first thanks must go to my agent, Sam Copeland. Thank you for being the best sounding board / agony aunt / bad cop / good cop. This all started with me pitching You Girl Does School project about old murder case back in June 2016, and look where we are now. A whole ass trilogy is the technical term. But there wouldn't even be one book if you hadn't taken a chance on me back then and told me to write this idea, so thank you. Although let's not give you all the credit, though I'm sure you'd love to take it. Next, I want to thank booksellers who do such a fantastic job of getting books into the hands of readers, and have continued to do so despite the incredible challenges of this past year. I am so grateful to you for your enduring enthusiasm and dedication to books and reading, and for the huge part you have all played in the success of the Agtum series. To the bloggers, too, who dedicate so much of their time to posting reviews or shouting about books they have enjoyed. I could never thank you enough for all the love you have shown the Agtum series, and I am so looking forward to seeing your reactions to As Good as Dead. To everyone at Electric Monkey who all work tirelessly to help turn my Word documents into actual, physical books. It takes a village. Thank you to Sarah Levison for expertly navigating this monster-sized book with me, and for recognizing exactly what I wanted it to do. Thank you to Lindsay Heaven for all your hard work overseeing this series from the beginning. Thank you also to Lucy Courtenay, Melissa Hyder, and Suzilla Baybars for helping me whip this manuscript into shape. Thank you to Laura Bird and Janine Spencer. It's always a magical moment seeing the layouts for the first time, when the story actually first starts to look like a real book. Thank you to Tom Sanderson for the incredible cover design. It is so dark and fitting for this finale, and I couldn't have asked for a better cover. I hope no one looks at duct tape the same way again. Thanks as always to the star, Jas Bansal, for everything you do and for being such a marketing/social media genius. One of my favorite parts of publishing each book has been watching the buzz you so expertly create pre-publication. Thank you also to Kate Jennings, Olivia Carson, and Amy Dobson for all your amazing hard work in making sure people hear about the book. Thank you to Sales and Rights for all you do in getting these books out into the world, with particular thanks to Ingrid Gilmore, Lori Tate, Lee Woods, and Brogan Fury. And a special thank you to Priscilla Coleman again for your fantastic artwork, and for bringing the DT killer to life so expertly in the police composite sketch. After the last year we have had, it would seem a glaring omission for me to not express my overwhelming gratitude and admiration to all NHS workers. Your everyday heroism and bravery during the COVID-19 pandemic at times made my contribution to society feel very small, typing away made-up stories about made-up people. But I want to thank you for being so inspiring and compassionate, and for looking after us all during this horrific year. You truly are heroes, and the National Health Service is an incredible privilege that we should protect at all costs. Thank you to my writer friends, as always, for helping me navigate the tricky waters of publishing, especially during these lockdown releases, and for Zoom game sessions so I could virtually escape my flat and my deadlines temporarily. Thank you to my flower Huns for keeping me sane remotely during the pandemic. I look back fondly on those weekly quizzes. I can't wait to do more Earl playing this year, although no more quizzes, yeah. Thank you to my mum and dad as always for their unwavering support and for believing in me when no one else did. I think you probably always knew I was going to be a writer from a young age, but thank you for fostering my love of stories by letting me have a childhood full of books and video games and TV and films. Not a second of it was wasted. Also thank you, Dad, for your first reader comments and for understanding the book perfectly. And thanks, Mum, for telling Dad that you felt sick when reading the book. That's when I knew it was doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Thank you to my sisters Amy and Olivia for their constant support and for showing me just how important sisters are. Pip has had to find her own sisters, Kara, Naomi, Nat, and Becca, but I was lucky enough to have two from the very start. I'm sure your influence will be all over every example of sibling banter/bickering I ever write, so thank you for that. To my nephew George, who says I am his favorite author, despite being 10+ years too young to read my books, top marks for you. To my new niece Cassie, for supplying the cuteness to keep me going during a dreadful year of deadlines. and for also being a badass pandemic baby. And especially to my niece Danielle, who is almost old enough to read these books now. Several years ago, when Danielle was about 9 years old, she was studying creative writing at school, and she told me that all the best stories end in a dot dot dot. Well, Danielle, I have finished my first ever trilogy with a dot dot dot. I hope you're proud and I hope you're right. Thank you to Peter, Gay, and Katie Collies as ever for being my early readers and for being the best second family one could ask for. To Ben, who is my cornerstone, my forever partner in crime. Without you, none of this would have been possible, and Pip would never have seen the light of day, let alone made it to the end of Book 3. Thank you. After writing a series that is so heavily influenced by true crime, it would seem strange for me to end without one comment on the criminal justice system and the areas in which it fails us. I feel a helpless despair when I look at the statistics of rape and sexual assault in this country and the abysmal rate of reporting and conviction. Something isn't right here. I hope the books themselves do the talking for me on this front, and I think it's clear that parts of these stories come from an angry place, both personal anger at the times when I have been harassed and not believed, and frustration at a system of justice that sometimes doesn't feel very just. But finally, to end on a lighter note, I want to thank all of you who have followed me through every page right to the end of Book 3. Thank you for trusting me, and I hope you found the ending you were looking for. I certainly did. Pip knew where they lived. Everyone in Little Kiltan knew where they lived. Their home was like the town's own haunted house. People's footsteps quickened as they walked by and their words strangled and died in their throats. Shrieking children would gather on their walk home from school, daring one another to run up and touch the front gate. But it wasn't haunted by ghosts, just three sad people trying to live their lives as before. A house not haunted by flickering lights or spectral falling chairs, but by dark spray-painted letters of scum family and stone-shattered windows. Pip had always wondered why they didn't move. Not that they had to. They hadn't done anything wrong. But she didn't know how they lived like that. Pip knew a great many things. She knew that hippopotamonstroskleptoliophobia was the technical term for the fear of long words. She knew that babies were born without kneecaps. She knew verbatim the best quotes from Plato and Cato, and that there were more than 4,000 types of potato. But she didn't know how the Singhs found the strength to stay here. Here in Kiltan, under the weight of so many widened eyes, of the comments whispered just loud enough to be heard, of neighborly small talk never stretching into long talk anymore. It was a particular cruelty that their house was so close to Little Kiltan Grammar School, where both Andy Bell and Sal Singh had gone, where Pip would return for her final year in a few weeks when the August pickled sun dipped into September. Pip stopped and rested her hand on the front gate, instantly braver than half the town's kids. Her eyes traced up the path to the front door. It might only look like a few feet, but there was a rumbling chasm between where she stood and over there. It was possible that this was a very bad idea. She had considered that. The morning sun was hot, and she could already feel her knee pits growing sticky in her jeans. A bad idea or a bold idea. And yet history's greatest minds always advised bold over safe. Their words good padding for even the worst ideas. Snubbing the chasm with the soles of her shoes, she walked up to the door and, pausing for just a second to check she was sure, knocked 3 times. Her tense reflection stared back at her. The long dark hair sun-dyed a lighter brown at the tips, the pale face, despite a week just spent in the south of France, the sharp muddy green eyes braced for impact. The door opened with the clatter of a falling chain and a double-locked click. "Hello," he said, holding the door half open, his hand folded over the side. Pip blinked to break her stare, but she couldn't help it. He looked so much like Sal, the Sal she knew from all those television reports and newspaper pictures, the Sal fading from her adolescent memory. Ravi had his brother's messy black side-swept hair, thick arched eyebrows, and oaken-hued skin. "Hello," he said again. Pip's put-on-the-spot charmer reflex kicked in too late. Her brain was busy processing that, unlike Sal, he had a dimple in his chin just like hers, and he'd grown even taller since she last saw him. Sorry, hi." She did an awkward half-wave that she immediately regretted. Hi, Ravi," she said. You don't know me. I'm Pippa Fitzgerald. I was a couple of years below you at school before you left." "Okay. I was just wondering if I could borrow a jiffy of your time." "Well, not a jiffy. Did you know a jiffy is an actual measurement of time? It's 1/100th of a second, so can you maybe spare a few sequential jiffies?" Oh God, this is what happened when she was nervous or backed into a corner. She started spewing useless facts dressed up as bad jokes. And the other thing, nervous Pip turned 4 strokes more posh, abandoning middle class to grapple for a poor imitation of upper. When had she ever seriously said jiffy before? "What?" Ravi asked, looking confused. "Sorry, never mind," Pip said, recovering. "So I'm doing my EPC at school, and what's EPC? Extended Project Qualification. It's a project you work on independently alongside a levels. You can pick any topic you want." "Oh, I never got that far in school," he said. "Left as soon as I could." Well, I was wondering if you'd be willing to be interviewed for my project." "What's it about?" His dark eyebrows hugged closer to his eyes. It's about what happened 5 years ago." Ravi exhaled loudly, his lip curling up in what looked like pre-sprung anger. "Why?" he said. "Because I don't think your brother did it, and I'm going to try to prove it." Pippa Fitzgerald, EPC 108-2017 production log. Entry 1, interview with Ravi Singh booked in for Friday afternoon. Take prepared questions. Type up transcript of interview with Angela Johnson. The production log is intended to chart any obstacles you face in your research, your progress, and the aims of your final report. My production log will have to be a little different. I'm going to record all the research I do here, both relevant and irrelevant, because, as yet, I don't really know what my final report will be, nor what will end up being relevant. I don't know what I'm aiming for. I will just have to wait and see what position I am in at the end of my research and what essay I can therefore bring together. I'm hoping it will not be the essay I proposed to Mrs. Morgan. I'm hoping it will be the truth. What really happened to Andy Bell on the 20th April 2012? And as my instincts tell me, if Sal Singh is not guilty, then who killed her? I don't think I will actually solve the case and discover the person who murdered Andy. I'm not a police officer with access to a forensics lab, obviously, and I am also not deluded. But I'm hoping that my research will uncover facts and accounts that will lead to reasonable doubt about Sal's guilt, and suggest that the police were mistaken in closing the case without digging further. So my research methods will actually be interviewing those close to the case, obsessive social media stalking, and wild speculation. The first stage in this project, then, is to research what happened to Andrea Bell, known as Andy to everyone, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. This information will be taken from news articles and police press conferences from around that time, copied and pasted from the first national news outlet to report on her disappearance. Andrea Bell, 17, was reported missing from her home in Little Kilton, Buckinghamshire, last Friday. She left home in her car, a black Peugeot 206, with her mobile phone, but did not take any clothes with her. Police say her disappearance is completely out of character. Police have been searching woodland near the family home over the weekend. Andrea, known as Andy, is described as white, 5 feet 6 inches tall, with long blonde hair. It is thought that she was wearing dark jeans and a blue crop jumper on the night she went missing. After everything happened, later articles had more detail as to when Andy was last seen alive, and the time window in which she is believed to have been abducted. Andy Bell was last seen alive by her younger sister, Becca, at around 10:30 p.m. on the 20th April 2012. This was corroborated by the police in a press conference on Tuesday, 24th April. CCTV footage taken from a security camera outside SDN Bank on Little Kiltan High Street confirms that Andy's car was seen driving away from her home at about 10:40 p.m. According to her parents, Jason and Dawn Bell. Andy was supposed to pick them up from a dinner party at 12:45 a.m. When Andy didn't show up or answer any of their phone calls, they started ringing her friends to see if anyone knew of her whereabouts. Jason Bell called the police to report his daughter missing at 3:00 a.m. Saturday morning. For so whatever happened to Andy Bell that night happened between 10:40 p.m. and 12:45 a.m. Here seems a good place to type up the transcript from my telephone interview yesterday with Angela Johnson. 1 www.gbtn.co UK/news/UK England bucks 54,774,390 412 The Buckinghamshire Mail. Co. UK/news/crime 4,839 412 www.gbtn.co UK/news/UK England bucks 69,388,473 412 Forbes Stanley 2012. The Real Story of Andy Bell's Killer, Kiltan Mail 10512 pp. 14 Transcript of interview with Angela Johnson from the Missing Persons Bureau. Angela: Hello. Pip: Hi, is this Angela Johnson? Angela: Speaking. Yep. Is this Pippa? Pip: Yes, thanks so much for replying to my email. Angela: No problem. Pip: Do you mind if I record this interview so I can type it up later to use in my project? Angela: Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry, I've only got about 10 minutes to give you. So what do you want to know about missing persons? Pip: Well, I was wondering if you could talk me through what happens when someone is reported missing. What's the process and the first steps taken by the police? Angela: So, when someone rings 999 or 101 to report someone as missing, the police will try to get as much detail as possible so they can identify the potential risk to the missing person, and an appropriate police response can be made. The kinds of details they will ask for in this first call are name, age, description of the person, what clothes they were last seen wearing, the circumstances of their disappearance, if going missing is out of character for this person, details of any vehicle involved. Using this information, the police will determine whether this is a high, low, or medium risk case. Pip: And what circumstances would make a case high risk? Angela: If they are vulnerable because of their age or a disability, that would be high risk. If the behavior is out of character, then it is likely an indicator that they have been exposed to harm, so that would be high risk. Pip: So if the missing person is 17 years old and it is deemed out of character for her to go missing, would this be considered a high-risk case? Angela: Oh, absolutely if a minor is involved. Pip: So how would the police respond to a high-risk case? Angela: Well, there would be immediate deployment of police officers to the location the person is missing from. The officer will have to acquire further details about the missing person, such as details of their friends or partners, any health conditions, their financial information in case they can be found when trying to withdraw money. They will also need a number of recent photographs of the person, and in a high-risk case, they may take DNA samples in case they are needed in subsequent forensic examination. And with consent of the homeowners, the location will be searched thoroughly to see if the missing person is concealed or hiding there, and to establish whether there are any further evidential leads. That's the normal procedure. Pip: So immediately the police are looking for any clues or suggestions that the missing person has been the victim of a crime. Angela. Absolutely. If the circumstances of the disappearance are suspicious, officers are always told, if in doubt, think murder. Of course, only a very small percentage of missing person cases turn into homicide cases, but officers are instructed to document evidence early on as though they were investigating a homicide. PIP. And after the initial home address search, what happens if nothing significant turns up? Angela. They will expand the search to the immediate area. They might request telephone information. They'll question friends, neighbors, anyone who may have relevant information. If it is a young person, a teenager, who's missing, a reporting parent cannot be assumed to know all of their child's friends and acquaintances. Their peers are a good port of call to establish other important contacts. Any secret boyfriends, that sort of thing. And a press strategy is usually discussed, because appeals for information in the media can be very useful in these situations. PIP. So, if it's a 17-year-old girl who's gone missing, the police would have contacted her friends and boyfriend quite early on. Angela. Yes, of course. Inquiries will be made because if the missing person has run away, they are likely to be hiding out with a person close to them. PIP. And at what point in a missing persons case do police accept they are looking for a body? Angela. Well, time-wise, it's not. Oh, Pippa, I have to go. Sorry, I've been called into my meeting. Pip. Oh, okay, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me. Angela, and if you have any more questions, just pop me an email and I'll get to them when I can. Pip. Will do, thanks again. Angela. Bye.